angry, Aussie, 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 angry, 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 Aussie, 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 angry, 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 angry.
Hey-ho, adventurers, Friday night, and just as that bloody thing started playing, as I set the thing live, I remembered something I haven't done. Hello, Megaleech. How's it going? I won't be too preoccupied. I'm just one or two things. First up, getting a oon. I'm wondering how many Luxardo cherries I've got left. Hey Raiders, how's it going? First point of business to work out how many Luxardo cherries I've got left. I think it might not be that many. Oh wait, no, there's at least 10 or a dozen. Okay, excellent. So in that case, right, so good. That's sunk. I'm putting my drink. Hello, Celtic King. I have not heard from Aidsy today, so I don't know. But I'm just going to take a picture of this drink before I drink it. I'll share the drink with you. This will just take una memento. Can move all this shit. Just take a picture. All right, that's done. See, told you it wouldn't take long. My cherries at the bottom of it. Don't know if you can see it. There's the dark cherry in there. This is what we call a milk clarified zombie, which means it's got a fuck ton of rum in it. I've clarified it, and it's this beautiful light color. When you make a zombie, it's like, because it has rums and fruit juice in it, so it tends to be this brown, opaque, murky thing. But the clarification process makes it pretty. So I put it in my pretty tiki goblet. Hey, Greg, Rabbitman Greg, how's it going? Oh, so yes, so I am starting the evening with a drink that has a metric fuck ton of rum in it. So, woo woo, watch out. Oh, man, that has a lot of character. Yes. Honestly, if this is your urine sample, you might have a urinary tract infection, possibly even kidney problems, because it looks like there's a bit of blood in your urine. It's a little bit orange for a urine sample. At the very least, you're too dehydrated. Hello, Lee. But as a drink, very good. Yeah, at the very least, if this was someone's urine sample, they're quite dehydrated. Need to hydrate more. But I also worry that they might have a urinary tract infection. Because that's the thing I worry about, whether or not people have urinary tract infections. Oof. So I've been a busy little beaver today. Literally, just before I went live, I made a video, a cocktail video, basically explaining the making of this. I actually made it and did the milk clarification earlier today, and I shot all the close-ups of that. And just before going live, I did the 2-camera stuff where I say this ingredient, this ingredient, this ingredient. And now I get to drink it. So that's one less video you'll have to put up with me making during the stream. Could be 2 more. Depends how fucking rad-assed I get. So I know for sure one more I'm going to make. And That gives me the opportunity to do vodka is bullshit, which I haven't done for a while. So I'm quite looking forward to doing vodka is bullshit for Mae West's birthday. So the Mae West cocktail is vodka, Disaronno, or a nut liqueur, green melon liqueur, and cranberry juice. It's not a very subtle drink, but I'm going to fuck the vodka off and make it with white rum, which will make it a much more interesting drink. So I enjoy doing vodka is bullshit videos, just preaching the gospel that vodka is just a shit-house cocktail ingredient. If you like drinking drinking vodka on the rocks, that's one thing. But all vodka does in a cocktail is add alcohol. It doesn't add any taste or any character. So if you're going to be drinking alcohol, why not add something that's got character, is my argument. It's just vodka is such a bullshit cocktail ingredient. Celtic King, I should start a series called Angry with Aussie. I believe I have an entire channel along that line. Oh no, my drinking problem's acting up. I tipped the glass up too much and it started to pour out before it was in my mouth. That classic drinking problem of missing your mouth. Whoops! And I actually have a new white rum. So after this, I might taste test it. It's an Indonesian white rum, and it was on special when I got it, but also they did a good job on the marketing of this one, made me think it might be good. So I hope it is good. Because for ages I was trying to get one of the Indonesian style rums, which are called Batavia Arak. And I finally got one, and it's pretty good. And that's an aged rum. But this is a white Indonesian rum. And they really talked up that it's got a lot of flavor and character. So I recently got an Australian white rum, which I think is fucking amazing. It's a local distiller in Victoria, Jimmy Rum, and their silver I think is amazing. Because I had 5. Well, you may have been on the stream. I did a taste test. I have 5 white cane spirits, and this Jimmy Rum was by far the best. So I'm going to taste this Indonesian one next to that and see which one I prefer. And yes, Greg, vodka's for getting fucked up. Celtic King, yes, teenagers use vodka to get drunk. Yeah. And nobody, hello, sir. Nice to see you. But my big thing is I clearly have no problem with getting drunk. Like, this has so much fucking rum in it. In terms of standard drinks, this is probably 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. This drink on its own probably qualifies as binge drinking. Yikes. My first drink for the night would upset doctors, even if this was the only thing I drank tonight. This is not going to be the only thing I drink tonight. Oh, yeah. It's actually really good. I love milk clarified rum drinks, actually. Milk clarified zombie and milk clarified pina colada. My favorite is probably a milk clarified pina colada. So fucking good. But I have made a milk clarified zombie before, but not for a while. And See, I love what you put there, Celtic King, because that's the beauty of nobody's screen name. You go, nobody wants me. It's both inspiring and not. Nobody. Oh, dude, you know, we are uh, not about making people get drunk when it's not the right thing to do. And I hope you know you have my absolute support with looking after yourself and not drinking. Your anxiety is a bit high, too sick to ingest anything, but you did eat, so that's good. Ugh, glad Young Miss Angry is back from the hospital and feeling pretty good now. Yesterday, like again, if you missed the excitement this week, Tuesday, Young Miss Angry had very bad stomach pains to the point we took her to emergency. They did a bunch of tests and went, oh, yeah, appendicitis. She had her appendix out on Wednesday, came home on Thursday, yesterday, but she was still feeling really nauseous. Not so much in pain, but really bad nausea. She couldn't hold anything down. She was throwing up. And so she was dehydrated as well. So we took her back to him. In fact, I thought she might get seen sooner if we called an ambulance. So I did that, and they took her back to the hospital where she was on a drip, and they did a bunch of blood tests, and they kept her for another night. And she got back today. She's much better now. She was not happy yesterday, but she's happier today. Nobody haven't felt this bad for a while. Yeah, everyone's getting ill lately. Man, you know, I hope hanging out is a positive. That's what these this is how this started. Like early last year, with the onset of COVID, making the regular angry videos lost meaning for me because I thought, Jesus, all I'm doing is ranting about Trump and COVID repeatedly, and I'm just in this death spiral. And I didn't like it, and I wasn't happy with it. And I just started doing these live streams. Like, I think we're all in a fucked up state. And if we hang out a bit, it might help. So I do sincerely hope that hanging out becomes a positive. No, not a magic. I'm not deluded enough to think it's a magic cure-all, but I hope maybe it's a distraction. Maybe it slightly alleviates stress and anxiety. Good. And thank you for the positive cyber thoughts, Celtic King. But she's pretty good. She's pretty good. Yesterday, she wasn't happy. She was not happy yesterday. But after, I think they had her on a drip to hydrate her, and they gave her some anti nausea meds. They gave her more pain meds than she wanted. She's like, no, I don't want to get fucked up on pain meds. And they're going, no, I can't have some. And so she's like, okay, good on you. So yeah. Oh, nice. See, that's the thing, Greg. That I've been told the housework thing. Even people who weren't here for the live streams will sometimes put them on in the background while they're doing housework because they don't feel alone and stuff. And it's great. It's and I swear to God, it works for me. I wouldn't be doing it if it didn't work for me. But it's been great that people have said, "Oh no, it helps. It's good. It's good." So I like it. Nobody, you like the hangouts? Good, man. Good. I think the big thing for me is not putting pressure on people. Like you don't have to actively participate. You can just chill and listen to the conversation. Whatever works. Raiders, my thumbnail for this one reminds you of a crime scene cleaners you stumbled across on Instagram. Oh my God. Could you imagine being a crime scene cleaner? Jesus. That takes a special sort of person, honestly. No, but do you think what's triggering is anxiety? People are facing homelessness. Your lease comes up, likely mine will be new. Oh, dude, there are 1,000 legitimate reasons to feel anxiety at the moment. And I mean the whole spectrum there, from just feeling a bit to what we would actually call the medical condition of anxiety, and that's a pretty broad spectrum. I know, I do know. I felt a bit when this uh, current lockdown got called. Of course, New South Wales is just fucked. Queensland had a lockdown which has been lifted. I think our lockdown in Melbourne might get lifted after 2 weeks, which is next Thursday. But seriously, this is our lockdown number 6, and I'm not that bothered. But seriously, when it's got called, I was like, yeah, you know what? Get fucked. Just get fucked. And I had a couple of drinks. I think it was on a Thursday, and I think I had a couple more drinks than I would normally have on a Thursday because I had work on Friday. Don't have work tomorrow. Ooh, geez. I got to get my friggin' CPAP machine because I'm going to be friggin' drunk and probably be on this stream till late. And I don't want to disturb Mrs. Angry. So I'm going to sleep on the lounge, have my CPAP machine on. It's all good. No, but you have generalized anxiety and depression, possible PTSD. Yeah, you might have what's been triggered. What's been described more recently as complex PTSD. Used to be called borderline personality disorder, but now the accepted term is complex PTSD. So guys, I just said ASMR. Egypt. I meant EMDR. ASMR is the weird videos on YouTube. EMDR is a wonderful therapeutic technique which can really help with a whole range of trauma. Also can help with weird little things that aren't that constant. Because I am really lucky, and I am aware of how lucky I am to not have any significant mental health challenges. But Mrs. Angry, who is a counsellor, sometimes uses me as a guinea pig for some of these treatments. And yeah, and we did the EMDR thing of what's something that does upset me. And it was like, oh, I could remember a past relationship where the woman I was with was quite abusive, and I spent ages trying to convince myself this wasn't abusive because I didn't want to feel like I didn't want to feel like I was a loser who'd let someone abuse me. When I looked back, I went, I just let someone abuse me. And I would have a really visceral reaction when I thought about it. I would I would have a physical reaction, and I would just, oh, that was bad. And so Mrs. Angry did EMDR on that. Now, I still remember like, oh, wow, she sucked. That ex of mine, she fucking sucked. But I don't, even now, as I think about it, I don't have this actual physical reaction to remembering what she was like. It was like, she was kind of fucked. Kitchen Ninja, Mrs. Angry is actually putting together what looks like a couple of desserts. One for her offspring and one she's made for herself. She's just literally the other side of this. Is where I do the live stream in the kitchen, so people are going to want to come in the kitchen and do stuff. So nobody, you're not necessarily complex PTSD, but you know people who are in that arena. Yeah. And yeah, the generalized anxiety thing, like, I mean, I had to even just, it was a chat with my brother a few years ago where he's the type, he's a bloke from a country town. He'd never gone to a doctor and say, I have these feelings. And he described this thing where he just called it the fear. And he woke up, he'd say he'd wake up in the morning and it felt like something was sitting on his chest. And it was like, and he described it, and I went, that's called an anxiety attack, right? That's a thing. You can go to a doctor and describe that, and they'll go, that's an anxiety attack. I can do. And he was so relieved. He went, oh, that's a thing? I thought it was just me. And I went, yeah, that's because you've never talked to anyone about it. I said, that's a thing. You're not crazy as such. You are feeling a thing that is a known condition. And if you go to a good doctor and describe it, they will go, anxiety attack. There's stuff we can do about that. And he was so relieved. See, I thought that might resonate with you, nobody. Waking up feeling the thing sitting on your chest. Do you know there is a classic artwork about nightmares, and it's this monster sitting on someone's chest while they're asleep. And modern day psychologists go, that is a super good representation of anxiety. Someone's in bed and they can't get up because this horrible demonic monster is sitting on their chest. It's a Renaissance painting. I forget what it is. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. Cheers to you, my friend. In case you're wondering, I'll answer the unasked question. This is a milk clarified zombie, so it's got super, super intense amounts of rum in it, and it tastes yummy. Justin, your first full day of lockdown was Friday the 13th. That is incredibly symbolic, my friend. Being in Canberra, lockdown declared yesterday, so the first full day is Friday the 13th. That says it all. I think that says it all. Dave on Facebook. Yes. Dave, I think that painting was actually called Night Terrors. I think that's how it probably has a French name, that painting, and I think it literally translates as Night Terrors. I'm going to look it up. I'm now going to look it up. And hi, Dave, by the way. Hang on. Probably if I put Night Terrors painting. Yes, that brought it up. Images. So I'm just going to share the picture of them. I think everyone will identify with this. Share screen. Chrome tab. Night Terrors. So yeah, it's this woman lying supine on the bed, and there's a gross monster sitting on her chest, and there's a demonic horse, a nightmare, and that's someone has photoshopped. That's not really the same thing, but it's the same. So yeah, but I feel like that the person having the night terrors lying on the bed, and there's a little demon literally sitting on their chest, and they can't get up. I think people with anxiety can very much identify with that. So, yes, yeah, Dave Blumenstein. The night terrors is literally, these days we call it sleep paralysis. I've only done that once. I've had that once that I can remember. I've had friends who've had sleep paralysis or night terrors for years, and it's shite. I've told the story before. I woke up and I thought I'd woken up, and I felt this incredibly oppressive weight on me. And I thought, if I can just turn the light on, everything will be, that's okay. Don't worry about it. If I can just turn the light on, which meant getting out of bed, walking across the room and switching the light on. If I can just do that, everything will be okay. And I was like I was moving through treacle to do it. And the instant I flicked the light switch, I snapped back into bed. Because I had never got out of bed. It was a night terror. And that made me snap awake. And I leapt up in bed going, wow, what the fuck? And that's once I can remember. Abigail, did you hear about the Young Liberals' latest shenanigans? Yes, I did see. They often auctioned off a piece of coal from Adani because they're pieces of shit. Celtic, you're saying Toby's told you about sleep paralysis at least twice. Some people have it heaps. Kirsten, you had an average bramble use the wrong gym. Bummer. Oh, David, you had that one with a bad flu. I think Aidsy wants to join us. Dun, 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 dun. Doing a live stream. All right. I'll send AZ the link. And I'll hang out with AZ and then we'll do Angry Bunch, I think. But we'll let AZ sort of settle in and get shit happening. Okay. Send him the link. All right. So, Dave, you saw it. Oh, you saw yourself standing in your own doorway, looking at yourself in bed. Weird. Oh my god. Yeah, no, sleep paralysis is fucked. I had a friend, her family were very Orthodox Jewish, and they thought she was possessed because from a kid through to her teens, she had such bad sleep paralysis nightmares. She would wake up screaming almost every night, and they thought she was fucking possessed. Glee, how are you, my fabulous friend? I will just tell Aidsy. So he's keeping an eye on his email. He's all over it. Right. Guilty King, we should start the Remnant Church of Angrosi Latter-day Etsy. We could absolutely do that. Oh, this is good. I've mentioned this before. Every now and then, about half the time, because I've gotten pretty good with looking at cocktail descriptions and knowing when I'm going to like something. But about half the cocktails I make, when I make it, every time I do a sip, it's like, oh yeah, that's good. And so I just want to tell people, like literally every time I have a sip of the drink, this drink is really good. This is a good drink. The milk clarified zombie, good drink. Oh, Luke, hello, my friend. How you doing? And Abigail, you watched a highlights video of the movie Cuties. Okay, I think that's a Netflix thing, wasn't it? About it's like preteen beauty pageants. And I think if that's what I'm thinking about, because that's not even I think that's a European thing, possibly a French thing. And I think the original thing was actually saying that whole preteen beauty pageant thing is fucked up. But Netflix did this weird thing where it was like the promotion for it was really fetishizing it, which was a very not in keeping with the tone of the series. So yes, Abigail, if you watched a highlights video, I think it's very easy to misrepresent what the makers of Cuties actually intended. I don't know. This is literally just from reading because I haven't watched it. So I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. But with all the weird shit that's happened, that's what I've pieced together. Unless you're talking about something completely different. Yes. Okay. So it's the Netflix movie about scantily dressed 11-year-old dancers. Yeah, French movie. Yes. Okay. So it is what I thought it was. And apparently, Netflix's promotion of it for the English speaking world was really weird and fucked up and did not capture what the movie's really about. So, like a highlight reel could easily misrepresent it. And hello, Safa. Kirsten, you've pinched a nerve. Oh no. Pinched a nerve in your neck. Pain meds, so you might fall asleep. Completely understand. Glee is on board with you, Celtic. Nobody is wonderful. He's a fine, fine gentleman. Oh, God, that's good. Oh, no supper. Did you say there's no food left in Dubbo's Woolworths? The trouble is, recently we've had people put in lockdown who've never been put in lockdown, central west of New South Wales, the ACT, and they don't know that panic buying is unnecessary because the supply chain's fine unless everyone panic buys, and then it's all fucked for a while. So Abigail, you say it's made to be provocative and disturbing. Mr. Mark's 100% pedo bait. I don't know. I feel the way Netflix promoted it made it look like pedo bait. I haven't watched it. This is literally just based on things I've read. So I definitely cannot give a conclusive, clear answer to that. I just remember reading some stuff that said that the intention of, and if you watch the film, apparently it's clear, the intention is like the opposite of the Netflix marketing for it. But yeah, see, Abigail, you said you saw a highlight reel. The trouble is, it's incredibly easy to selectively edit something and put stuff out of context that's is unrepresentative. Yes, Justin, Dubbo's my hometown, which is why Saf is bringing it up, that Dubbo's under lockdown now. Yes, I've been sending Facebook messages to family and friends in Dubbo, like, oh, first lockdown, ask me for tips, and sending gifs of people drinking alcohol, which is possibly irresponsible on my part, is all I'm saying. Oh, Glee, yeah, I have to admit, I don't want to watch it. Like it was months, it was a long time ago. It launched on English speaking Netflix. And I never watched it. So if you've been watching The Bad Batch, I kind of watched the first couple of episodes. I'm not really into it because it is definitely, it seems to me sort of like a decent quality, but a kid's animation. It didn't really keep my attention. Abigail, you're saying there's moments that overly sexualized girls completely out of context, something supposed to be thought provoking. Yeah, look, I don't know. I am absolutely not in a position to make judgment on it because I haven't watched it and I'm not going to watch it. Nice. But that's the real news, Abigail. First episode of Star Trek Lower Decks Season 2. I hope there's not a significant delay with getting it legally watchable in Australia, because in Australia it's on Prime Video, which I have. So yes, you may be on a watch list for having watched the show. I don't think so. Oh yeah, no, Glee Girl. That Dance Mums and any of those preteen beauty pageants are fucked up. Absolutely fucked up. Safi, you want your COVID vaccine passport and you want to travel. I reckon by the end of the year, if you're fully vaccinated, you'll have a fair bit of liberty. Oh, yes. Mega Leech, Jupiter's Legacy on Netflix. I really enjoyed that. It's there's a long line of trying to make superhero stuff a bit more realistic. Like if the real world had superheroes, what would it be like? I think Jupiter's Legacy is quite good. It's on Netflix, and it's a comic that's been around for ages. Speaking of demigod-like superhumans, look who it is.
And for ages.
Yeah.
How you going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry I'm late. I just finished a mukbang with some East German scat freaks.
Nice.
It's that, when they rip open the crab claws. It's not. But I was wearing a raincoat, so all I can say is finish, and that's all I can. That's all I can really do.
Yeah.
They get into what they get into.
Because AIDSy and I are the pre-internet generation, and in fact, in Australia, X-rated porn got made completely illegal in the 80s. There was a period where it was legal everywhere, and it got made illegal in all the states, but it wasn't illegal in the territories. So there was an entire industry in the ACT of making and distributing porn, so people could still get porn. And
which
then
I was involved in.
Yeah, I know your accidental porn. We have discussed your accidental porn a couple of times. But there was this period in the 90s where sex shops in Sydney, I was living in Sydney, they sold dildos and porn mags and whatnot. And they were only legally allowed to sell R-rated videos. but they started to think, I don't think I'm going to be prosecuted. And I remember one in Sydney had this whole thing where it was just the covers, and there were a lot of them. You're in this room where you'd flick through all these covers of uh, VHS tapes, and you found one you liked the look of, and you'd go up to someone at the counter and say, I like the look of this one. And then he'd send someone off out a back door, which locked behind them to where the tapes. So if you were a cop, it was really hard to get a bust. And they did that sort of thing for a while, but then they just started selling hardcore porn, and no one's prosecuted. But which did lead to a thing. It was either in the late 90s or early noughties where an LNP, New South Wales state government, wanting to score points with the religious right, launched raids on sex shops in King's Cross, and under the blanket of, I think they're selling child porn. And they weren't. None of them were.
None of them were.
But they arrested the poor
And in
fuckers.
fact, if you went into a sex shop anywhere pretty much in Australia and said, I've got some child porn or snuff, they'd get on the phone
Yeah.
to the cops immediately and go,
the cop,
this dick has just tried to sell me snuff or child porn. He looks like this. His business card says this. His number is this. You know, they were very, very anti. The sex shops were very, very anti.
But this was a politically motivated series of raids, and they charged them. And the poor fuckers working the register are people getting paid no more than someone working at McDonald's, and they didn't own the shop. They didn't own any of the things. They were just casual, and they got arrested for selling. And in the media, it was reported as a blitz to find child porn. They didn't find any child porn, but the adult X-rated porn is technically illegal. It hadn't been prosecuted for more than a decade. But the poor fuckers who were just working the register in these shops ended up with a criminal record of being a sex offender, which was just fucked because it was just political bullshit. And it's still not legal. It's still not legal in the States. But but the internet killed the porn thing in the sex shops anyway. But this is pre-internet. And the whole reason I brought this up is because pre-internet, okay, if you went to one of the places that was actually in Australia, that was actually selling X-rated porn, American stuff was comparatively high production values, and it was standard sex, you know, three ways, lesbian sex, all the things. But if your tastes were a bit more select, the German stuff, and I brought this up because you mentioned the Germans, the German stuff, and Japanese, yes. But the German stuff tended to be, this is what I found in the 90s, the German stuff tended to be one fetish. You would get a tape, and it would be this German stuff, and it would be one fetish, and it would be very weird and fucked up. But you get a Japanese one, and they would manage to work every single fetish into the
smorgasbord.
It's just weird. But yeah, if you just wanted straight porn, it would be Australian or American produced porn. But if you wanted the weird shit, you'd go German or Japanese, because that was the weird shit.
And the other thing was the American porn was always softer than the Australian porn. It was always softer than the Australian porn.
And this all very, the early days of the internet gave rise to what they started to call gonzo porn. And that was a reference to Hunter S. Thompson talking about gonzo journalism. And that was him saying, like, no holds barred, inserting myself into the story and whatnot. And so gonzo porn, which came out in the early noughties, basically, was supposed to be like, ooh, weird, personal, no holds barred shit. But the Americans particularly turned it into a weird exploitative thing. But also the nastiest stuff that came out of that seems to have disappeared. Like, no, the market for actual specifically abusive stuff is actually really small. There's a tiny number of fuck ups. So most people who want weird shit, they actually enjoy consensual weird shit, because that makes it so much better if you get to do weird shit and the other person is super into it.
But there's still a lot of power porn out there that is
Oh yeah, no, there's fucked up
there's
shit.
a lot of that out there, and it's to the point where it's like almost 40% of it, and it's sending all of the wrong messages all at once. And
oh yeah,
I mean,
was,
there's no mystery why yeah, especially new age feminists, but feminists in general are anti-porn, because it's like, you see a young maiden get slapped around until she goes into shock. And then
there's just horrible shit.
It's awful stuff. But the thing is, in the 70s and 80s, there was things about people getting into the sex for fun, and just as it went through an American filter, the sex for fun angle was, and that was European. It was very European. Sex for fun, very French, very Scandinavian. It was let's go for a sex romp and have some fun. And the Australian stuff was very much in that vein as well. And then the American filter came through, and it was all very power oriented. Look at what I can do to this bitch. And
also, I just want to throw out again, this is another generational thing, because 70s, 80s porn was movies. They would it was an actual movie where they would have plot that ran for 5 or 10 minutes, which then led into a sex scene, and then there would be 5 or 10 minutes of plot which ran into another, which was hilarious. The fact that they tried to make a whole movie out of it. And also, hi Chris. Yes, Kirsten asserts sex shouldn't be for fun. Yes, that's that. Once you have sex for fun, that's the downfall of society, right there.
Well,
yes. Okay, this is a very in reference. AZ, you'd remember Jeff from I don't want to say his last name, from Mitchell.
I do.
Yeah, and he had just a pretty disturbing porn collection. Okay, and in the dorms at uni, he'd put them on, and he had a collection. There was one. It was like, and the difference was hilarious to me. Is one was a movie, and it was like, so they try to set it up and have a plot, and then a sex scene, and then 10 or 15 minutes of plot, and then a sex. And then, but he also had ones that were European that were just shorts, like the entire. He had a couple of them on one tape. The entire thing was only 15 minutes. So I found it hilarious. Okay, how they've only got 15 minutes in total. How long will they spend on setup? Because, and they still had this compulsion to do setup. And the setup was basically somewhere between 30 seconds and 2 minutes, because they did no more than that.
No more.
Absolutely. Like, there'd be this thing of these mixed doubles, like playing tennis, and they're like, oh, I'm playing tennis. Like, oh, and the women are wearing singlets. Like, oh, my breast has popped. And 30 seconds in, oh, my breast has popped. And I found myself just in hysterics going, okay, they've done 30 seconds of setup before and it was just hilarious. Oh, Thane Pullen, who is actually a long-time internet friend of mine, is it possible to mention your birthday without seeming like you're an unbearable prick? No, my friend. Birthday cheers to you. You are a legend. It's your birthday.
Birthday cheers to you.
We are shameless. All right. So Glee Girl wants a good stiff drink. My friend Glee, it depends what you have on hand. I have just finished an incredibly stiff rum drink, a milk clarified zombie. I'm a big fan of martinis, just like gin and dry vermouth. I've got my free. Oh, I have to try my freezer martini later because I topped it up because I've been drinking freezer martinis all week. So my freezer martini bottle went down a bit. So I added a whole bunch of gins and a bit more vermouth to it to fill the bottle up again. So I'm definitely having another freezer martini tonight because it's going to taste a bit different because I've topped up. But the other thing, and I'm going to make a video to talk about this. I decided, well, I've got an infinity whiskey bottle. I've got a freezer martini, and inspired by a couple of things I watched on YouTube this week, I've made my own pre-bottled old fashioned. So, all right. So it looks fucking sexy because it's black, and it's in one of my old Starward whiskey bottles that have these beautiful starbursts on. I kept the bottle because it has these beautiful starbursts painted onto the bottle for Starward. So this is Whiskey Wise. It's an American bourbon, Wild Turkey 101. So 50% alcohol, Wild Turkey bourbon. It's also a Melbourne single barrel rye whiskey that's like 58% alcohol, and also a Starward limited edition mesquite smoked whiskey that's about 55% alcohol. So this is 3 different high proof whiskeys mixed, and I made a sugar syrup with it, a couple different brown sugars and some cinnamon, and I brewed up some tea and put that in, then put it on the stove and mixed it up and heated it up and reduced it down a bit. So it was a really rich, dark sugar syrup with tea flavor. Look at AZ's licking his lips. Brother, I will fucking save some for when we're allowed to visit houses again. So I have not tasted this yet. I made it earlier today. So it's 3 different really good quality high proof whiskeys, a very special sugar syrup I made, and a decent whack of Angostura bitters in here as well. Yeah. So I got to taste this a little bit later. I've just been letting it sit for the day. I was inspired by a couple of guys on YouTube who made different syrup. And one of them saying like the instruction he had was you let it sit for a week. And I get, okay, maybe the flavors sit and develop there. But it's like, when someone makes me an old fashioned, they don't let it sit for a week. They make it and serve it to me. So I'm absolutely going to try this a little bit later. So I've got an infinity whiskey bottle, I've got a freezer martini, and I've got my my pre-bottled old fashioned. I hope this is good because I used a bunch of expensive whiskey to make it. So hopefully it's good.
Fabulous. I mean, you're talking about the mesquite and the smoky and the different ryes you've got in there, plus your syrup. I mean, I can't see a wrong turning.
Look, it smells really good, and fuck it, I just poured a tiny dram into my glass, which still has ice in it, because I like my old fashioned to be chilled.
Fine. No one's killing you for that.
Yeah,
Make it. See what happens.
I'm going to have a little spoiler taste of it. Oh my word, that's good. Oh my word,
I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
And yeah, the beauty of this is anyone rocks up to my house, I have this, and I thoroughly intend to just add to this as time goes by. Just, if I drink it down a bit, it's like, okay, I've gone down. I'll just mix up some more whiskey, sugar, and bitters, and top of that, same as the freezer martini. As I drink it down, it's gone down a bit. I'm just going to add some more gins to it, a bit more vermouth to it, and poofed.
Haven't you
Chris,
already
have
got-
you? Sorry,
Yeah.
Chris, have you never heard the expression "Oh my word"? That's a very polite way of saying "fuck me."
Yeah. Oh my word.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh
it
my god.
actually comes from a polite way of saying "Oh Jesus" or "Oh my God."
I was about to say that
Because-
it almost sounds like Shakespeare would have used it first.
No, it's old Southern American for "Oh my God." If you say "Oh my word," you're talking about the word of the Lord.
The word of God. This is the word of God right here.
So you're saying,
yes.
"Oh my word," which
Yeah.
is a way of saying, "Oh, good things."
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, when
Yeah.
you see something terrible and you say, "Oh my word," you are protecting
Yeah.
yourself against the bad thing. If you
Yeah.
see something good, you say, "Oh my word," you are
Yeah.
acknowledging the good thing with the special spiritual spells.
Yeah.
And that's where the etymology of that comes from.
Yeah. But it's really fucking good. And Abigail saying she just got back from making food, just heard me saying anyone who rocks up to my house gets some. So she's like, yes. Okay. Yeah. Abigail, as soon as we're allowed to visit each other's house, which I don't know, will be in a couple of weeks, who fucking knows. It's always fun to have you over physically to be in the, oh my God. I was just thinking of the decadence, Aidsy, of you physically being here for a live stream and Abigail physically being here for a live
I was
and maybe
gonna
even
say, Abigail, can you
Nettie.
come pick me up?
Yeah. It's like,
It'd be
oh no,
good. You
Abigail.
like it. I'm a good
Yeah.
conversationalist and I'm handsy.
Oofed. Sorry. And also left field, Kirsten saying Archie Rose is coming out with a new gin on Wednesday, which is made especially for a bone dry martini. And I fucking love a bone dry martini. And Kirsten, just throwing it out there, there's a space on my gin shelf at the moment. Okay, there's a space. There was a space on my rum shelf, and I bought a rum today to fill that. There's a space on my whiskey shelf, which is going to be filled by the Starwood Unexpected when it arrives next week. There's a space on my gin shelf. So if Archie are bringing out one for bone dry martinis, which is my preferred fucking way of drinking a martini, as a thing. And I think there's a space in my liqueur world as well. So
Tell me, Angry, you were talking about the infinite whiskey bottle.
Right. Okay. So the idea, and we've discussed this before, and it is accepted wisdom. The less whiskey there is in your bottle, the more likely it is to oxidize lose some of its better qualities. So some people say, rather than just leaving a bunch of whiskey bottles with a little bit in them, just fucking do your own blend. And I am not a master blender, and there's a big difference between what a schmuck like me puts together and what a master blender puts together. But, and you know what? You have encouraged me. It's just over here. And I've made a couple of drinks with it, so it's not exactly full. It's in my Knob Creek bourbon bottle, just simply because Knob Creek is a funny name for a drink.
Yes.
But there was some Knob Creek, but there's like 5 whiskeys in this at the moment. And
see, that's not a bad thing.
No,
when you were saying you're far from a master blender got to start somewhere, buddy.
Exactly.
Got to start somewhere.
Oh, we've already established if I win Lotto, we're fucking starting a distillery, and a bunch of the gang are up for. So okay, So I've put a little mini dram of my Infinity whiskey in here. And it's really good. Oh my God, it's really good. It is really good. It's got at least 5 different whiskeys in it. It's pleasant. It is
Are
a
they
really pleasant.
are they blends themselves, or are they single malts?
Most of them were blends. The Knob Creek is a blend, although it's a small batch. I think it was a blend. Oh my God, I can't even remember everything that went into it. Oh, there was some Rittenhouse rye, 100 proof Rittenhouse rye. There was a little bit of Starwood Dolce, their whiskey that was finished in dessert wine barrels. I can't even remember what I put into it, but there's at least 5 different whiskeys in here, and yeah, no, Stella, you were definitely one of the people in for the distilling thing. And yes, Chris, I think both you and Abigail are right. Knob Creek is definitely a penis joke. And Abigail, I believe you're right in that it's literally named after the town where the distillery is, Knob Creek. But they know what they're doing, putting knob in huge letters on a bottle.
I think they're aware.
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Knob on their whiskey bottle.
But I only bought this because, like the Knob Creek, it was on special. Like I happened to go into the bottle shop that's attached to a Coles supermarket. And I was looking, and it was like 100 proof bourbon for about 20% off, and I was like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, 100 proof bourbon on special. I'll get that."
I'm doing that.
Oh. So Kirsten's head of procurement and logistics. Well, so this is the thing we've got to do. I think we'll all be involved. Kirsten, absolutely there. Megaleech wants to be a taste tester. Stella's going to be there. I don't know if I'm going to be distiller or if someone wants to do like a distillery course to be head distiller. I'd be happy to be in an executive role and with Megaleech be a taste tester and just go, fuck yeah, no, that barrel's good. That barrel is good. Let's do that. And this is a fun thing because, okay, I'm going to put one of the best whiskey channels on YouTube is called The Whiskey Tribe. These guys are awesome. They're in Texas. They're real fun guys, but they're also not dickheads. They say a good whiskey is the whiskey you like drinking.
That you enjoy, okay?
Yeah. Don't fucking... Okay, Robot Man Greg has master data experience. Abigail, if you want to be head distiller, yeah, I'll look. If I win Lotto, I will absolutely fund you to do a distillery course and make you head distiller. I'm absolutely up for that. the big proviso, I have to win Lotto.
Who distills the pure alcohol that you spray on the wood to get it started?
Yeah. Yeah, Glee, you can be a taste tester as well. But yeah, the Whiskey Tribe guys are great, and they have a lot of. The big thing is it should be fun. You should enjoy it, and they do have some arguably whiskey snob things, but they're pretty cool with it. Safa, yes. Oh yes, Safa, I'll be director of cocktails. I will come up with the signature serve for our beverages. Because I think AIDS is okay. He's doing the things he has to do at the moment. You're making coffee. You're making a coffee. Okay. Yes. He's decided he needs a coffee, so that's okay. Yeah. So yes, we've already decided the distillery will be called the Divergent Distillery, just to describe everyone who's involved in it. Yeah. I think I'm happy with coming up. My role would be to come up with the signature serve for the different beverages that the distillery might develop. So it's there's a lot of scope. There's a lot of scope for different roles for different people. So I think that's got a future. That's got a future. Oh no, Safi had a hot chocolate with his sister's boyfriend. That's good. I'm a chocolate fan. I don't like coffee. I like chocolate. So if I ever go to a cafe with people and they say, "You want to join me for a coffee?" I'll join you. I'm going to get a hot chocolate. There's one place in particular in the CBD in Melbourne when you order a hot chocolate. It's awesome. They give you this big mug to put it on, and it's covered. There's this big pile of Turkish fairy floss. It's like rosewater fairy floss. And they give you this little container of a really rich hot chocolate. And it's like a bitter hot chocolate. And you pour it through the fairy floss, and the fairy floss melts and dissolves and sweetens the really bitter, dark hot chocolate. And you end up with this absolutely fantastic beverage. Stella, you think you and Abigail will grow old together? Sciencing our way to award-winning whiskey and gin. I'm on board with that. Safa, dude, you're far younger than us, but you can progressively grow. Oh my God, I think we've worked it out. It's going to be the distillery is going to be some sort of commune, I think, where we all collectively support each other and grow old disgracefully. We will definitely grow old disgracefully. Oh yeah, so I agree. Coffee's overrated. Living in Melbourne, everyone obsesses about coffee, and I'm fine with people who do like coffee. I simply don't like coffee. I don't like it as a flavor. So even when it's like chocolates, coffee flavored chocolates, or ooh, 80 has done the hard sit down in the seat there. Yeah. Well, yeah, Stella, we should make mead as well, definitely. So, Megalich, you need to. I don't think there's such a thing as sugar-free fairy floss because fairy floss is basically spun sugar. Dude, that sounds like that hurt.
Me?
Yeah, you. The sitting down sounds like it hurt.
Oh, I was thinking, there's no sunlight on my forehead, there's no tinkles in my face. There's no sunlight on my forehead, there's no tinkles on my face. I want to kill you with a chainsaw.
That's a good song. Sorry. Hi, Loriander, by the way.
That
You're
was
not off your
taught
tea.
to me by the nuns at St. Bridget's, so I don't know the rest of it. It ends up with Jesus is my friend. I'm not sure about what happens between the chainsaw and Jesus is my friend.
Yeah. Nuns are pretty weird. Nuns are pretty weird.
They're not.
They're not? They're not?
No, they're not, or unless they give you hits with the stick. Nuns are not weird.
What was
they're
that
blessed.
play? Like
remember that they're blessed. Say they're blessed.
Yeah. Sister Mary Elizabeth explains it all for you.
No, Sister June did, and Sister Carmel was lovely, and Sister Teresa was the best ever because we were in year 4, right? And she was shorter than us.
Oh my God, yeah, some of those nuns were talking. I'm trying to think because I went to Catholic school as well. Who were the nuns? Sister Bernadette was cool. Sister Mary was a fucking mutant.
Oh, Sister June was a bitch. She was also the principal of the school, and she was a cow. But Sister Teresa was one of these tiny, tiny, tiny little Irish girls who was much more connected in with the Irish way of thinking.
Yeah.
She was an Irish Catholic. Not
Oh
a
my
Roman
god! If you
Catholic.
want a really funny series, there's 2 or 3 seasons on Netflix of Derry Girls, which is set in the city of Derry during the Troubles, and the head nun at this Catholic school in Derry, because Derry is technically in Northern Ireland, which is Protestant controlled, but these are Catholic schoolgirls, and Derry, or the Protestants insist on calling it Londonderry, is right on the border, which in the Troubles made it a very volatile place. But this series, which is it was originally made for the BBC or something, but it's on Netflix. Derry Girls is fucking hilarious. And the head nun at this school, who just has no time for anyone's bullshit, she is absolutely hilarious. But the actual girls in Derry Girls are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Abigail's never had a run-in with nuns. I think you'd enjoy a run-in with nuns. And hello, Pugwash. Loriander, I have just finished a milk clarified zombie, which had enough alcohol in it to, on its own, constitute a medical doctor doing the shaming thing on me, calling it binge drinking. This one drink alone qualified as binge drinking, basically. So,
Yeah, Sister Teresa, you've got to understand the difference between Roman Catholic and Irish Catholic, right?
yes.
This goes back a long way, and we're talking 1,500 years. So when I say a long way, I mean 1,500 years.
Yes.
Back in those days, there was a schism that was being headed off by both the Irish and Catholic churches. And what it was who's going to be the head of the church, Rome or Ireland?
Yes.
And they both had claim. They both had real claim, because all of the research and all of the books were in Ireland or in Rome. Or all of the catechism was coming out of one or t'other. Now, it came down to a very, very bee's dick vote, and Roman Catholicism got up.
Yeah.
But Irish Catholicism wouldn't go away. And the trouble with Irish Catholicism was very, very hooked in to the pagan mentalities of the local people.
And yes, Ireland has a very long pagan history. Yes.
Very long pagan history. And one of the saints was Saint Bridget.
Yeah.
And Saint Bridget, also known as Bridget the Fay from other traditions, was told by the priests or the druids, she wanted a group of land for the virgin priestesses or the nuns. She wanted a group of land, and so they said, yes, you can have some land if as big as your cloak. So she spread out her cloak with the help of her virgin priestesses or nuns, and it ended up, her cloak ended up basically covering an entire county.
Yes.
Upon which a cathedral, a convent, and a farm was born. And you've got to understand that the nuns that taught me were direct descendants of that particular order.
Okay, so they're pretty tough. They're pretty tough.
They're pretty tough, and they had particular views. To the point where sometimes the Pope would come out with stuff, and this is before John Paul II, right?
Yeah.
And John Paul I, who lasted a month, and then said, we're going to have a Catholic pill, and we're going to make ladies interesting, and they killed him.
Who may or may not have been murdered by the other.
Who may or may not have been poisoned within a month and a half of his ascension.
Yeah.
He was poisoned. And basically, before him was an autocratic shit that no one liked. But the nuns used to go, that bit you don't have to worry about too much. This bit you should really, really follow.
Yeah.
this bit you don't have to worry about too much. And the priest that was attached to their convent and to them was basically hounded into a corner by these women.
Oh
And
my
he
God,
was a grumpy, nasty alcoholic because he had nowhere to go and nothing to say. And the one before him was a lovely old guy who got on with the women, his girls, and he treated them like his girls. And he knew that they would stand for some shit and not stand for others. And so he would negotiate. Oh well, what are we going to do about this? And he didn't like the Pope either. He thought he was a fucking idiot. And so he would try and work with the parents and the nuns, and then he up and died. And then we got a new guy in, and he was a turd.
okay.
He was a
Yeah.
fucking turd, and the nuns quickly cut his balls out. And then on they went. So my understanding of nunnery was a very different experience to a lot of people's understanding of nunnery. They could be very, very kind and very supportive, and they could be very, very cruel.
Very brutal. I kind of like Abigail saying her grandma was hardcore Scottish Catholic. Okay, be very wary of the hardcore Scottish Catholics because
Be
they
very,
are
very, very.
terrifying. They're
They
Puritan,
are not.
Calvinist, ascetics. Oh my God, no. Irish Catholics are friendly and jovial compared to Scottish Catholics. Jesus. Oh no. So Stella, your family observes a lot of Irish and Scottish pagan traditions. Some being Christian whitewashed, others just outright pagan. I love great series worth watching on Amazon Prime or the Pirate Bay if you want to do that is American Gods, which is based off a Neil Gaiman novel, American Gods. There's 3 seasons of it on Prime, and I think they dropped it. And I don't know if there's ever going to be a 4th season, which would be a shame if they didn't. But there's some great stuff with the Irish traditions. One of the characters is like 6'5", and he's a leprechaun. He's one of the fair folk from Irish tradition, and you think, why is the leprechaun 6'5"? And because the fair folk were never tiny, it was this later weird thing where people decided leprechauns were small. But then his backstory, which they eventually tell, which is one of the greatest bits of American Gods, he was a pagan king of Ireland, and the Christians moved in and basically waged war against the pagans. Oh yeah, Stella, season 3 of American Gods is quite good. But yeah, the sequence with this the tall leprechaun, where you got his backstory, where he was actually a pagan king of Ireland when the Catholics were moving in, and he went to war against them, and he lost because the Catholics took ascendancy. But there were always people who put out offerings to the fair folk, and that's what kept him alive. That through the centuries, people, when they wanted favor, they would put out an offering to the fair folk. And that's the thing. It's a Terry Pratchett thing. It's a Neil Gaiman thing, because Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman were like this. It's this thing of, if someone believes it, it's true. The act of belief makes something true. So this guy who got overthrown by the Catholics, if someone put out an offering to the fair folk, like, please grant me this boon, fair folk, that kept him alive through the centuries. So yeah, that's the central tenet of American Gods, because the United States is the diaspora of the world. Basically, everyone from everywhere in the world ended up in America. So somewhere in the last 300 years, 400 years, or even further back, because the Norse definitely landed in America at some point, and that was a very long time ago. So basically, at some point, someone set foot on American soil who believed in one of these just far-flung pantheons of history. And so an echo of those gods exists in America. That's the core thing of American gods. If you believe it, it's real. And because the United States is the diaspora of the world, everything exists there. Every god, every pantheon exists in the United States, because somewhere over the last 2 centuries, not 2 centuries, 2 millennia, people have landed there who believe. Stella, what the heck are you doing there, Stella? You're a bad girl? What the heck is that? Oh no, Stella, Abigail, I'm not going to give away any spoilers apart from you got some backstory of uh, the tall leprechaun. Again, a leprechaun being 6'4" is hilarious.
One
And
of
the
the
actor is
one of the historical things that I just found out recently is they wondered why the Norse folk left America.
Mm,
Did they fail? Did they, what happened? They had a decent foothold, or they were doing okay, and they were there for like a good 80, 100 something years, the houses were plenty strong. They were fishing quite well. They were hunting quite well on the mainland. They were
yeah,
obviously getting on with the locals,
yeah,
because if you didn't, they would kill you.
yes,
And then it's what bothers everyone was it wasn't in the Eddas of the time, because the Vikings wrote everything down.
yes.
They
They were
they
very
actually
educated.
had a log of a village. They wrote everything down, but toward the end of their stay, it was we're packing up. We've got to go. We're going, and it was like that was a quick run, and
Yeah,
they think it either had something to do with, which is interesting to me. It had something to do with an invitation from the locals to get out of here, something bad's coming, and we've been here for a few thousand years, we would know. And the Norse folk go, you would know. You've got the opportunity to get on ships. It'd be time to fuck off. Thanks, neighbour. I'll see you later. Because you've got somewhere to go.
yeah, yeah,
We're just going to take it in the butt. Or, and this is the thing that fascinates me, is
yeah.
that archaeologically they've been looking at the local indigenous folks, and it looks like there was an unexpected death in
Oh,
two different powerful tribal setups.
yeah,
So there's two unexpected deaths within a short amount of time. So there's this massive power vacuum. And if there's a massive power vacuum, there's a massive war,
yes,
because everybody wants a piece. And
yes,
it looks like their friends, their local indigenous friends, got to the North people and said, mate, fucking getting out of Dodge is looking good. This is going to suck. It's going to suck for a long time. You are going to be used as a bargaining piece.
yeah,
Leave or take your tech, but fucking
yeah,
go, because it's not going to be pretty.
yeah. Yeah,
And
it's
they
down, but
failed.
down. Yeah,
So it
yeah.
looks like there was an external power struggle,
Could
uh,
be. Yeah,
and the Norse folk got either warned or got wise and said, we don't
yeah,
want fucking anything to do with that, because it's
yeah,
going to get bad real quick. And there is evidence of a massive struggle
yeah,
power wise before it all settled down. It apparently took 20 years to settle down, which is a
yeah.
big war when you consider Indigenous politics around the world. That's
Yes,
a big fight,
yeah,
and if you think about northeastern resources in the United States, fair enough. There's a lot of resources there to fight over.
Yes. Yes.
There's water, there's fish, there's game.
Yeah.
And if I own the tri-states area,
Yeah. Right.
fucking very nice for me.
Sideways, I'm thinking it's Angry Bunch time. Might invite anyone who's interested to join us. So the link's there. I like what you're saying because I've read a few alternate history things, and there's a real fun one where the guy just says arbitrarily, like a mining town from West by God, Virginia, because of a alien base, normally got dumped into the middle of the 100 Years' War in Europe. But their whole town's there, and it's not just that they have 20th, 21st century technology. They have history books. So all the people who are alive then, when they get a look at these history books, go, this is what's going to happen. And they try and avert, like the King of England finds out Oliver Cromwell fucks him up. So he jails Oliver Cromwell. Yeah. Laura! Hello, Laura.
Hello. How are you doing?
How are you doing? But yeah, a lot of what you say, I love alternate history stuff because it just lets people have fun, and they go, "Oh, what if you changed one thing? What would happen?"
Would that be about the same time as Cardinal Richelieu?
Yes, Cardinal Richelieu is a character in these books, and
he would be deeply into reading that library.
Oh yeah, because Richelieu was a real. He was a French Machiavelli. He was
only slightly power involved.
Yeah.
Only slightly about power.
Give me 12 lines written by an honest man, and I'll give you a reason to hang him. It's basically, Richelieu would just say, "Oh, if I want to fuck someone up, I'll fuck them up," and it's like, yeah.
Oh, Richelieu was just spectacular in the sense that he was the one who was the closest to getting the Roman papacy moved to France.
Yes, that was a big thing with him. Yes,
unheard of. That can't be. The Roman papacy stays in Rome. That's the point. Yeah. That's why you've got Peter's Rock, and the bones under there are Peter's. And no, we're just going to move it to fucking
and lots of skeletons in the closet.
Yes, literal skeletons under the Vatican and metaphorical skeletons in the closet. You're absolutely right.
So there's a skeleton under the Vatican, under the Dome of St. Peter, and that skeleton, which is there, right, has been carbon dated, and it carbon dates to 2,000 years ago, right? It's the one thing that the Catholic Church holds on to as legit. Even the Shroud of Turin, they've gone, yeah, it was a cool thing, but it's not a real thing. But the bones of St. Peter, which have got the right cuts in them and the right shapes to them, they go, yeah, this is the man. Why were they so in depth? Why were they so involved in that? They were so involved in that because of the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. Yes. You've got Muslims saying that this was where the Prophet, may peace rest upon him, ascended to heaven from this rock. It's also the place where the temple of Jehovah was built. So that's awkward. Having the same sacred site in the same place.
It's proved to be controversial to have the three different Abrahamic religions all claiming the same holy city. It's proved to be problematic over the centuries.
Over the centuries, it has caused some issues. Do you know what's funny though? Every now and again, you meet either a person or see a doco. but mainly I meet people who have lived in Jerusalem, usually business owners, and they say, yeah, I've got Islamic and Christian workers, or they say, oh, I've got Jewish and Christian workers, or the other way around in my business, and they're fucking great, and they're my mates, and we hang out together, and whenever any shit goes down, we usually hang out at each other's houses, so that we don't get fucking bombed or hit.
Yeah, you have the right friends.
A great deal of the, at least us English.
Do you know once I
Car park, damn straight, Pugwash, damn straight.
I was once called anti-Semitic because I left a comment on under a YouTube video with, you know, the ultra Orthodox Jews, and they were fighting against Arabs in, you know, like the holy city, holy area, you know, and it's like, and I left a comment saying, when you've got two groups of people who all think that, you know, they own that bit of land, and they both think they're both right, this is why this kind of stuff happens.
That's right.
And I couldn't, you know, I was so on the fence then. I gave myself a massive wedgie, and yet somehow that was me being anti-Semitic.
Oh no! As soon as you point out that the people who are driven by religion, no matter what religion they happen to be, that they're going to take absolute positions in a circumstance where absolute positions don't make sense, they're all going to call you a bigot. Because, and again,
I left once, was chatting to some crazy lunatic guy, a religious guy. His name's G-Man. He's a black guy who defends slavery in the Bible. You know,
right?
So he once said to me that I was I just hate Christians, and I just said no, I only hate you.
Yeah, it's just you. It's not the rest.
Laura,
that's a good response. I love saying that.
Two things. The first thing I want to point out is you can't have an argument unless the two sides are right. You just can't have it. You know, if one side is wrong, and the other side is right, you just can't have an argument. You've got to make sure that both sides are right for an argument to really take hold. And the other thing is, would you please describe the wedgie that you were having while you were on
I don't think I can.
Oh, that's disappointing, because
that's because it was a metaphorical wedgie, not an actual one.
Oh.
And metaphorical wedges are the biggest ones, of course.
Laura,
sorry?
If it was a real wedgie, do you think, I mean, you know, I'm probably pushing this too much now. Look, arguing with religious people is difficult at best. What I like to do, because of the nature of the nature of the I should say business spirituality that I'm in, is that I like to get people to tell me why the other person shouldn't be allowed human dignity. Because I can't come up to people who are religious and say, oh, hi, I'm a black magician. You should fucking really let me counsel you, because they tend to go, burn him. It's in the book. And unfortunately, unlike homosexuality, there's no real fucking wiggle room on that one. It is really actually burn them.
And also, it's one of the, you know, sort of one of those things where, you know, don't do witchcraft. The problem is that, you know, for example, you know, the one about oh shit, where am I going? Oh yeah, that's right. So like, don't take the Lord's name in vain, which is
Right.
one of the 10 Commandments, right? A lot of people don't understand what that actually means. A lot of people think, oh, you shouldn't say God or Jesus Christ as when you're pissed off, that kind of stuff. No, that's not what it means at all. It means don't engage in witchcraft.
Okay.
Sorry, Chill. Like, you should have no other gods other than me. I forgot what it was now. Is it that? No,
You
not
should
that
have
one.
no other gods besides me.
Yeah. But no, there's one about don't engage in witchcraft, but a lot of people don't have it right. I can't remember which one.
Well,
it is.
in Leviticus, it basically says you.
Forgotten.
Hello, hello.
Oh,
Okay.
Hi.
Hello, Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
Sorry, I missed the start because I had
Reposition.
to do a couple of things. Were you talking about the 10 Commandments specifically, or the whole complicated Abrahamic Book of Law?
Okay, so there's
Yeah.
two things we're on about here, Angry.
Yeah,
We're into Leviticus and we're into a bit of 10 Commandments.
yeah.
Lord is
Because
trying to.
there are dozens and dozens of laws in Leviticus, and
Yeah.
the witch thing is, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." But
It's not
in
that
the
one that
10
I'm thinking
Commandments.
of.
And that
Is it the one about false idols?
So I am the Lord
That's a
thy
different-
God,
that's a
and thou
different one.
shalt have no idols before me.
Yeah, that's a different one. Because the whole Moses goes up the mountain, gets 10 Commandments, come down and smashes them because they're praying to a golden calf.
Yes.
So the whole thing behind that is that it's the story of the Abrahamic, the Jews, the Israelites, going
Yes.
from multi-gods, polytheism, to monotheism.
Yeah.
The way it used to work is that remember, they're nomadic tribes. They're wandering through the desert to travel, something that take about a week and a half if you went in a straight line. As they moved through a different tribe's land, to honor them, they would pray to the local god, a bit like paying your taxes to the mayor, to the town where you're going.
Do it all the time.
Yeah. So, and basically the story is no. We don't do that anymore. We have one God that goes with us everywhere we go. We don't pray to any other gods. That's the whole don't have false idols thing.
Yes, that's right.
A lot of people, a lot of Christians don't understand that. The stuff surrounding it, they read it in a literal sense rather than actually knowing about how the tribe worked before, effectively knowing the history of the Israelites and Christianity and so on.
There's two very important things that I have to be careful of when I'm doing my work. Okay. The first very important thing is that the newer translations from the Hebrew, not the original Greek, but from the Hebrew, are saying that if a man lay with another man and causes a man to lay with another man, he should have a mill pond put around his neck and be drowned. Basically, more and more and more, the scholars are saying they're actually talking about pedophilia.
Yes, it was a man with a boy, not a man with a boy.
A man and a boy. They're actually talking about, and the kicker is they didn't need to say cause another man to lay with a man. If they'd have just said man with a man, that's it. You've got enough. But then they go on to say cause a man to sleep with another man, and what that sort of picks out, if you look at the different words, and remember, different words have different contexts in Hebrew when you put them together. I don't know those contexts, but scholars do, and they're more and more coming out with actually what they're talking about is pedophilia, and I don't think any generation or group or tribe has ever allowed that in their rule book. So
There's another element as well, which that relates to this, which is in Romans 1, which a lot of people say, mentions lie with other men kind of stuff. No, it was talking about temple prostitution.
there was. That's
And
right.
and not only that, the whole of Romans 1, because that's the one where a lot of Christians say that atheists, everybody knows God exists, they're just withholding the truth in their unrighteousness. And you're suppressing the truth, in their unrighteousness. The thing about it is not only is Paul wrong, but it's not, this is the whole Romans 1 is basically Paul writing a letter to the church in Rome and saying, look, I've been planning to come down and preach for a while, but I've been a bit busy. However, word has reached me that people there aren't living a holy lifestyle. They've kind of fallen back into some of the old pagan traditions that, are out of order. And so, and that's basically all it's about. It's not talking about everybody everywhere. It's talking about those people there know God exists. They're not living they're not behaving properly.
Okay, I have massive problems with Paul.
So does any rational person, honestly.
I have massive problems
Paul's
with Paul.
letters are ridiculous.
I shall very quickly enumerate them in a minute. The other thing I've got to be very wary of is there is no doubt, there is no fucking equivocation, and there is no fucking wiggle room when they say, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. They mean it, and I fucking talk to people who basically have said to me, if it wasn't for today's laws, I'd have you up against a fucking pole. And I've gone, nice. I came to heal you, and you want to murder me. Nice. But Paul pisses me off because he took a political movement and destroyed it. He was sent from Rome to criticize the church and expand it. He couldn't do it because it had spread too far. Every time he came and talked to an apostle, they had a fight. Every single time. He basically said, oh, no, you don't have to circumcise your young. Why would you have the Jewish traditions? Oh, that's just a thing to do. Also, you should let Gentiles do whatever they want and pay tax to whoever they want. And also, women, what the fuck are they? This whore that was hanging around Jesus, what authority has she got? Now, thing is, right, if you're going to be a rabbi in those days, you've got to be married. And it's best if you have a couple of kids as well. And it's pretty fucking obvious that Magdalene and Christ were married. And Magdalene had a lot of fucking power in that church/political organization. Remember that.
That's an interesting question. Question. Who was wearing the trousers in the relationship if they hadn't invented trousers yet?
Yes.
But
sorry. Really quickly, I just say nobody's not feeling up to keeping on going. Is going to leave us. Thank you for spending a bit of time with us, nobody. Hope you feel all the love and
hey, nobody.
support. And
feel better, man.
When shit is overwhelming you, just remember all the love.
Love you,
everyone.
nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hi, Renegade Faith, by the way. I never got to say hello to Renegade Faith, saying Happy Friday. Happy Friday indeed.
And, basically,
Hey, I need to reboot my computer because I'm having massive problems on it.
Computer problems.
So I'm going to just blink
Do
out
that.
of existence for a bit
you're loved.
because my brain is actually uploaded to the mainframe. And then when it comes back online, you'll see me again. So I'll see y'all soon.
Nice.
So, I got big problems with Paul. He he shat on Magdalene, which he didn't need to do. He basically turned a political organisation into a religious organisation because he had this fucking epiphany on his way to Damascus, which nobody saw.
Including the
yes.
people with him.
And then he said, "Oh, I've had an epiphany, and it's all the religion, and it's fabulous, and we're all going to do this now." And you read his letters, yeah, and you go, they are very different from the tone of the fucking apostles. They are all very different from the tone of the apostles. They go away from Jewish faith. They go away from the changes in Jewish faith that Christ put down. They go away from the field to dogma, and essentially then, and this pisses me off, then he gets called back to Rome for a trial, which then gets put on bail for 3 years. Then he leaves. Then he comes back to Rome for a trial, which gets put on bail for 2 years. Then he leaves again. Then he fucking comes back to Rome again to be put on trial for 3 years, and then we never hear of him again. He just disappears. We have no idea what happened to Paul. He retired. He didn't come back to Rome for trial. He fucking got extracted. He fucking done his job. And the beauty of it was when Rome fell to Constantine, all they did was swap over dresses. And the Roman Empire just changed its colours and just changed its ways. They just turned the soldiers into priests and turned the generals into cardinals. It was a dead smooth changeover, and I applaud them for it. And have they done more harm than good?
Sometimes.
I don't know. Sometimes they've done a lot of harm,
Certainly in Africa with AIDS. And
they've done quite a bit of good too. One of the things that always makes me pause, because I'm always in for putting bullets in the Catholic Church, right? But one of the things that makes me pause is, yes, they are at abortion clinics saying you mustn't do this, you mustn't do this, but they are also at fucking execution judges saying you mustn't do this, you mustn't do this. And the same good old boys at the abortion clinic are nowhere to be found at the fucking at the prisons where they're going to be executed. And the Catholics will put up lawyers, they will put up fucking counsellors, they will make letters, they will do campaigns, they will do just about anything to stop fucking executions happen. They're fucking.
But Ted Bundy worked, and I'm not making this up. Ted Bundy worked on a suicide prevention hotline, and Anne Rule, who became a very famous true crime writer, worked with Ted Bundy in this suicide prevention call center. And she witnessed him working with people, and she said he definitely saved lives. And then years later, when he was revealed to be a piece of shit serial killer, she's going, how do I balance this guy I saw literally saving lives with this piece of shit who murdered women? And her first book was called The Killer Next to Me, because she worked with Ted Bundy in Suicide Hotline. So I'm very wary. And yes, I agree. Some of the worst people in the world did good things for some people. And I'm
What
very
about all the
wary.
good things Hitler did?
Exactly. No, you could, in all seriousness, you could probably catalog a series of good things Hitler did for certain people. So I'm very wary of the whole this person or this institution did these good things. So I want you to remember that when you look at the unequivocally horrific things that person or that
This
institution did.
this
Yeah.
exactly what I'm saying.
I
It's
just
exactly
it's worth pointing out. I actually worked on a suicide hotline for about a day, but they told me to stop because I had 3 people commit suicide in the first day, and one was a wrong number for who phoned up for the cricket score. That was a Red Dwarf joke, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh,
No
I'm
real
sorry.
people died in
freaked
the making of that joke.
My brother worked on a suicide prevention line, and he had a lady there that was new, and he was listening sort of in on her conversations, and she would just suggest shopping, and him and a few others would look over and go, "What?" And so they had a break, and then they got her logs, and these people were coming in with fairly hardcore problems, and she was suggesting, "Oh, you need a bit of retail therapy. You need to get in there and go." And they were going, "Look, these people don't have much money, and they don't have a lot of self-esteem, so you've got to be careful. Who trained you?" And her training was done by the worst place in Canberra, and they basically had to take her off the line because there was one of the supervisors was listening in, and there was one guy who was just inconsolable with grief after talking to her for 5 minutes, and they replugged the call and try and get him to stay on the line for 45 minutes to try and bring him back to where he was when he started, and they basically edged her out as it was coming, because she had effectively no empathy to anyone else, and they found out, was there to get
That sounds awful. It's like retail therapy helps me, so therefore that's what everyone else should do.
Yeah, she was there to get extra credit for her course.
Yeah,
that's all it meant, was extra credit for her course. And,
so she didn't she didn't volunteer because that's what she thought was a good thing to do. She volunteered because it was a part of some course.
Yeah, she volunteered, but she volunteered because she was going to get points for her university course to graduate early.
Wow.
Not early, but graduate. She had to get so many
credits
points to get in, and this was one of the ways to do it. And she effectively didn't give a fuck about anyone on the other end of the line. You know, it wasn't like there was a shortage of them. I can say it now. It was a long time ago. Fuck it. So my bro, who is a psychologist, was doing his time on he was doing his time on placements, right? So but he wouldn't give up his time on the call center. So he came in early one day and did his on the call center and did his 10-hour shifts, and it was dark, and then he's rolling home, and then his supervisor said, "Fuck, you're the only one available. We have a siege."
Oh wow.
Guy and 2 kids and mum, and he's losing his shit. And he goes, righto, well, I'll go and assist. And the lecturer goes, that's awesome, dude. Thank you. I know you're tired from your calling. He goes, no, we're sweet. And he goes and buys a drive-through cup of coffee. And, slurps it down. It's a big one. Slurps it down while he's there, and he sort of rolls up, slurp, talks to the coppers, and they put him in a jacket, and he goes, "Oh, this is all very swish," and they're going, "Right, these are the rules. You talk to him over the phone line. You don't fucking get anywhere near where he can shoot you, and you don't fucking get into a place where you're compromised." And he goes, "Yeah, okay." So he goes up the stairs, and the cops are in one ear going, "Yeah, that's a little close there, big guy. You can probably come back down now." And up the stairs, knocks on the door. Knocking on the door is not a thing because he has a shotgun and can shoot you through the door. And guy opens the door. "Oh, Timmy, I talked to you tonight. I seen you yesterday. How you doing?" And Timmy goes, "Oh, Mr. Ross, how you doing? Well, I better come in and chat to you, mate." Yeah, better come in, man. Timmy, you're pointing a gun at me, man. It's freaking everyone out. And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I just put this here." And he wanders in, talks to Timmy for a little while, and goes, "Well, Timmy, you know where this is going, mate. Fucking, this can't end well. I think you should go out after me. We'll both have our arms up, and I think you should unload this gun and crack it, and put the shells in my pocket, and we'll put the cracked gun in front of the open shotgun in front of the window, and hands up, and we'll wander down the stairs." And down the stairs they wandered, and they said, "They're gonna arrest you. You're cool with that?" And he says, "Yeah." And he said, "And I'll see you on Monday." And so they arrested him, and they're looking at my bro and going, "We're going to cut your balls off." And he said, "Yeah, but I was only assisting my lecturer who's here. Lecturer didn't show. It was just the student that showed up." And so it was because he'd spoken to him on Lifeline and he'd seen him once before that he knew him, he trusted him. And down they came and they arrested him. And then he went back up into the flat and got the wife and kids to calm down and come on out. And the police were very, very, very angry. Very angry, and said, "You're in such shit." And then the lecturer turned up and said, "Where have you been?" He says, "Well, I'm responsible for all this, so if we're ready, we should go in." And my bro's going, yeah, I might just get in my car and fuck off." And so they've looked at the lecturer and go, "We need a full report." "Report of what?" "Yeah," says my bro, "I'm getting in my car and I'm going fast." And the lecturer grabs him and says, "Tell me what happened." And he did. And the lecturer's going, "Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck. Are you serious?" And yeah, we're seeing him on Monday. "Yes, I think we are. And you're in there too." And after that, they got him to do all of the sieges, and his record was 12 minutes, and his longest siege was 3 hours. But he had no fatalities in the whole 3 years he was doing it. No fatalities, and then they rotated him out and said you can't do sieges anymore for 3 years. And his wife was a lot happier.
I bet. So, Abigail, did you have your hand up, or were you just like flexing?
I did, yes.
What did you want to say?
I want to answer Pugwash's question about
autism
spectrum.
and empathy.
Yes. People on the autistic spectrum can indeed feel empathy. I don't know, because it can affect empathy. I mean, yes.
Yes.
But I think you meant feel or like express empathy. Absolutely. We don't often show it in the same way as neurotypical people, and some people on the spectrum feel such an overabundance of empathy that it shuts them down, and they have to limit what they can express. And yes, but the whole thing about autistic people not having empathy is just wrong. It's just flat out wrong.
What's more accurate is to say that autistic people may experience emotions and empathy differently to neurotypical people. Sometimes, in fact, and Aidy will attest to this, sometimes autistic people feel stuff more intensely than neurotypical people. It's just some weird thing that got hold in the general populace psyche that autistic people were emotionless robot type people.
Yeah. So case in point, I've said this story before. When I was 19 years old, I saw an old lady walk in front of a train. Horrible incident. The police, I've never seen police arrive on a scene quicker. The poor train driver, I can only imagine what it was like for him. But it really didn't affect me. And I was talking to my son just yesterday, actually, and he was like, how can that not affect you? And I'm like, well, I don't know how to explain it, but it just like if I was a train driver, that's how we started talking about it. If I was a train driver and it happened to me, someone walked in front of my tram, I'd be more worried about the person and their family. And I wouldn't have, I don't think, I can only imagine, but I don't think it would affect me as much as a neurotypical person. Yeah. Not just that, but that was her decision. That part of my thinking is that was their decision to do that. They shouldn't have done it. You don't want to do that because it'll fuck up the train driver. But it, like, I was out for lunch. I was at Swinburne at the time. I was 95, I think, and the cops took a statement, and I just walked back to class. And I was like, "Hey, guess what happened to me?" And I said, "Oh, I just saw this, and I saw brains come out." And everyone in the class was like, "What the fuck? Are you okay?" I'm like, "Why are you asking if I'm okay?"
My brains didn't get spilled all over the road. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm fine. And to this day, like, I remember it. I mean, it sticks out. It's not that I wasn't affected, but it didn't give me nightmares. It didn't make me lose faith in anything or. And that I think it explains a big difference in the way that people on the autistic spectrum process and express empathy differently. Because
do you have, sorry, go on.
Because like of course I have empathy. If I had seen her run onto the tracks and had a chance to stop her, I 100% would have. Like, I would have tried to save her life. And I feel terribly for the family and the train driver. Like, Like, I didn't get to talk to him, but like I would have given all my time to help him. But it just didn't affect me the same way. It was a very elderly lady suffer. She was looked like she was in her 80s.
Yeah.
So.
Incidentally, it's a fun part of the training every train driver gets. Part of the training is you will kill someone, okay? A person will die under your wheels. And they say it's inevitable. No one works as a train driver that doesn't involve a fatality. At some point, you'll hit a car at a level crossing, someone will suicide in front of your train, or there'll be an accident. But you need to understand, if you are a train driver, at some point during your career, your train will kill someone. There's no one getting through this as a career without killing someone.
And
So I want to answer.
And that's the reason why Virgin is painted the front of their trains red.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not.
To answer Renegade Faith's question. Sorry, Laura. I keep cutting you off.
No.
I'm
just making a lame joke. So.
Oh, okay. Just quickly, I have a completely different reaction to seeing animals hurt. I burst into tears. I've been a vegetarian for 20 years. Longer. Oh crap. I just cannot abide seeing animals hurt because I don't know. It's just a different reaction. And it kills me inside, and it just like I'm a wreck. It's something about it.
My question to you, because it fucks me up every time, is during Christmas shopping, when you are at a mall, do you find the psychic pressure of all of these people freaking out?
I
handle, or are you cool with it?
I don't go to shopping centers in December.
I've been with this man in a crowded shopping mall.
It's the worst.
He started radiating, I'm about to lose it and I might bite someone. And I was like, hey, buddy, should we go outside now? You look a bit tense. And he's like, yes. And I went, let's do it. Let's go outside. And also, I just want to throw out, because people are on YouTube. People on YouTube won't see the comment.
Or explode.
Sorry.
Fucking does something.
Oh, yeah.
I felt, oh, Jesus. I knew I was in trouble from then on in. I was in Bathurst, and it was Christmas, and it's a small mall. You know, it was a 35,000 people town. Yeah, so it's a small.
Oh God,
mall.
It wasn't that big. Jesus, Bathurst was only about 18,000.
And fucking, we're there at Christmas, and it was cafe because the people were nice enough to give me a break, and these guys behind me, and they'd stolen, and the wrench and cold wrench that I got when they moved behind me was enough to nearly stop my heart, and I was like and I stood up. The coffee had just come on, so I've got to go. And then there was a woman who basically said, Tarquin, if you hit your sister again, I'm going to make sure you have no McDonald's or TV for a week. And then the sister turned around and pinched Tarquin so that he would hit her and get himself into higher levels of trouble. And again, I was boxed. Then a guy this way said, I don't know why we're buying presents for your fucking cousin anyhow, because she accused me wrongly of rape. And
Oh, Jesus Christ.
this side, I had my friends, and one of them was one of my best girlfriends ever. And I will never ever, I'll never ever, um, yeah,
I
she's a wonderful human being. And she caught me, and she said, "Oh my God, your eyes! Oh my God, your eyes!" And she grabbed me and virtually fucking picked me up and took me outside. Um, Now this girl wasn't fucking petite, but she wasn't a monster either. But I saw her through a guy through a plate glass window at a pub, and so she had one arm around my belt and the other arm around my chest, under my arm, and she frog marched me out of the door through the fire alarm, and bang through the fire alarm. This door is distressed. Um, this door is alarmed. And the graffiti was, "Well, do something to uh, relieve its stress." And bang, out of the fire alarm we went. And I could breathe again. And I asked her later on what was wrong with my eye, and she said, "You have," because this is before the chemo. Remember, said, "You have the blackest eyes." I know they're brown, but they're black brown. And she said, "I've never seen yellow rims around your irises and around your pupil, uh, and that's a good look." And she also said, "Your left eye was starting to fill up with blood." And
Wow.
she's like, "That's not a good look." So out we went, and I breathed a lot, and she basically walked me through a walking meditation, and she gave me a cone of light to put on, and I came, and the guys we were sitting down with had refreshed coffee and gave me a Danish, from the second best Danish shop in Bathurst. And so I ate my fill and drank my coffee, and then we went off and did more shopping. And one of my other mates had done two of the shopping things on my list for me, so I only had to get two more, and it was pretty quick. But I thought I was alone and spiritually special, and then I found out that no, I wasn't. Um, that a lot of autistics with noise and pressure and psychic pressure fucking fall apart.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was one of them. Tell you what though, useful. You can see someone go past you, and you can get a good fucking you can get a good flavour of their mood. What were you doing, Dr. Abigail?
Oh, I just wanted to get a word in edgeways.
Which
Go for
was
it.
Can I get my word in edgeways afterwards?
Yeah,
Yes,
Dr. Abigail, a word in
absolutely.
edgeways, then Laura, a word in edgeways.
Okay, so I do all my shopping either in November or online. I don't visit shopping centers in general because of social anxiety, just freak me the fuck out. But in December, it's just the worst. Everyone's rushing around. Everyone's stressed. The cashiers, the service people, the customers, the mall security people, and it's just the worst. Everything about shopping centers is awful. Renegade Faith, join the party. I don't know about the whole. I can't read people to save my life. like I did a parenting class when Will became a teenager, and it was about emotional coaching and for teenagers, and a lot of it was like when you see your teenager in this mood or that mood, and I'm like, what? And they gave us like a whole page full of facial expressions, and I'm like, what, do I have to match them? Because most of them look the same. Like, but apparently they were different, and I just did not enjoy that.
I love the idea that, you know, there's something that the police have. I don't know if they have got it in your country, but they do on ours, where if they think someone might be a bit high, they've got this little card, and they can hold it up to see how big their irises are. You know?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
and it's just like, you know, it sounds almost like, you know, you got a little card. Does your kid look like this? Which one?
Oh wow!
So
okay.
and Stella, I get sensory overload big time, just in general, in shopping centers or even just busy streets. Like Smith Street, for example, down the road. Like there's a lot of pedestrians, there's a lot of shops, there's a lot of traffic. And just, like sensory overload. But shopping centers, like I can't even think about shopping centers without needing my noise cancelling headphones. And if it's busy, then just forget about it. There's the music, there's the people rushing around, there's information overload. It's just, I can't go in there without a support person. And I have a NDIS pay for a support person to take me to shopping centers, which is great.
Okay.
So, you may now get a word in edgewise, Laura.
Thank you.
Hi,
Faith.
Hi, Faith.
That's nice, Faith. I love it.
Yeah. So similarly, one of the reasons why I ride the bicycle is because if I'm concentrating on the road and traffic, I'm not thinking about other stuff in my head that makes me feel uneasy. And Christmas shopping is the worst. Even just going to the supermarket. And I don't even understand why they do it. You know, people will buy. I've seen people with 2 full trolleys. You know, like a couple, or you know, they like Christmas dinner and stuff. It's like it's going to be open on Boxing Day. You're buying 4 weeks worth of shopping in a week. You know, why? Yeah. Why are you doing this? And because people do this, what you'll end up with, if you can imagine the supermarket and the aisle, there's enough room for 2 trolleys easily to pass, sometimes even 3. But because everybody and their mum is going to be buying more stuff, they end up having to get more stuff in, and there's not enough room in the storage part at the back to hold it. You know, so for example, Pepsi and Coke, that stuff goes really quick. So they'll have like, you know, a pallet that's out and a pallet in the back, so that when they start to run it, they can just wheel in the extra stuff. But well, for Christmas time, because they're buying so much, they'll have a pallet in front of the Pepsi because they've got 4 pallets instead of 2 and stuff like that. So you'll end up with a pallet here and a pallet there and a pallet there, which means you can get 1 trolley through. And when I start to feel twitchy, and it's kind of like, you know, there's that your personal space. Generally, your personal space is like, you know, shaking hands with someone. That's about the distance. And if someone stands too close, that's like uncomfortable. Well, when I get twitchy, my personal space doubles. And as a result, I end up with twice as many people walking into it because, you know, which makes it even worse. So, you know, I mean, I've literally had to flee from a supermarket because of this. I'll do it. You know what? I'll come back tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning. That might be a bit better. So, yeah, but I'm similar to you, Abigail. I will go. I'll buy online or something really easy. You know, the presents I got for the family, you know, last Christmas, where I basically got some vouchers and went to the supermarket and said, "Can I have 3 vouchers for this amount, please?" And that was that. Stuck it in a card, and that's what I gave. Sorry, go on.
All right. So I just wanted to. Okay, Abigail, go. Sorry.
Well, hello, Toby, by the way. Safa has made... Okay, so there's a phrase that I like to say, incredible claims require incredible evidence. And Safa has made a claim that he can pick up electricity, even though he said electricity, and radio signals in his ears. I would like to verify that. I would like to... That's an incredible claim.
Is also not possible to verify, but there is a thing generally.
Well, I mean,
static electricity in the air.
Static maybe, but we are bombarded by radio signals every day. You would be deafened if you could pick them up in your ears.
There's a thing called electromagnetic sensitivity, and some people suffer from it so much that they have to move off the grid, like into the country. They can't be anywhere, like kilometers and kilometers anywhere, like even power lines.
Yeah.
So many people.
Is that? I'm gonna check that out because
and that's an interesting one because I don't know if anyone's watched this series, which is basically the Breaking Bad prequel, Better Call Saul, but the central character who becomes Saul Goodman, his name's actually Jimmy. His brother has a disorder where he thinks he can feel radio waves and electricity. So that type of thing is often a hybrid between a physical condition and a psychosomatic condition.
Sure.
Because most people can feel things like with a thunderstorm, the amount of static electricity in the air with an approaching or receding.
Okay.
A lot of people
Because
can feel that.
I'm arthritic, I can tell you when a storm's coming. And the reason I can do that is rises and lowers and then on my joints.
So
expand or crack and but for pain and it's to do with air pressure. And
is it
air pressure lowers very quickly. And you can say, "Oh, there's a storm coming. Oh, it's coming.
Storm's coming, Annie. I can feel it in my bones."
In my bones.
So firstly, are you breaking up, AT, or is it my end?
Yeah, I've been seeing that as well.
Yeah, because someone is, and I didn't know if it was me. Storms, pressure changes, ozone. There are known physical like precursors to storms, and storms can cause migraines. Safa, you're not alone in that.
I did not know that.
Rapid changes in temperature and thus air pressure can trigger my migraines, and it's very common. I looked up electromagnetic sensitivity, and after many systematic reviews and several double-blind experiments, have shown that people who report it are unable to detect the presence of electromagnetic fields and are likely to report ill health following an exposure to sham, fake exposures, as they are to genuine electromagnetic fields. So there's obviously some sort of psychosomatic thing. Yeah. So I mean, I'm not going to say someone isn't feeling sick when they're feeling sick. The body is a powerful thing, and it's like a placebo effect or a nocebo effect.
Yeah.
But I would class electromagnetic sensitivity into the alternative medicine than medicine.
But when you bring in the psychosomatic side of things, there is, of course, if your brain tells you are feeling something, you feel it, because all we are we are at the whim of this wet thing inside our bone.
Well, we are the wet thing.
Yeah, and it's basically just electrochemical signals in the wet thing in our bone helmet, and those electrochemical signals can sometimes tell us stuff that can be objectively observed by other people, and will sometimes tell us stuff that we're the only ones who feel. But we can't escape the fact that we feel them.
So if people claim to be like, I sometimes hear a high-pitched signal when old TVs were turned on or something like that.
I get that.
That's not radio waves. That's not electricity. Well, it's electricity,
Tinnitus.
but it's creating a sound. Well, there's tinnitus, which is actually you can hear your nervous system.
Yeah.
Oh, it's basically your eardrum. I have bad tinnitus. Your eardrums your eardrums are damaged so much they send your brain's signals that say noise is happening now. And there's no noise happening, but your brain goes, well, I can fucking hear it. And for me, sometimes
that only happens to people who are evil and against God.
Yeah, and that's why it happens. That's why it happens to me. But sometimes I'm lying in bed at night on a quiet night. Not often, but sometimes the tinnitus is so bad, I can only describe it as a literal howling, screaming noise in my head.
That's really bad.
The room is completely quiet, and the noise in my head is so loud it's hitting pain thresholds. And
that's bad. Wow.
Yeah,
how do you?
My eardrums are fucked.
And that, ladies and gents, is the reason why Angry Aussie doesn't do angry videos anymore.
Because my brain hurts. Yeah.
Because of all the screaming and shouting that damaged your eardrums.
So the phenomenon I was talking about is not tinnitus, because I experienced tinnitus. But even when I was really young, if someone turned on a TV, and these were CRT cathode ray TVs back in the day, I could hear it. Like I could hear before the sound came on. Obviously, I could hear that high-pitched electricity hum. Yeah, and it's the massive amount, the high voltage capacitors and transformer in the circuitry in the TV generating noise at a high pitch.
I can hear it in the smoke detector.
I mean, it'd settle down once everything.
Yes.
But
yes.
Initially, when you turned it on, you could hear that.
Yeah. But the claim to be able to hear radio signals is spurious at best. And if you could, like, I'm not going to yuck your yum. If you want to believe that it doesn't affect me, it doesn't affect anyone else, go right ahead. But I would be happy to test that theory. I would be happy to put that under a microscope.
With tinfoil and their
their teeth, their old radio waves,
bloody what are they called?
Shortwave fillings.
Fillings. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Old shortwave signals used to make sparks happen in people's mouths and everything. Like the radio signals we use now are nowhere near that short enough to trigger that.
The black fellas in Central Australia, I got up for a piss about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I caught a guy with a pin, and he was about to put it in his ear, and I'm going, dude, what are you doing? And he was going, this is the quietest spot in Australia. If the tinnitus doesn't go here, it'll never go. So I'm going to stop it now.
Bloody hell.
I had to go and grab his arm and say,
damn.
No, don't bust your eardrums. And he was basically crying and said, I can't live with this anymore. And I said the blackfella word for clever men help. And 3 other guys got up, and I basically explained what was going on through the translator. And bizarrely enough, they said, "Oh, we can fix that," and they got a paste of burning charcoal and ochre and mud, and said, "Here you go. Swallow this, but don't swallow it down." And they got the same paste and they put it on his ears. And then they said, "Okay, now wait for it to spit." And one ear spat and the other ear spat. And they said, "Now you can spit out the hot." And he did. And they said, "So it probably hasn't gone away, but it's a lot quieter." And he went, "Yeah, it really fucking is." And they said, "Okay, it tastes gross, but leave it there till morning." He's going, "Oh, okay." And they said, "And don't put fucking pins in your ears."
That's honestly, that's words we can all
Scared the
live
shit
by. Don't stick
Yeah.
pins in your ears.
Yeah, scared the
You
shit
know-
out of me. And if
Yeah.
I wasn't there, apparently he was going to do it.
Oh, Jesus.
Because tinnitus is bad when it gets that loud.
You know, I remember 10 years or so, 10, 20 years ago now, I can't remember. But you know, when mobile phones were becoming really popular and people saying, "Oh, you shouldn't put them in your pocket because they'll radiate your nuts and stuff like that," you know.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's really dangerous, and you know, having these antennas like so close, and it's like, you got to be kidding. The amount of energy, the amount of energy that comes out of the TV transmitter is way higher than that, and that's been going on for like 80 years, and it isn't causing people to get sick. You know, those claims were all back.
When people moved house, and you see where the TV is, see where the couch is, and you move the couch, and you see the edge of your
What the
couch.
hell's going on there?
Oh, we'll get echo from somebody.
No.
Keep going, AZ.
Well, when you moved house after the TV was on for several years, and you moved the couch, the outline of where the TV was is baked onto the wall.
From the radiation thing, there was a joke
From the radiation of the TV.
Joke in The
It was like-
Simpsons of Homer visited his childhood house that had one of the old TVs that he used to always sit in front of, and there was a shadow had been burnt into the floor of this old house. And the TV was actually called a Radiation King. The old CRT TVs did throw out a fair bit of radiation.
Well, we got that when we moved house. There was a fucking shadow, and my old man and my old lady went, "Shit," you know.
I didn't expect Hank Marvin to be here.
You know, it basically had our shapes. You know. Basically, burnt into the wall. You know, the new TVs, the LCDs are much better, and the plasmas are much better. Do you remember the CRTs when you had Windows, and at the end of the life of the CRT, you'd have a little Windows sign at the bottom of the TV would burnt into the phosphor at the bottom of the TV.
You mean monitor?
The monitor.
Right.
We learned sometimes CRT monitors would get burned in. Old ATMs would burn in the base screen of it, and that's when you realize, there's enough radiation to actually burn something, because it's lead in the glass in the CRT that was being changed by that. And that's why screensavers originally existed, because if you left a CRT monitor alone and you left one thing on it, it would burn into the screen. So there was a screensaver with a constantly changing thing to stop anything burning into the screen. If you have a screensaver now, it's just because you like there to be a pretty picture on the screen. But in the olden days, it served an actual functional purpose.
Yeah, it was to basically get every color to go on every pixel.
And also, hello, Nettie. Just in case you want to join us, Nettie, no compulsion, but that's the link if you want to join us. Because I'm about to actually make a cocktail, but I'll give you a minute to decide if you want to join or not.
Hey, Angry, here's a thought while you're making your cocktail, something to think about.
Yes.
I really used to like your sort of Wang Effect Wednesday and CFU Friday.
Yes.
Have you considered having a little chat thing rather than doing actual video, which takes time and script and stuff like that?
Yes.
Why not have a section of maybe Friday where you sort of, hey, let's talk about this stupid shit that got on my nerves this week. TFU.
I kind of thought we did. I feel like we do that. We talk about anything and everything.
Well, maybe we can get together in the week sometime and look at some topics and go nuts on a couple of topics and then just throw it open to everyone.
Yeah, it's just honestly that type of stuff just became less interesting. Oh, Nettie is there. Hang on. Hey, Nettie.
Hello.
Hey, Nettie. How you doing?
Okay, I'm eating banana bread.
Eating banana bread. Nice. There you go.
Banana bread.
All right.
I've just been watching Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children with the youngest.
Oh, how is that?
I like it.
It's so much fun. She absolutely adored it, especially all the clothes.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So I am going to make a cocktail and let you all talk. So I'll just switch off my microphone. I just want to make sure I switch off my microphone.
Yes, I can't hear you now.
Yep, I can't hear you.
Evening all.
Hey,
Hello.
Hi, Shasta.
I don't think I've ever seen this many people before in one of these.
I'm back.
Oh, there's more available. More available. So, Faith, tell me everything about yourself. Did you even hear me?
Faith is muted.
I could kind of hear it was cutting out a little bit. I wasn't sure if he said Faith.
Yeah, no, I said Faith. And I was
Because you
going,
gotta have
hey,
faith.
tell me everything, because I don't think I've met you before.
I think we've met in real life at one of the Federation Square gatherings.
You know, Faith, that's probably real, but I was on a lot of drugs.
Me too. No,
You know, I was on a lot of drugs and probably concussed. Because I used to take a lot of drugs and fall over, and then Tenty would pick me up and go, let's just wipe that blood off your forehead and down your cop and say nice things to everyone. And I used to do that. And then Angry would go, you're fucked, go home. And I would. Except that someone would drive me home because I'd start to get on the wrong tram. And in fact, I was supposed to get on a train. Faith, try again. Tell me all kinds of wonderful things about yourself. You're looking fabulous tonight, by the way.
Your eye makeup's fantastic.
Thank you. Laura, we still had to do like a makeup.
Good night, Kirsten. Good night,
Night, Kirsten.
Oh,
Thank you
good
so
night,
much.
Kirsten.
Fabulous.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We should.
Somebody leave. Oh, no.
So, I'm sorry, Faith, what did you say?
Oh, I said, did
Well,
somebody
I
leave the
I
stream?
just said to Laura that we had to do a makeup sesh together. We organized it like what, a month or two ago.
I know next to nothing about makeup. It's a black science. It's like something that I just have tried. I don't know what I'm doing.
One
If
of my
someone
best
could
friends
teach
is a
me something.
makeup artist.
Ooh.
Can I be involved in the makeup sesh?
Yes.
Because you can make me up.
No, 80, it's
Yeah.
make up, not make out.
Make out. I'll be, you know, what do they call it? Pre-drinking beforehand, and then making up, because when I go on fairly high resolution TV now, you can see all of the 63 years, and I'm 51, and that's not fair. So I figure with a bit of a shave and a bit of blusher, and a bit of a nose thinning, and I know how to thin my nose. You put dark on the outside and dark on the top, and you put a little bit of white, so you get a little button nose.
And then a little bit of highlighter. It's called contouring.
See, already, Faith, you've made my life 100% better. Dr. Abigail, I think there's fucking hope in this. I mean, look at the wrinkles in the forehead. These are wrinkles not from laughing, but wrinkles of concern for not writing. You know what I've been doing lately? I've been trying to write this fucking radio animation play for us. And what I want to do is write this thing while Angry's doing his bloody cocktails, so that we all have this radio / animation play to do. And the society we live in is so fractured at the moment that it'd be very difficult to have a thing whereby everyone could relate to it. And I've been watching a lot of anime, because what they're very good at is packing a lot of information into a short space of time. So this episode goes from go to woe in a really short space of time. And the plot, you know, goes ahead, but you don't have to worry about exposition. So I think if I got made up, I would feel a lot more comfortable making this show, because my wrinkles would disappear. Can you make wrinkles disappear?
Well, that's the whole idea of makeup. It's just having fun and making you feel better about yourself. But you shouldn't change natural things on your face.
Okay.
Just accentuate your best features.
Okay. So
I don't have any best features though.
You definitely have.
Bullshit.
No?
Like I look a lot better like this.
No, you don't.
I think actually my glasses are my best feature.
No, they're
Without
not.
them,
No, they're not. You're gorgeous, Dr. Abigail.
No.
Stop it.
You can't convince me.
Dr. Abigail has a good hair color sense.
Yeah, that's for a start. Look at your luscious lips. They're awesome. Don't try and hide them.
Hmm?
No, you got fabulous lips. They're gorgeous cheekbones. You could cut fucking wood on those cheekbones. So
I can't. No. Okay, talk about someone else, please.
All right.
I shaved my beard today. That was fun.
Nice.
I've never seen what you look like, Safa.
Yeah, well, actually, see me in person. You probably don't remember, but I was there in January. Was it January? In Fat Square?
Yeah, Faith was on drugs too. And I was as well.
Yeah. Laura's on.
Pictures of
But
Laura.
Laura's muted.
Loving that dress.
You're muted, Laura.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
Lindy Bob got another one. I got another 2 coming through the post. Not this style, but
Yeah.
Is there a heat wave in UK also?
not yet. We might be having a second one, but at the moment we've only had the first one.
It's 40 degrees in Portugal or something.
How hot did you get?
40 degrees.
Here, I forgot what it was now. It wasn't too bad.
Okay.
You know, it was probably like 30, 35 kind of area.
That's pretty hot for you guys, though.
It is hot for the UK, yeah. You know, and I'm fortunate because I live in a block of flats, and so I don't have to turn the heating on a lot of the time. But it's nice and cool in the summer as well. So in order for me, it has to be going like 40 for me to start thinking I'm going to get my air conditioner.
Yeah.
You actually have an air conditioner for those who are in the UK.
No, I've got it's like it's half the size of a fridge.
Ah.
You know, so it's just something I wheel out every now and again if I need it.
Yeah. That's
You can't live without an air conditioner in Australia in our summers.
I do.
Hang
It's
on.
not the best, not ideal, but I
Can't
do.
leave without a what?
Air conditioner.
Packet niche.
Air conditioner.
Oh, you can't live without an air conditioner. Because what I heard is you can't leave without a packet niche. And I'm thinking it's all very well to have an Ubermensch in your pocket, but I don't see how it keeps you cool. I suppose an Ubermensch would jump out of your pocket and get a fan and go flippity, 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 flip, and people go, "What's that?" That's my pocket. Isn't he a bit nihilist? Have you seen the fan? Just pocket nature because motherfucker doesn't deserve a fan. I'm going off to have thoughts about mountaintops and get painted there, and then later on, before we go down into the subway, you can give it a flippity, 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 flip again, and office workers who are coming out of work will look at us with jealousy and some hatred. And sometimes on the train, I'll give a bit of Nietzsche, do you think? And flippity, 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 flip. And people say, would you like to come up and give me some flippity, flip? I go, Nietzsche doesn't accept.
Am I the only one that doesn't understand what AIDS is saying? Because I must have missed.
He keeps cutting out. You're cutting out a lot, Aidsy.
No, I
Plus,
can
there's
hear
a lot
so
of
much.
background noise.
That's
There's
Nettie,
a lot
I
of
think.
background.
That's Nettie. I think that's Nettie.
I'm gonna. Oh, I can't.
I don't. Do you want me to?
I think that's Nettie's background noise.
Yeah, Nettie's making a noise.
You're good, AZ. AZ's good. You can
Yeah, you're fine.
You're good, AZ. It's not you, it's Nettie.
Yeah.
Okay.
But AZ is cutting out a lot. I think all evening you've had some connection issues.
It's been not too bad for me.
And Dirk Stani, Angry Aussie is muted because he's making a cocktail video.
I am getting you guys through clear as a bell.
Yeah.
You must have an asynchronous connect. Sorry,
It's
what's
probably
the word?
on 4G. Are you on a fixed?
Uploads are slower than your downloads.
And he's back.
I forget the word for it because I've had a few drinks, and I'm not a network person.
Alrighty.
I'm a network person. He's probably using 4G instead of cables.
I'm just gonna pop out sound wise and check a few things.
You're all
Right,
good
sure.
to me, AC. I can hear you fine.
Yeah, sorry, I just noticed in the chat, Durkastani on Twitch saying, my microphone's muted. Yes, my friend, my microphone was muted because I was recording a cocktail video for my
That is
cocktail
super
channel.
fancy.
It is. This is my riff on, I think it's called a May West, which had vodka in it, and vodka is an absolute bullshit cocktail ingredient. So I substituted a white rum I have, and it's really nice.
It reminds me of something Leonardo DiCaprio would drink in one of his movies.
Yeah, and this it's red because it's got cranberry juice in it. In fact, a lot of cranberry juice. The cranberry juice is a bit unsubtle, and AC playing with a router there. Oh my god,
That's scary.
I love the idea of, move your computer closer to the router. It's like, where's the router?
Yeah.
Okay, it's right next to it now.
What have you got there, Nettie? Oh,
What is it?
Sakura.
Sakura.
nice.
That's fancy too.
A big bottle.
So I have to check out for a bit. There is way too much noise happening in this stream. Too many people speaking. I'm just gonna check out for a bit, and
That's good.
I'll log back on in a bit, but I'll be in chat.
Cool.
It's just I'm feeling really overwhelmed at the moment.
Yep, that's
It's
fair.
a sensory thing.
Yeah, but I'll stay on. I'll just stop my camera and stuff and go to the speakers.
Whatever works for you.
Cool.
Also on Twitch, Shay, hi. Durkastani, I have a different cocktail channel called Angry Cocktails. If you search that on YouTube, I put on average 3 cocktail videos up a week. So I tend to record them on the Friday night stream, and then I edit them over the weekend, and they progressively go live during the week. This one, the May West, will be live on Wednesday because that's close to May West's birthday.
Oh, lovely. I love May West. She's a bad girl.
Yeah, and if someone would say, well, goodness, what's in that drink? And to paraphrase May West, goodness has nothing to do with what's in this drink. So,
Before my time.
but it's a nice mix. It's the way I've made it is white rum, a macadamia liqueur, Midori, and cranberry juice. So it's not a particularly subtle drink, honestly, because it's got a lot of cranberry juice in it.
Mm.
Oh, nice. Pugwash bought his wife a bottle of gin, came in a bullet-shaped bottle. I haven't seen that specific one, but there are a lot of specialty or novelty bottles out there. It's always a bit of fun. I always just buy from local distilleries, basically. But it's kind of funny to me. All of my gins are Australian. Most of my whiskies are Australian. And several of my rums are Australian.
Support local.
I really want to plug this because this is really nice.
Those folks,
it's like cotton candy.
Yeah, I've got some miniatures. That's from upstate in Victoria. It's the oh my god, what's the distillery called again? The
Lux Brew.
Lux Brew. That's right. I
got their little chocolate one too.
Yeah, I bought a bunch of sample bottles of their stuff. So Lux Brew makes some good stuff.
Yeah, I got their little chocolate one, but I haven't had a chance to try it yet. I forgot to pick up some cream to turn it into, a chocolatey milkshakey thing. Yeah. But I'd used up my one shopping spree for the day, so I couldn't go back out.
Do you know, you said cotton candy, Nettie? I still have some cotton candy perfume that I bought like more than 20 years ago now.
Nice.
There's something about cotton candy. It's like, oh, everything's going to be terrific.
Yes.
It's really pretty. That would sell me, just the bottle itself and the color.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
It's a pretty little drink. It doesn't look very pink. No.
Was it Mae West who said, "Come up and see me sometime"?
Yes, I believe that was one of the famous ones. So
she has some other great ones as well. I can't think of them now.
Yeah. So I just want to say also the pals on Twitch, Shay's been experimenting with adding gelatin into wine and making it a soup, like that when it's heated. You do you, brother. And Predominate on Twitch. Hello. Also a big fan of gin. Speaking of gin, I've refilled my freezer martini today, but haven't tasted it yet. So probably when I finish this Mae West, which won't be in a hurry, I'll probably do a freezer martini, which is pretty potent. So I'm going to have to pace myself. So
this is actually what they called a gin blossom. That was it. Yes, they called it a gin blossom.
It's
recipe.
A gin liqueur, that one, I think.
Gin and the cherry liqueur.
Yeah.
I had a couple of these watching the movie as well. So I'm up to number 3 now.
Nice.
Here's a question. How many beers can I have before driving sober tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning?
Okay, so the way alcohol works, Safa, is if you have 3 standard drinks in 1 hour, you are at the legal limit for driving. Then 1 standard drink per hour after that will keep you there. So if you are you drinking cans or bottles or
bottles or beer? I'm on my second one.
Stubbies or
Stubbies.
Okay.
I'm on my second one.
A stubby's probably 1.5 standard drinks. So 2 stubbies is 3. If you had 2 stubbies in an hour, you would be, I think. So basically, if you drank, let's say, 6 stubbies, you would be at the legal limit for drinking for somewhere between 10 and 12 hours. So if you stop drinking at 4 or 5 beers, you'll be fine when you wake up in the morning.
No, that's right.
If you drink more than that, if you drink more than 4 or 5 beers,
then
it will be questionable. It will be questionable in the morning.
Yeah, I'm a P player. I have to be 0.
Oh, well, forget it.
Okay. So, okay. You definitely want to, definitely not drink more than 4 or 5, because 4 or 5 after 12 hours, that'll be out of your system, I think. But,
And I'll take it.
But you don't.
Personally, I think if you're going to drink, just don't drive.
Yeah, definitely not. Even if you have a couple of drinks, don't drive. Pugwash, talk about Australians using diddly little lager glasses. Depends where you are. If you are in Victoria, we have what we call pots, which are quite small. If you're in New South Wales, the smallest glass is a midi, which is bigger than a pot, and a schooner, which is bigger, again, but is less than a pint. But some pubs in New South Wales and other states will serve you 7-ounce glasses, which are actually smaller than a pot.
Ponies.
So it's complicated.
Are they ponies?
Yes.
Why can't it be only 5?
7 is a
Why is
pony.
it complicated?
Yeah. The beer sizes between states, it gets complicated. I remember
countries within a country. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember being at a bar in Sydney, and a guy he just said a beer, and the bar staff says midi or schooner, and he was from Queensland, and he just looked super confused, and he was like, and the bar staff, do you want a midi or schooner? And he was like, and I just went, dude, do you want a little beer or a big beer? And he went, a little one, midi. He wants a midi, okay? And I was just like,
what do they have in Queensland?
Midi or schooner, and he didn't know what those words meant. And it was
they have schooners in Queensland, I thought.
In some bars they do. In some bars they do.
Well, I've never gone into deep Queensland, I suppose. So.
Shay reckons
I've only just gone over the border.
Was
Shay,
once in deep
gotta be careful with
Queensland across the river. Never man with 6 guns.
Turkestani.
He's gonna hang me and bleed me from the neck, so he's gonna me.
Okay, AG's channeling something very weird now. I just want to say, Turkestani in the chat, you try to drink a 6-pack after work, race home before the
I'm hearing banjos.
That sounds bad. I'm just going to say, Turkestani, that sounds bad. Trying to neck drinks before going home and getting home before the alcohol kicks in.
And yet it was a tradition.
Oh.
Don't drive while you're drinking. Don't drink while you
The 6
drive.
o'clock swill.
No. With the 6 o'clock swill, that's exactly what I was going to bring up.
Before my time. Before my time.
Before my time. It stopped a while back, but in the early and mid 20th century in Australia, they had to stop serving alcohol at 6 o'clock. So in just before 6 o'clock, there was the 6 o'clock swill where everyone would charge the bar and would just be sculling beers. Give me another one. And it was absolutely just, which is why prohibition is a bad idea. Prohibition and limitations just make people binge drink.
That they opened the bars again at 9 o'clock.
What, 9 p.m. or 9 a.m.?
One of the problems.
Oh, that's right.
They opened the bars again. So the 6 o'clock swill was, the whole idea was to get men home to their families so that
they can bash them. No, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're right, Nettie. You're right.
You are right, Nettie. To get them home to have dinner and a social life.
I break faith.
At 9 o'clock,
it was like that.
Again, and then the boys would hit it.
Yeah.
And it was just ridiculous.
Yeah, they skull like as much beer as they can and go home and just go, ah! At home. And, home is like, ah! And, things went flying.
I thought it was close.
I'm also just looking at the chat in Twitch is out of control as far as I'm concerned. We've got Predominant saying their mate Robbo drinks 24, a case of 24 all at once. Durkastani and Shay on Twitch are incredibly bad influences on each other. They're just talking about necking a bunch of stuff and going on. And Abigail's just saying she's glad the beer baron found a way to get around prohibition, which is classic Simpsons, is what we're saying there.
Did we never had prohibition in Australia, did we?
No, we did not. But we
just had 6 o'clock closing.
We've had weird licensing laws that have promoted very bad drinking behaviour.
Victoria is messed up.
We used to have a problem in the UK where all the bars had to close by 11, which meant all the bars closed at 11, which meant that all the pubs and the bars dumped all their people from them out into the street so they could fight over the 5 taxis that were in the taxi rank.
Yes.
At that time.
That sounds like Australia. It sounds like we got our idea from you.
Yeah, well, you see, we created this great thing called continental drinking hours, where they could basically stay open longer and open longer earlier and things like that. And the idea was to sort of spread it all out a bit more, which is a bit better. However, they still ended up with the problem that they ended up closing at some point, which was normally about 1 o'clock in the morning, at which point all the people came crowding out.
Yeah.
But the main problem, because the idea was we're going to have these continental drinking hours, and it's basically the idea of this is what they do in France and Germany and Belgium and Spain and things like that.
Mainland Europe.
But the problem is that on the continent, they will go through a glass of wine with their friends and eat something. And they don't eat the thing in the UK. So it's still just have loads of alcohol. And not only that, alcohol at the pubs is more expensive. So what they'll do is you'll get a couple of young
same here, isn't it?
Yeah, who go through a bottle or two of vodka before they go to the pub.
What's the price of vodka in the UK? Is it cheap?
It's cheaper than Australia.
The problem, what it basically comes down to, and I think I'm not against drinking. I'm against this kind of drinking.
Drink in moderation.
Yeah, but what it comes down to is that there has been an attitude in the UK, and you probably have the same thing in Australia. It wouldn't be at all.
We copy the UK in everything.
Yeah. So if you go out, if you're socializing, you have a drink. And the more you drink, the more you're socializing. And then they go to the next stage, which is if you can remember the night before, you didn't have a good one.
Yeah, that type of thing.
That's just
sounds like somewhere in Russia.
And my best example of this.
That was my whole 20s.
Yeah, my best example of this behaviour was I was at the local off license, like a local shop, and they can sell alcohol as well. And there was a couple of young guys, and they were probably 18, 19, so now they're able to drink, and they can drink as much and as often as they want.
It's also 18 in UK, is it?
Yes, it's 18 in the UK. So,
it is here too.
So what happened was I'm sort of earwigging, listening in to these couple of guys, and they're trying to decide what alcohol they're going to have tonight. And and at the end of the day, it didn't come down to taste or quality, or it came down to this one's got the most amount of alcohol. We can get pissed quicker on this.
Yep.
It's not as fun. It's not as fun doing it that way.
It's not the way that we do it.
No.
And do you know what? It actually made me chuckle because when Angry was saying like one standard drink and you can drive, it's like and 2 sips from anything Angry Aussie is drinking.
In Russia, you have to be 0-0 if you have full license to drive. They don't trust people driving over there.
Yeah.
Can you have anything drinking and driving in the UK or not?
Oh God, it's really bad. It's 35 milliliters or micro.
That's 0.052. Yeah, we go 0.05 for full license.
I don't know. They call it 35 here.
Never had
the minimum. I don't know what that would be in point.
Probably similar.
But like I say, it's pretty low. Basically, you can have a glass of lager and you'll be okay, but 2 glasses and you'll be over the limit.
So it's probably less than ours, isn't it, Angry?
It's okay, Durkastani. His Safa is just a circle.
Yeah. If people can join the chat, and if they don't have their camera switched on, it's just.
I don't have my face showing. That's what Yeah.
So Durkastani,
he's a pulsing circle.
You're not going crazy. He would just be represented as a circle on your screen.
You know what? I think it's quite cool that I'm not wearing any makeup other than some lipstick I put on a little while ago. And other than that,
I put on eyebrows.
My
eyebrows have disappeared because I plucked them way too much in the
girl, I hear you on that. The 90s were bad for that.
Yeah,
I have her eyebrows.
I was a kid in the 90s.
Mine is starting to look like.
I used to get mine done every month, and then the place shut down recently, and it's like, So
it's Friday the 13th. That should be gotten up. I'll be back.
By the way, I'm drinking in honor of all of you. I'm drinking a bit as well, but it is only a cheap bottle.
You better be buying local, Laura. Only local.
I don't know. Well, the UK, we don't really have a lot of sun. Therefore,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. You don't take French, so you probably won't be buying French stuff.
I don't even know where this is from. Oh, it says British brand, so it must be a British one. I don't know.
Fun fact, Crimea is in the same latitude line as Champagne region in France, and they make wine in Crimea, like white wine and red wine. So, and I took when I was took a bus, like a tour around the region. Yeah, there's like white wine and red wine, and my grandpa makes his own bootleg red wine.
All right. I'm just making little. They're sort of pseudo daiquiris. I've got these things. This ice cube tray I've made is pineapple juice mixed with a little bit of white rum, so it doesn't freeze really hard like ice. It's kind of like a slushy. So then I put some of that in a shaker with some more white rum, and it melts really quickly, and you get this very cold drink.
Cheers.
I agree. Probably takes you like 2 seconds to make you a cocktail. Like you know everything like done. They're like I can make a cocktail that fast.
Oof, that's really good. Sorry, I've now got 2 really good quality silver or white rums. This is an Australian one, Jimmy rum, nice Victorian rum. It's very good. Because most white rums often don't have much taste, but this one does. And this one I got today, this was just from the Coles bottle shop, the one next to the Coles supermarket.
Liquorland?
Yeah, Liquorland, like Nusa Kanya. It's an Indonesian.
Is that Spanish? I thought it was Spanish.
No, it's Indonesian. And it's really good. But this one's made with the Jimmy rum.
Does it have lemon in it?
Sorry, what was that, Safa?
Does it have lemon in it? It looks yellow.
No, it's pineapple. That colour's from pineapple juice. These ice cubes I made are pineapple juice mixed with white rum, so it doesn't freeze completely solid. It's kind of slushy. So when I shake it up, it melts really quickly, but is very cold. So you end up with this really cold drink.
That'll be a good summer drink.
Hey, Safa, is there any way you can lower the volume on your mic a little bit? It's a lot louder than everybody else.
All right. So, speaking of summer, actually, today when I went out, I was just wearing the jacket I normally wear, and it was too warm. It was the first kind of hint of we are on the cusp of spring here in Melbourne. It was 16 or 17 Celsius, but I had this sort of faux leather jacket. It's actually vinyl faux leather jacket I was wearing. And I went out and I was outside, and when the sun was out, I was going, yo, it's actually too warm for this jacket. I was like, ooh, it's like, mid-August. It's just the tiniest hint of next month, September, spring, blossoms are coming out on trees.
Manchester Spring has something where it gets, so we have like the whole April showers kind of thing. Well, we don't get it in April, we get it in May, or sometimes later. But
is that better?
It gets still a little bit loud. Maybe move your microphone further away from your mouth or something. I don't know.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Anyway, but the problem that you get at some time of the year is where it's too hot to wear a coat, but it's too wet not to.
Yeah.
Always one of the problems with Manchester. There are certain months of the year where there is 2 kinds of weather in Manchester. Type 1 is raining, and type 2 is about to rain.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, I was just talking about spring stuff. Stella saying her lily pilly's fruiting. Here, the lily pilly was fruiting like a month ago. I actually picked a bunch of lily pilly, aka ryeberry, from a tree in a park near me, and I made a syrup. It was great. Lily pilly is a native Australian fruit, tiny little things, and it has a big seed. So I mushed them a bit, put them in a pot of boiling water with sugar, and made a syrup out of it. And the syrup kind of tastes like pear juice. It's really good. It's a really good. I've been using it in cocktails. But yeah, lily pilly or ryeberry, an Australian native, very, very nice.
In Russian spring, all the snow's starting to melt, and it's just water everywhere, and everywhere just. You probably don't get as much flood in UK, Laura, but in Russia, after the snow melts, all the water just melts, and there's water bloody everywhere.
Oh, but snow melt is so good. Probably the nicest tasting water I've ever drunk was when I was in New Zealand. We were at one of the glaciers. I think it was Franz Josef. There are 2 big glaciers on the South Island in New Zealand. And there's this bit where you're at the face of the glacier and water's running off because it's melting. We just stuck a drink bottle under it and caught this water and drank it. It was the best tasting water.
Yeah. I've tried.
one of the things that kind of pisses me off when I hear the climate change denied people say, "Well, I got an ice cube and I stuck it in there, and it didn't flow over the top or anything," and it's like that's not how polar ice works. Polar ice is incredibly dense. It has been packed so tight over thousands of years of being crushed and squashed and layered that when that melts, it will expand into a lot more. It's a little bit like shaving cream.
Yeah,
it
I
might
think
be a little liquid, but it will
IPCC
foam up.
Yeah, I think the IPCC report that came out this last week is saying like a bad case, not worst case, but a bad case scenario for the next 100 years is a 6 to 16 foot rise in sea levels, which would absolutely
Bye, Melbourne.
Coastal. It would destroy because the majority of cities are on the coast, and it would absolutely.
I live inland, so it's hard to all of you guys.
Yeah.
But on the upside, I'll have a seaside view.
Yeah.
I'm 50 miles away.
I'll probably have a seaside view by then.
Yeah. It's a bit rough.
400 kilometers inland, that's where I live. Well, from England anyway.
You'll be waterfront, Safa, basically. The country areas of Victoria and New South Wales will be waterfront in 100 years. But
the trick is to make sure that you're on a high place. My house is on a hill, and my flat is on the third story of the hill. It is the second highest place in the whole region that I'm in. So when you bring your canoe up to the second of my place, I will build I'll build a jetty out to the hallway, and I'll unlock the door for you to get in, and you can leave your shoes in one of the flats, and you can come into the studio. I'll have generators on the roof running the electricity, lights, and the air conditioning. And,
you'll have to start swimming again, AZ.
Well, I'm going to. That's the thing. I'm actually going to. As soon as the wounds on my leg heal, I'm going to start swimming again. Because I have to lose some weight. Because the arthritis is telling me things that I don't like being told. And I went to the nephrologist, which is a fancy way of saying the kidney doctor. And the kidney doctor said there's protein in your urine, bad. And we're going to talk about the D word, which is the dialysis word, in the next few years. And I'm going, we're not going to talk about the D word. We're going to talk about the how AIDS is a sexy hunk with a six-pack word.
Yes.
I think I've got a six-pack. I just don't have the plastic thing that holds it all together.
Sorry, what did you say, Laura?
I said I've got a six-pack. I just don't have the plastic thing that holds it all together.
Know what you're saying? Know what you're saying, and I know a clinic. So I'll be swimming, and today, boss of the house. See, because when I walk, right, which is my main form of exercise, what I like to do is I like to have a mission. I don't just like to walk somewhere because it's bullshit, right? I like to have a mission. And what I used to do was have a 5-kilometre radius around my house where I knew every single chemist that existed there. And I used to go and get my drugs because the chemist would only give you a week's supply of drugs, and I needed 2 weeks' supply every day. So each chemist knew that I was their chemist and that I was their lad. And we used to stop and chat, and, because I was in with them. And
also known as buttering them up.
Oh, this guy is the I don't want to. I was going to say smarmy, but that's a negative word. This is a man who genuinely finds a level to connect with people who often are in a role where people don't bother to connect with them. This is the thing we agree on. People who serve you, if it's in a cafe or if it's in a retail environment, connecting with them as humans is important and makes a big difference. And this man is extremely good at connecting with people on a very human level.
And so you get to the point where you girls, the people who work admin at the chemists will defend you under any circumstances. And my girls used to make sure that I'd get my important medicine. So I used to have to walk between 5 and 10 kilometres a day to get my medicine. And that was fine. It used to keep me really fit and drugged up. And when I gave up the drugs before the ban, because there was a ban on codeine. Why was there a ban on codeine? Because codeine is essentially morphine. As soon as it goes through your liver, it turns into morphine. And it goes.
Don't they use codeine in the States?
Yeah, I just want to say, for Australians who wonder, why did Panadine get made illegal and whatnot? It's him. It's literally when the government looked at and said Australia is consuming per capita 10 times more Panadine than the rest of the world. Why is that? And my answer is him. That man there is personally responsible for the excess consumption of codeine that resulted in this stuff being really hard to get.
Well, what actually happened was the Nurofen Plus rep came up to the
Prime I remember Nurofen Plus.
You're right. He came up to the Prime Minister and said, "Congratulations on your population increase." And the Prime Minister said, yeah, we just hit 24 million. And he said, oh, no, you're 42 million. And the Prime Minister was going, what? And this rep said, smarmy prick, said, you're buying enough codeine to feed 42 million people, and we're very happy about it. And this Prime Minister, who was a decent-ish guy, but a Christian as well. I'm not saying that exclusive. I'm just saying he was, a forthright-ish guy. Said, well, this is fucking bullshit, and I hate being fucking embarrassed by a rep. And he told his people, fucking get on it. And his people came back and said, yeah, the overuse of codeine is fucking astonishing. And then he went to the doctors. Oh, shit. And the doctors hate codeine. They fucking...
It's addictive. Yeah.
It's addictive. It's fucking... it apparently causes pain. That never happened in my life. And it's fucking, it's dangerous. It kills people. It's ugly, and the things they mix it with fucking damage other organs. And so all of your doctors hate the fuck out of it. And all of a sudden they had a Prime Minister that was going, well, I don't like it. And they said, well, let's ban it. And this Prime Minister said, yeah, okay. And they went, "You fucking beauty."
Yeah,
And
but also we never had the problem in Australia that America had with OxyContin and stuff like that. And interestingly, here's the thing. I'm just throwing this out. I just want to throw this in, AZ, for a moment. I watch a lot of film and TV series trailers on YouTube, so I get recommended a lot. Michael Keaton is in a fuckload of stuff at the moment. Michael Keaton appears, and this is because he was Batman in the 90s or whatnot.
The best Batman.
He's Batman again.
Yeah,
In
so
the first movie.
he's been in a shit. He seems to have done a shit ton of stuff in the last year or two, both movies and TVs, because I keep seeing him on trailers on YouTube, and one is for I think it's a series. I lose track of whether the stuff's a movie or a series, but he's a central character. He's a doctor. It's about the oxy fucking plague in the US over the last 10 years. A doctor who gets convinced by these evil fucks from the drug company that OxyContin isn't addictive, and so he prescribes it to his patients. And I mean, oxy addiction has killed tens of thousands of Americans over the last decade. It's absolutely horrific. The Purdue family, who are behind the oxy plague, they should go down in history as monsters of the worst thing, because they aggressively marketed a drug that ended up killing tens of thousands of people and ruining the lives of hundreds of thousands of more with addiction and whatnot. And they kept saying, "Oh, this is not addictive. Our studies show this isn't addictive," and it's super fucking addictive. And again, we are lucky in Australia. We did not really get exposed to this. Most of Europe did not really get exposed to this. It is the United States got ravaged by oxy addiction.
OxyContin in Australia is highly controlled. You won't get it unless you're in hospital.
I'm also not saying, okay, I did mention young Ms. Angry just had an appendectomy, and she had a prescription for OxyContin, and she's not taking it because she thought, A, I don't want to take this really full-on stuff. B, apparently it makes you constipated, and I don't want to be constipated. And I'm like, I haven't said it yet, but I'm like, yeah, I'll just take this stuff the hospital gave you, these pills. I'll just take them and keep them safe. I'll keep them very safe.
One or two times when she coughs and doubles over, give her a couple of oxys. But you're right, you don't need them all the time.
No, but even the hospital there, the prescription was for four tablets, and no, hers was for 4. And they're saying to her, "Have you taken them?" And she says, "No, I haven't." And she goes, and they've been saying to her, "For real, you haven't taken them? You should take them." And she's going, "No, because A, you said that could cause constipation, and I don't want that. B, you have told me that we need to be careful about the addictive nature. So I'm just taking paracetamol and ibuprofen unless I feel a really horrible pain. And up to this point, I haven't felt a really horrible pain. So yes, you've prescribed me these particular painkillers. I'm not taking them, though. I'm just not taking them because it's a bit fucked up.
I go pretty hard in hospital with the oxys and the morphine because if I'm in hospital, the pain is quite high.
Oh, again, you have real genuine pain. But I've also thrown this out. If you were in the US, you would be dead by now because they would have given you enough prescription oxy, and you would have taken it. You would have just chucked it in a blender and put it in with some other stuff, and just gone. And
I would have got it on the black market.
Yeah, no, and it's so easy to get oxy on the black market in the US.
On the black market.
Yeah.
Because it's the one that's just upstairs from meth. And then go into fentanyl.
It's bad as meth in
just
the US.
Upstairs from Oxycontin.
Yeah.
And a lollipop of fentanyl will set you back $30.
And the thing is, fentanyl's not even fun. Fentanyl isn't fun. It shuts you down. Fentanyl shuts you down.
Yeah.
I have some pretty strong painkillers that I use here and there. I don't use them very often. It's when I get a bad back or shoulder pain and things like that.
Yeah.
And they're called cocodamol, which is paracetamol and codeine together. 500 micrograms. I take them in pairs because I'm tall. But I may go through maybe two, maybe 3 of these blisters a year. So, unless I'm really bad, I just don't bother. And I also know that they're addictive. So it's like, don't do that. Don't get addicted.
You're the kind of individual who can do that. I'm the kind of individual that would go through packets and packets and packets of things all the time. I want to feel no pain and I want to feel good. So people are very, very careful about what meds they give me and in what order.
I see Nettie's seen Abigail's comment.
No, I didn't. What's Abigail's comment?
Yes, Nettie, you're looking fabulous, by the way, Nettie.
Thank you, darling.
Faith looks wonderful. Nettie looks wonderful. Laura looks wonderful. AT looks. I look.
No, you're looking pretty good there, Andrew.
Thank you, Nettie.
AT's looking well.
Actually, AT's looking pretty good.
I think he's actually woken up a little bit as well.
AT,
Thank you, Kirsten.
You might get a reach around from me, AZ. That's all I'm saying. So,
I'm loving the dark lippy.
Yeah.
I haven't worn dark lippy forever.
Because Nettie, AZ, and I are all basically the same generation, Gen X and whatnot, and we're on a wavelength. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, you know what? You know what has had me in a goth frame of mind?
Yeah.
Said about me.
Robert Smith put out a duet with Churches.
Ooh.
And yes, it is awesome.
I'm going to have to look that up.
I like Churches, but who's Robert Smith?
Oh, you hate okay. I like Churches and Robert Smith, so I'm gonna have.
Oh my god! I killed Nettie.
Yeah,
you did. You killed Nettie by saying you didn't.
I'm already dead.
But if Robert Smith is the guy who did The Cure.
Yes.
Robert Smith's The Cure.
Fat Bob.
Yeah.
So also because I'm just saying if we ever get past fucking lockdowns, AZ, me, Nettie, Faith, and Abigail, we're all in the same physical space. If we could all actually get in the same physical, oh my god. I don't want to say to you in the chat we would reach critical mass and create something. But if we were able to be in the same physical space rather than just being on webcams, me, AZ, Nettie, Faith, Abigail, it would be an event.
It would be like what Laura mentioned, where we just wouldn't remember it the next day.
Exactly, and
yes, but no, Andrew'd have the webcam on.
Yeah, the live stream would be an historical document that later on, as we were in a hospital bed and our grandchildren were saying, "What was this thing?" and we would just go, "I don't."
Alcohol poisoning.
Intravenous blood sounds
we were just saying, I don't remember. And our grandchildren would be saying, but we have video evidence of a thing you did. And we would go, I don't remember. I just don't remember.
According to my kids, there will be no grandchildren.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
That's a bit hard.
I think that's one of the reasons why my mum decided she couldn't love me anymore, because I wouldn't be able to provide her grandchildren.
Oh, shit.
I think she never actually said it.
I'm not I'm not doing that to my kids, but you know, Ali's trans, so she's like, I don't know, I'll buy one. When we came to that subject, and Shaylee's too young to think of it as a good thing at all. So she's like, no, kids, yuck, I hate them.
I watched a video once with Angry, and we watched the whole video through. And then the next week, I came to Angry's to watch the next video. And I said, so let's watch this video. And he said, dude, we watched that last week. And I went, no, we didn't. No, we didn't that yet. And he said, dude, we watched the whole thing. And you commented and you joked and you were on point. And I said, no, dude, no. And then he showed me video evidence that we had watched the whole thing. And you've got to understand that I was black in the eyes and black in the nose, and I was pretty concussed and also on the drugs. And I've gone, fuck, I have no memory of this event. And it was 2.5 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember going there. I can't remember seeing the video. I can't remember going home. How dangerous was it for me to go home? And bloody, yeah. So when our grandchildren say, we have evidence of you doing this, I'm going to go, you see, I was, I have a free pass because I from 28 to 2045. I don't know what happens. I'm going to call it brain injury. I'm going to call it. No, I'm not. I was about to go too far.
No, I was about to say, oh, God. Okay. In the modern world, one of the weirdest things I have to, if AZ goes, I'm going to stop myself there. It's like, okay, that was literally about to go into a very, 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 very dark place. So, but again,
well, Kirsten told her mother that she'd buy her grandchildren in Africa and that she could put them in the fridge.
Kirsten also has a whole bunch of things with being a white South African who's now in Australia. Kirsten has a whole bunch of stuff that she's managing. But I swear to God, honestly, when we don't have lockdowns, if we could, even just in Melbourne, if we could get me and AZ and Nettie and Abby, Renegade Faith, just having a Melbourne thing happening where we're all physically in the same space, which is not going to happen in the next couple of weeks. I don't know. We do it at some point.
I hope so.
Maybe New Year's Eve. What do we? It's only August now, but New Year's Eve, Nettie and Abigail came over to my place. If we could get New Year's Eve 21, 22, if AZ and Nettie and Abigail and Renegade Faith were all over here and we were physically just doing stuff, it just gets super fucking weird is what I'm saying.
New Year's Eve at my place is a very special event.
Oh, there was stuff on the Angry Aussie channel from 8 to 10 years ago when I'm doing New Year's Eve at AZ's place, and this is his previous place, and to me, one of the funniest things that happened when everyone was fucked at the same time, and I was mixing a drink, and everyone collectively goes, "I'm fucked. I'm going to bed." And I'm going, "Well, I'm not drinking this." And it was absinthe. It was this really strong absinthe, and I'd mixed it and going, "Well, I'm not drinking it," and I just left it on a table, and everyone woke up in the morning and went, "This whole room smells like licorice," and it's because I'd made this really high alcohol content absinthe drink but didn't drink it and left it sitting on the table. And for 6 to 8 hours, this thing was just dissipating its aroma into the room. And everyone woke
What
up.
a way to wake up.
Oh, everyone woke up and went, "This whole room smells like a licorice. What the fuck?" And it was me.
Up to see the TV comments going, well, all I can see is one guy who's gone to sleep and pissed himself. There's nothing interesting here. And I've gone, well, that's good. And smelled licorice and was vomitous.
Yeah. Oh, Christ. Do you remember the New Year's Eve?
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the chat.
I don't even remember how many years ago it was. It was you and me and what's his face? He was massaging us, and it was so basically
screaming Milton.
Me and AZ were sitting here doing a live stream for somewhere between 4 and 12 hours, and this big sort of shaved heads dude was coming over and massaging us, and people in the chat were going, "That looks a bit gay." And I'm like, honestly, if I can't get massaged by a very large shaved head man, if that's gay, I don't want to be straight. I'm just saying, it's like,
it sounds a little bit too close to Chopper Reed.
Yeah.
Your massage.
I've got something to share to you, and this is my new year. So I live in a block of flats high up on a hill overlooking Manchester, and I have an amazing view. Is all the fireworks going off for New Year's all the way across the horizon.
You lucky girl. Oh, wow.
That is so cool.
Well,
wow.
And every year I have like a little New Year's party, which is usually me and my friend, or maybe someone else comes as well. And you just get a free fireworks display for half an hour.
You get free 10 fireworks displays.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
that's excellent.
As well, and I suggest New Year's at AZ's place because we have that and lighting.
Yes, because if we went up to the rooftop at AZ's place, we would have a very clear view of the fireworks over the Melbourne Central Business District.
Oh, well, obviously.
Oh, God. Sorry, AZ. I just remembered Girling. That's his name. You know him.
Yeah, that was Girling, G-Man.
Yeah, G-Man.
I have an idea. We should have a color party, and it's where everybody dresses in one color. Like you get delegated a color, and you wear all that color, and then you bring the ingredients to make a cocktail of that color.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah. I like that.
Yes.
Cute.
Yes.
I could get my house.
Abigail says I call dibs on purple.
Yep. Sorry, I just knocked over a glass.
Of course she does.
Speaking of colour for a moment, and it's something I just want to share with Nettie and Faith, really. Good lipstick colours from L'Oreal. This is number 430, and it's like a deep red. Ooh, it's like a dark red. It looks
is that what you're wearing? Right
no,
now?
no.
I was going to say it almost looks like the color Nettie's wearing, the color that's coming through on camera.
It's similar, yeah. And then the one which is one of the neutrals. I've used it quite a lot, and this is
That's more of a coral.
That's coral.
It's not really coral at all. It's a nude, but it's one of the darker ones. and that's number 6.
Sometimes the camera picks up weird.
Yeah, the camera's not very good because it's got yellow on it. So maybe if I open the
it's just all cameras. They're never the same. It is
so there you go. This comes out a bit better.
I know where it's gone.
Much darker. It's a dark
It looks
red.
more like a maroon.
And then the 640, which was the one you thought was coral, is.
It looks more red now.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Sorry. This is the 640.
It's more pinker toned.
Hang on, I'll get that. Make this bigger.
I can't wear red or anything.
Yeah, but my favourite one is this one, which is 241. And
that's a good colour.
I wear that one a lot.
Red is
Cherry's
your
a good
colour.
colour.
You're stunning in red.
Yeah.
I've had people tell me that. Well, I must admit, I did look great in a dress like this, but without sleeves, in lime green with white polka dots. And I wore it with matching shoes that I did because
Cute!
I just got some polka dot ribbon and
That's
put
very
it.
cute.
And they're just some plimsolls because I've got big feet and trying to find cheap shoes in my size is very difficult. So these are just a pair of white plimsolls that I put ribbon in for laces.
There is a place in Melbourne which does shoes for they call it for the
Yes, I've been there.
for the larger lady. And it really is shoes for trans folk.
They've been there for about 35 years. Oh, I have a daughter. Hello.
They have lasts which are made for your shoes. For you.
Yes.
They carve the last.
Yes.
And,
that's what I need. I need a couple of lasts so I can make my own.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they basically have your last. And they basically ring you up every 6 months and go, so do you need a new pair of shoes? Now, it's not cheap. It's like $180, which in pounds would be 140, 135, right? And thing is, they look fucking spectacular.
Yes.
You put these things on and you go,
yeah,
that's all woman. And they set out the heels so that so they look like stilettos, yeah?
Yes.
But they're not. And they curve down and curve out so that as you're walking, there's all of this confidence.
Yeah.
And your bum is swaying and it's like, ooh. And they also make sports shoes because the plimsolls reminded me of this place. And they make sports shoes. And they make them, they don't put Nike on them, and they don't put Puma on them, and they don't put Adidas on them, but they copy the leather lines and the flashes, and because you only flash your eyes at the shoes once, and they look very much like the shoes you get. And so they are effectively shoes that give you confidence and give you
okay, Faith.
Sorry?
I'm just asking if Faith's okay. Looks like she's about crying or
Oh
something.
no, I had tequila before and my face has been on fire for the last hour. I'm so hot. Like, look how red I am. I look like Miss Piggy.
All I'm thinking is, and I'm thinking New Year's Eve, and maybe 2021, 2022 New Year's Eve. Things kind of control, and I'm just thinking we do it. We could do Faith and Nettie and Azy and Abigail and get Stella to come over, and we'd like have a penthouse somewhere in the city. And I'm just saying,
I wish I could come as well.
I know. See, Laura, you're a little bit too far away, which is unfortunate.
Look, it's not impossible.
It's
Well,
not
it's not impossible, but you know,
I'd really enjoy having you here as well, Laura.
Mm.
But I'm just feeling like we could potentially have a New Year's Eve with everyone, and oh my God, just like we'd rent a penthouse somewhere in the CBD, and all the fireworks are going off.
I think it would be ecstatic.
We're not allowed to draw dicks on the wall at a hotel.
No. But we are allowed to have.
Angry drew a dick on my wall at my old house.
We rent a place that has like a jacuzzi, and we could all be in the jacuzzi.
That could get so messy.
I know, right? What was the line in Seinfeld? Like that human frappe that you're having there, and it's like,
you know, I once saw some toilet graffiti that made me chuckle. Yeah. Oh, is that lipstick on Abigail there?
It is. I thought I'd put it the least amount of effort and put some makeup on for Friday the 13th.
That's the same.
I put some dark and mysterious eyeliner.
Oh yeah.
Mine's glittering.
Nettie, you're freaking me out there.
Sorry? What was that, Nettie? I missed that.
No, mine's glittering.
Oh, cool. It is too. And I made a snozzberry fizz.
Ooh,
what is that?
Faith. So sorry.
It's where you lick the wall and then have a soda water.
No.
I'm glad you get the reference.
I'm going to throw it because Renegade Faith needs to be explained. A Snozzberry Fizz is the stream's official drink. It's 50% whiskey, 50% like a slow gin type thing, and then you top it with soda, and that is a Snozzberry Fizz. This comes out of Nettie, Dr. Abigail, and Kirsten and myself going to the Patient Wolf Distillery in South Melbourne, and the guy said, "Oh, you want a good drink? It's our the Patient Wolf equivalent of a slow gin. That's 50% their slow gin, 50% whiskey." And we just came up with, I'll go 50% slow gin, 50% whiskey, and then just top it with soda. That's a Snozzberry Fizz.
What is slow gin?
Slow gin is a gin that is flavored with a fruit thing. In the UK, the blackthorn is a berry that grows in hedges in the UK. There's a distillery.
It's also called slowberry gin.
Yes, there's a distillery in sort of South Melbourne, the Patient Wolf thing. I'll show you the actual.
So you couldn't do it with Bombay Sapphire because I have the ingredients.
Oh, yeah, I've made them with Bombay something or other.
You need the measurements. I
You just have to
now. I want one.
But so my tip is only use half a shot of the Bombay with one shot of whiskey, because otherwise it overpowers the whiskey a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in my phone. I'll go make one right now because I'm interested. So what are the measurements?
A fruity gin, basically. This is the Melbourne one, the Patient Wolf Blackthorn, which is their slow gin. And there's a bunch of Australian distillers who make gin who have an Australian equivalent of slow gin. It's a gin. Patient Wolf do actually do it with slow or blackthorn. Brookies in New South Wales do it with Davison Plum. But basically, it's a gin liqueur that's basically gin with something very fruity or berry based, and so it varies depending on distiller. But basically, an equivalent of slow gin. So it's a gin with a berry or a fruit. 50% of that, 50% whiskey, and then you top that with soda. That's a Snozzberry Fizz. That is the official drink of this stream. And I don't know who came. I don't know if it was me or Nettie or Abigail or Kirsten who came up with it, but we decreed that was the official drink.
I don't remember either.
I do have to mention that it was me who came up with the name.
It was you, okay, Abigail. It was you.
You threw it out. I'm normally a lot more humble than that, but fuck me, that was a good call. And
it was no. It's basically 50% slow gin or equivalent, 50% whiskey, or adjust that a little bit according to your personal tastes, and then top it with soda. Personally, I recommend the Cappy sodas. Cappy is an Australian soda maker, and you do that, and that's a Snosberry Fizz, and that is a fucking kick-ass drink.
I'm gonna go make it now. Can I just make it? Can I make a shit Snosberry and just make it out of Bombay Sapphire and Maker's Mark and probably die?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Bombay Sapphire, Maker's Mark. Top it with soda. That's a Snosberry Fizz.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
I just can't hide it. By the way, Nettie, there is the
oh my god,
cotton candy.
Oh, look at that
perfume. And like I say, I got that in 1999.
Oh my god!
And I bought this one as well, which is.
Does it still smell?
Yeah.
Does it still hold its scent?
On the focus camera. Okay, I shall have to make the camera focus. Give me a second.
Do you know that something got me into?
So.
Okay.
Gummy bear.
I'm going to have just a smidge of freezer martini. You can see how full this is, and it's all frosting up because I've just taken it out of the freezer. I topped this up today, so I have not tasted this version of a freezer martini.
Kitty!
There's a kitty.
Oh.
She's just gonna hang out here for a bit. She likes to cuddle.
What it was, gummy bears.
I like to think, Kirsten, if you were here, you would really, because I know you like a bone dry martini. My freezer martini is very dry. It's mostly gin with a little bit of vermouth. Oh fuck! I really like it.
I just saw Stella's comment about the Bombay gin. Pour it down the sink.
Yeah, like, it's if you pour the Bombay gin down the sink, then just have the whiskey and soda. Yeah, look, I am a whiskey and soda is a really fucking nice drink, honestly. But a fruity gin, a slow gin, or some other fruity gin, 50% a fruity gin, and again, because when Nettie, Abigail, myself, and Kirsten went to visit the Patient Wolf Distillery, and the guy said, "No, for real, our Blackthorn gin, 50% that, 50% whiskey is a really good drink." We all went, "That sounds very weird," but I tried it; it was good. And then on one of the streams, we did that 50% the slow gin or the fruit gin or the berry gin, and 50% whiskey, and topped with soda, is a friggin' kick-ass drink. And yeah, Abigail declared that to be Snosberry Fizz. And
well, you were struggling for a name of the drink, so you put it out to the stream, and I just said, "What about a Snosberry Fizz?"
Yeah, no, and I did do that as a video on my cocktail channel on YouTube. The Snosberry Fizz is the official drink of this stream.
Look, excuse my ignorance, but what is the difference between a quick drink, a quick gin, and a slow gin?
Okay, a slow gin, SLOE. A lot of people mistake it for meaning SLOW. SLOE is the fruit of the blackthorn, which is hedges that grow all over the UK. And what pissheads in the UK have done for a couple of 100 years, they've gone, I'm going to pick these berries off this hedge that's growing in my thing, and I'm going to put it in gin to get this fruity purple gin, and that is slow gin. It's SLOE, not SLOW. So it's gin that's been diluted a bit by this berry juice. And so there are a few good variations in Australia. I will particularly call out the Melbourne distiller, Patient Wolf, that does actually do a blackthorn slow gin, which is fucking amazing. There's the Geelong distiller, Anther, who does one that's distilled with cherry. They just call it their cherry gin, which is amazing. And there's one from New South Wales from the Byron Bay Brookies distillery. They do it with the Australian native what is it? It's the plum. I've actually I literally actually have it.
Kakadu plum.
Sorry, Davison plum. Davison plum.
Oh, Davidson,
Davison plum. So that's an Australian native. So that's just a couple of examples in Australia. The New South Wales Brookies slow gin done with Davison plum. The Melbourne Patient Wolf gin done with blackthorn, and the Geelong Anther distillery do it with cherry. Those are all fucking phenomenal, and any of them qualify. You do 50% that gin with whiskey, and then top it with soda, and that qualifies as Snosberry Fizz. So yeah.
I have a question for AZ.
Yes.
About his. What is the Illuminati magical business on your T-shirt?
Oh shit! Okay, that's a big question.
This Illuminati magical business on my T-shirt is the Trojan Games, and the Trojan Games, three-legged game where one must they tread through mud, and then I think they cycle, and I think they run, and you've got to be a Trojan warrior.
You could fall out of the chair in them.
No surrender, no retreat, no retreat. Yeah, no surrender, no retreat. And you've got to be a Trojan warrior. And I, being a fat bastard, wear this T-shirt, and people who are thin and healthy look at me and go, "You're."
Sorry, Nettie, were you expecting a more coherent answer than that? Is my question.
Slightly more coherent, a bit more of a conspiracy theory, you know.
No, by AG standard, that was a pretty coherent answer. Honestly.
You're not in the Trojan Games, and I go, "No, I'm wearing a T-shirt," and they go.
Okay, left field. What I love is, again, okay, Nettie, AD, me. I think Laura is a similar vintage as well. Dr. Abigail and Faith and Cypher are a bit younger. But 90s, the music act, the Justified Ancients of Moo Moo, or the Time
KLF.
The KLF. Those guys, they were Discordians. They were
Discordians, yeah.
They were friggin' mental, and
yeah, I know.
They were recording these songs, and they kept having these huge international mega hits that made them lots of money. And these guys were going, "I am not comfortable with having this much money." So for the next single, I am going to decree we are going to do a video clip that has a submarine in a swimming pool that is built in an interior that costs us $100,000 to build the set for the video, because I want to get rid of the money. And then again, that one becomes another hint that actually makes them more money. And it got to the point where the KLF literally, and this is the thing that fucks people up, in the mid-90s, the KLF got £1 million in paper money and built it up into a pyramid and set it on fire because they went, money is fucked up and we can't deal with this.
Well, there was a
They nearly got into trouble from the Treasury for doing that as well.
Oh yes, because it's not frowned.
imagine
It's
they
frowned
do.
upon to set money on fire.
Isn't it illegal?
Said,
It is illegal. Yes.
you can get an interview with us, exclusive interview with us, me, and we're going to the beach. And then they set fire to the money, and they said, "You may ask us questions until the money is all burnt."
Yeah.
And
But here's the thing, because they had this when they did it initially, it was a secret sort of thing because they were just fucked up, and they said, "I can't deal with the fact we're making this much money," and they actually pulled together £1 million in physical UK bank, £1 million in physical UK banknotes, and put it up in a big pile and set it on fire, and burnt partial banknotes started washing up on the shore of various areas in the UK, and there were all these things like, was it a drug thing, or was it? And eventually the KLF admitted, oh no, it was a religious ceremony we had where we put £1 million on a big pile and set it on. And people, this is what I find fascinating. People said they aren't allowed to do that, and I was like, yeah, but if a pop star spent £1 million on a house or on cars or on clothes or on jewelry, you would
a gold-plated house like
yes,
that MC Hammer dude.
He
had a gold-plated house.
Yes, you would say they're allowed to do that. But if someone who finds capitalism intrinsically violent and awful says, I should put all this money in a big pile and set it on fire because that's the only way my soul will be saved, you will say that's bad because, oh, they wasted that. But the same people who say setting it on fire was bad will also say spending £1 million on luxury cars or clothes or jewelry or accommodation is legitimate, but setting it on fire is somehow not legitimate.
And then they did get in trouble with the Inland Revenue.
Oh yeah, because you can't burn money. They
said it's part of religious ceremony, and the Inland Revenue said, "Suppose it is." Fuck you. And the other thing, the submarine with the £100,000 submarine.
The submarine they built on that set, yes.
Clip, right? Turned out that because the song was doing okay, the record company picked up the tab, and the KLF went, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
The are you doing?
That's beside the point. What are you doing?"
Yeah. Because also, if you listen to their album,
Wait, everyone, please stop. Nobody in the chat is.
Nobody's back.
Having trouble.
Hi, nobody.
Oh,
chest is hurting.
Brother, you can barely breathe. You press everything, you try to stand up. Okay.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
Nobody. I just want to say, I'm going to say.
And can't get up.
Nobody. I absolutely understand the physical, mental, emotional pain simply existing is causing you at the moment. All I want you to understand is all of us here love you, care for you, and support you. And what you are feeling in terms of physical and emotional pain is real. It is you are not crazy. Those things are real, but at the same time, you have this group of people who physically, emotionally support you, and we are hear from you. So, and also, I think Safa kind of has a point. If you feel you are in physical danger, calling an ambulance is a good idea.
So
but
also,
yes,
nobody. I just emailed you my phone number. Call me.
Yes,
if you can, or if you need to, call me. I'll jump off the stream, and you have my full attention.
If support from us will help you, you have our love, our dedication, and our support to you, because we care for you, because you are an incredibly special individual. And if you feel like our man Safa had a bit of an insight, if you feel like you need to call an ambulance, that's also legit. But what you are feeling is real and legitimate. And also, we're all here for you, man. And also
we love you.
You coming back on the stream and telling us you feel like this is a sign
That was incredibly brave.
That's a sign of immense strength. I am in awe of your strength in being able to share
that shit is hard. Calling out for help, or even just to say you're struggling is hard.
Because you took a break earlier and whatnot, and being able to come back and tell us what you're feeling is a sign of immense strength and mucho respect to you, my friend.
If I can, so nobody, here's something to do. So it could be something in your head, it could be something, you are sick. So either way, take deep breaths, just regular breaths, in your nose, out your mouth.
Yes.
Count to 3.
Calm it down to get everything kind of straight, try to center yourself, as it were. Just in your nose, out your mouth, nice and regular, and concentrate on your breathing.
And also, too, understand that you can do no wrong. As far as we're concerned, you can do no wrong.
That's true. And,
basically, our joy is concomitant on your joy. So the better you feel and the more wonderful you feel, the more wonderful we think you are. So do those things that make you feel wonderful.
And nobody's saying he can barely text, pretty much can't speak. My friend,
is there someone we can call? For you.
You do not need text. You do not need to speak. There is nothing but love for you. I think I am confident in speaking for everyone here in the stream. You are an important part of our lives. You don't have to talk to anyone. There's a bunch of people who are very happy to talk to you if you want. You don't have to. Also, you can just fucking chill. You can just fucking chill. No.
Does anyone know where nobody lives?
He's in Queensland.
But a little bit more specific, because if they do, perhaps it's time to call an ambulance for him.
I think nobody is self-aware enough to share with us if he needs that level of care. So you're trying to breathe further.
Breathing technique: in, count to 3, out, count to 3. So just like that. In, 2, 3, out, and do that. And that's like, if you can do that, my hat's off to you, because it's hard. When you're in that state.
Personally, my hat's off to you, nobody, for coming back and sharing with us that you're having a hard time, because that is not an easy thing to do. to actually be vulnerable and say to people, hey, things are not great with me now. I'm feeling pain and whatnot. And we're all here for you. So.
Okay, so he knows we're here for him.
Thank you.
Much
Kirsten,
love.
Kirsten put the thing, 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can smell. It's
that's a grounding technique.
Just ground yourself. Yourself.
Nobody, if you don't want us to dwell on it too much, we can stop. We can continue bantering. If like you've done so much for yourself, and you've like, that's just amazing that you were able to do that. You rock. And we don't want to make a big deal of it, because that can be a thing too. So if you would like us to keep going, you've texted some mates. If need be, they can call in. The breathing thing, not a voluntary. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, we're all here for you, nobody. So
I'm glad you've texted someone.
Yeah. So just hanging chill. It's all good. It's all good, basically. So
God. Yeah. We love you, man, and you're such an important part of our little friend group and community here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is
Definitely.
the thing.
Absolutely.
18 months, we've done this weird thing where unintentionally, without planning, without having it, we're literally just going to hang out because the world is weird and fucked up, and we're just going to hang so we have some kind of no, it's a grounding, it's an interaction thing, and it's like just there's no
and blowing off steam.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of blowing off steam.
We
supporting each other.
Steam. We talk shit to each other. We hang out. It's just I never planned this, because prior to COVID, which fucking sucks. I had 14 years of, I knew what I was doing. I was making these videos. My catchphrase was, I get angry so you don't have to. But at the start of 2020, when shit went weird, I was like, I don't know, this isn't working for me anymore, doing the pre-recorded videos. I much prefer this, the hanging out with people and just being able to chat and just being able to release tension. And it's just weird because making the pre-recorded videos stopped making any sense to me. But hanging out with people
was to get over to Angry Studios. It was like 1 week I was allowed to, 1 week I wasn't, 1 week I was allowed to, 2 weeks I wasn't, 3 weeks I wasn't, 4 weeks I wasn't. Brain damage. And it just got weirder and harder and weirder and harder. And then our man found the duck, and we started doing this, and this made much more sense. And we got so many more people on camera, and that was so much better. And we had nobody fucking book in, and it was awesome to have the deep voice nobody fucking putting in with his big fucking popper stopper in front of his head, and his wonderful long hair, his wonderful wisdoms. And I was going, fucking keep this guy. He's cool. And so we would rather keep this guy, please. If you wouldn't mind.
And let's not forget, nobody is just like from what you've said, like you're an amazing, awesome person. Like
pretty cool, dude.
Friendly,
very easy going.
caring. Yeah.
And very
caring,
talented.
loving.
I've heard some of his voice recording thingies that he's done. Very talented.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Absolutely.
And I said it to you a few weeks ago because afterwards, normally when you finish streaming, you go at the same time. And I got you to hold back, and it's basically thanks for letting me be on with all you like, because I'm basically a fangirl for the longest time, so to speak, and now I'm like part of the club,
Yes,
cool.
yes. And I mean, I love this so much. Like, and it's purely and simply the thing. The idea, I did the pre-recorded videos for 14 years, and they were fun. But the world changed, and what made more sense to me was to simply hang out with people and provide this mutual support network. So it's like, and it's whether it's people who choose to come on the stream with the cameras on, or people who are in the chat, whatever it is, if anything feels supportive and positive and rewarding, just fucking go for that. I don't put expectations on anyone. I don't put demands on anyone. But if we just fucking chill and try to be humans to each other, then we're fucking good. And nobody feels the love. I am so glad, brother, because we
We do love you, nobody.
It's funny the way that sounded. Nobody feels the love. It sounds so sad, but actually it's a positive thing.
That is why he chose that name.
I friggin' love that screen name because we get to have that fucking joke with nobody feels the love. That is such a funny screen name.
Who else here loves nobody?
I do. I love nobody. I love nobody. Which is fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. I fucking love it.
I mean, think about it. Who has the answer question? Nobody knows.
Yeah. Oh my God. This shit cracks me up so much. And this is why I do these streams, because out of nowhere we do this stuff that is fucking hilarious, and I just get the fucking giggles. I get the giggles because we're doing weird stuff that is
I know
so
in the
funny.
morning.
We better not call an ambulance for him, because we'd be like, we're calling for our friend. Who's your friend? Nobody.
Yes.
I've received an email from nobody and actually know his full, not his full name, but his actual name. So
yeah,
I can go he doesn't want it on the stream, but yeah, just in case. But let's hope it doesn't come to that.
His real name is somebody.
You are somebody. Nobody, you are somebody, and I hope that the shaking that you're experiencing is in a good way. I hope that you're feeling the love and you're having a giggle and a cry and a laugh and you would be shaking. Even if you're feeling so much better, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And you would be shaking.
Every time I go down to get my methadone in the morning, I feel nobody loves me.
And that's the thing. If on any given day I woke up and go, nobody loves me, and then I can give myself a hug and go, nobody loves me. So
it works on so many levels, and all of them are wholesome. All of them are so wholesome.
Oh my God! It never stops bringing a smile to my face. How we can use that username, and again in the chat, Stella, Robert Greg, all saying, and Kirsten, all saying, I love nobody. which is A, funny, and B, just so positive and fulfilling. I love it.
Oh,
Well-
it's not for a good reason.
It's not for a good reason. Oh,
And how's the breathing?
Yeah. Again, nobody. I think we all understand the genuine fucking shit house anxiety and whatnot, but that's the thing. And I think we all have confidence you will get past it, and when you get past it, we will all still be here. So, but yeah, none of us are ignoring the adversity. None of us are ignoring the challenges that are in there, because I think at varying levels, all of us are feeling the challenges and the adversity and whatnot.
I need to ask.
Yeah.
Nobody. Are you safe?
Yes, that's a big
That's
one.
Are you safe from like
knocking stuff
are you
over.
safe?
External stuff.
No,
Over
yeah.
harm.
Yeah.
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 If you feel like you're not safe, please, in any way possible, please let someone know.
Yeah. And I've had challenges this week. My daughter, young Miss Angry, we've gone through things on Tuesday. She was in excruciating pain, so we took her to the emergency in the hospital, and they did a bunch of tests and went, "Oh, you've got appendicitis." On Wednesday, she had surgery to remove her appendix. On Thursday, she came back home, but she still had really bad nausea, and she ended up going back to emergency and spent Thursday night in hospital, and she's come back today and she's much better. So I'm very real. Emotional and mental health issues are no different to physical health issues. They can both be very existential, as in, I don't know if I'm going to get to the next day because of what I'm feeling. Whether that feeling is mental health or physical health. I try to not lose my fucking shit, but when my offspring goes into hospital, I can't completely divorce myself from the idea that some people go into hospital and never get out of hospital. They die in the hospital. Some people go for surgery for general anesthetic and they never wake up from the general anesthetic. So I tried not to be a fucking fruitcake for my daughter of, oh shit, you're going in for this surgery and I'm freaking out. So I just said positive things to her because she only needed to hear positive things. She didn't need to hear that I know some people never come out of hospital. Some people go into hospital for a routine thing and never come out. But that counts for mental health as well. Most people who have mental health challenges come out the other end and they're fine, but some people don't. And when you're trying to support someone, and like, okay, and this was a physical health thing with my daughter. I'm just trying to support her and saying everything is going to be okay, and just pushing away the thought in my head. Sometimes things are not okay.
Not okay.
Yeah. So, okay, nobody, you are feeling shit, and that is real, and that is valid, and we are not understating that. But I just want to send positive vibes to you and say you have love, support, and care as you struggle with these absolutely real things. And I feel like we all understand that it's possible that you might not get on top of these things, but all we're doing is we're sending our love, our care, and our support to you, so that no matter what you're thinking, you have this enormous groundswell of positive support to say we're doing all we can to carry through your feelings of how fucked this thing is. And for some people it's a physical health thing, which is fucked. For you it's a mental health thing that's fucked. Neither of them is more or less real than the others. They're both equally real. And we can't control how you feel and how you react to things, but we're just doing our best to let you understand you have all the positive love, support, and care from everyone for the fucked up shit you're going through, because it's fucked.
Yeah. And never forget that anxiety and depression, they are fucking liars. They will lie to you.
And again, don't remember our core thing. Do not believe everything you think. Because we are kind of conditioned to think what we think is real, but it is distinctly possible what we think is fundamentally not true. Which is a very difficult thing to wrap your head around, quite honestly. But it's thing, I got that from Mrs. Angry, who's a counselor, a psychologist, a therapist. She works with a lot of people who think and believe things that simply are not true. And we don't want to suggest when you're feeling bad, when you're feeling fucked up, when you're feeling messed up, we don't want to invalidate those feelings. But and this is okay, we're talking to nobody now, but we're talking to everybody who actually feels that, because we all feel this at some stage, that everything's fucked up. You've got a whole bunch of people who are on your side, is what we're saying.
Yeah. And when I said that depression lies and anxiety lies, that doesn't mean your reaction to them aren't real. Like, they're completely valid.
Yeah. And as much as Stephen Fry is a very flawed person and he has at various stages said some fucked up and wrong things, but there's a thing you can find, I think it's called Letters of Note. It's when someone said to him, like, oh, okay, I understand you have mental health challenges, but I also have mental health challenges and I can't see a way out of them. And Stephen Fry wrote this letter to this person that was summarized as, the sun will shine again. And it's like, when depression or anxiety or other mental health issues are fucking destroying you, when they're owning you, when you think, I will never get past this, what he said is, it's like the weather. At some points, the weather is bad. The weather is shitty. It's raining, it's grey, it's fucked up, and there are a range of things you need to understand. This weather is real. You cannot control it. You cannot change it. But it will be sunny again. Even though today is cloudy and fucked and miserable, and you cannot change that, eventually it will be sunny again. So if you survive the days one at a time, you every shitty fucked up day you survive brings you one day closer to the next sunny day. Abigail, go.
Angry, could you post a link for Grasshopper?
Grasshopper. I could, but you know, you're a weird dude. Do I want to fucking do it?
So the numbness you feel after a panic attack is because of hyperventilation.
Yeah,
it's common for to feel that. And I'm glad that the shaking is eased. That's a good sign. Chronic fatigue sucks. I have it as well. You probably will feel fucked tomorrow, like just so exhausted because of it. Just rest.
Hyperventilating and problems with breathing. That'll definitely give you the weird fuzzies.
Give yourself permission to just rest. It's okay to rest. If you feel tired, it's your body telling you to rest, and that's okay. Sometimes you just need to rest.
After a panic, that your muscles have been dynamically opposing one another for the whole time.
It's exhausting.
Exhausting. Your muscles have gone through a work.
There is a weird background hum.
I think there's weird stuff at your end, Grasshopper.
Is your microphone plugged in properly?
There we go. Is that any better?
Oh no, that's bad.
Your
that microphone.
No, there is weird shit. There is weird shit at your end, Grasshopper.
Weird.
I'll try and fix it.
Yeah, no, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. But okay, and again, I'm not talking in terms necessarily of a reach around, but I'm not necessarily not talking in terms of a reach around. I was thinking you today, Grasshopper. I'm just saying. So you just saying.
Yeah, there was a weird whining sound going on in the background, and it wasn't Scott Morrison.
Okay, how am I now?
Better.
You're good.
Much better. Yeah.
Good.
One of the worst panic attacks I ever had. I went into the fetal position in my kitchen, and I was freaking out, and I couldn't breathe. I thought I was drowning, and I was there for 4 hours until my boyfriend came home and said, "Shit, you've collapsed," and I was crying my ass out and said, "I'm dying. I can't move." And he called the ambulance, and the ambulance turned up and said, "You're having a massive panic attack." Because they did all the, are you breathing? Have you got broken bones? Have you got broken arteries? And they said, "You're having a massive panic attack," and gave me a needle full of sedative, and I crashed out of it, and then ended up in hospital, and the psychiatrists came along and said, "So tell us everything about your life," and I did, and the psychologist came along and said, "Tell us everything about your life," and I did, and I basically got let go with a handful of pills, and they said, "You've got to go and see this other psychiatrist," and I did, and I thought, I'm being fucked around here, something shocking, and the other psychiatrist was really, really good, and the other psychologist was really, really good, and they got me onto a program of meds and of meditation, and it was really, really good. And I went through little panic attacks, and nowadays when I have the little panic attacks, I just bat them away, because we were looking for the cause for the big ones, and we couldn't find a cause for the big ones, but the little ones were just environmental. And I learnt to bat them away. And then the big ones are chemical. And it all happened because I gave up drugs. What the drugs were doing was masking this anxiety that I didn't know I had. And when I took the drugs away, there was nothing to hold back the anxiety. And it smashed through the cellar and came screaming out of the basement and took a hold. And we found out that it was chemical anxiety, like actual mental illness. And it was not tied to anything. It was just chemical. And it happens when it happens. I've woken up out of sleep during one of these massive panic attacks. Happily, I have techniques and meds to help. There are people who help. They do help. The medical system has come such a long way, to helping people with.
I'll never forget where the topic of meds was concerned when one of my counselors wanted me to go on meds, and I was very hesitant because I'd heard about all of these different side effects and all of that sort of stuff. And I was like, I don't know if I want to use the meds as a crutch or, as the only way of dealing with this.
A crotch?
Yeah,
yes.
I think that was a bit.
I did want to use the meds as a penis. That's what Grasshopper said. I did want to use the meds as a penis.
He said it.
He said it. Sorry, I was just going to throw out hi.
Either way, I said
who's a friend of Renegade Faith from Sweden. And Grasshopper, now we've just reduced you to a man who's
returning
about his penis. Please actually continue with your genuine story that we have belittled.
Having that discussion with them, and they turned around to me and said, look, if you were an asthmatic, you take your puffer. If you if you were sick and you needed meds in order to get better, you would just take those meds. This is what this is. It's a mental disease. It is a sickness, and these meds are there to help treat that sickness. And that was changing the way that I viewed taking medications for the mental problems that I was having.
When they put it like that, and you go, oh yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Actually.
I know how scary it can be. Last year I fainted twice, and it left me quite bewildered. The first one, it was in the shower, twice in the shower. And what it is, because I'm tall, like the pipe's about there, it takes a lot of twisting and winding to get all the water on me. So I just sit in the bath. And I'll think about stuff or whatever. It's just it's like a sauna, but with water going over you instead of, And because I've put on a lot of weight, it kind of cuts off the circulation below my knees, and so my feet would end up being a bit numb. So what happened was I got up after, and I stood up, and I started to feel a bit queasy. So I held on to the so I'm holding on to the shower rail for the shower curtain rail. And it's like, oh, this isn't going away. I'd better get out and sit down. So I sat down on the edge of the bath, and then I woke up and suddenly I was sat on the floor with one leg underneath me. And it's like, okay, how did I get here? I don't remember sitting on the floor. Turns out I must have fainted, and I just woke up there, and I sat on the floor for about 10 minutes trying to get my head together because I was like hot and clammy and sweaty because of the, reaction. And eventually I was okay, but, it was it was scary. And then the second time it happened just a month later. And and I'm thinking, I held on tight to the shower rail, and I thought, I'll be all right in a few seconds. I'll be all right. Deep breathing, that kind of thing. And I suddenly woke up as I was dropping. and I ended up with my legs sort of out on diagonally, and my feet palm flat to the floor. I pulled the muscles in the back of my legs and my ankle, and sort of like a twisted, like we get a twisted ankle and it hurts for like a few days a week. I had that with one of my knees as well, and just putting on underwear hurt like crazy. Pulled a muscle in my groin. And again, it was scary. I found a way to deal with it now, which is when I want to get up, I'll just rotate myself in the bath, feet out, and let the blood get into my feet again. And once the numbness goes away, then I can get up. But it was scary. And I've had a couple of other fainting episodes. One was I went to the hospital because I gashed a hole in me on my hand. And it all coagulated because I've been waiting for a while, and squirted some stuff on it to sort of be able to look in the wound, and that's when the pain kind of hit me, and I just felt myself drifting, and and then the other one was when I went for an eye test. And everything was fine until it was the light in your eye, look up, look down, look left, look right. And suddenly, I'm not feeling very good here. As he stepped away. And I started to feel myself drifting off to the side. And then I woke up and there's 5 people in there when there was only him there before.
Yeah.
And you're like, where'd all these people come from? It's really, strange to have that happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I know that.
Bewildering.
All right. Sorry, I just left the room to have a whiz, as the saying goes. And you're all talking about far more deep things, and I'm just like, I just feel really relieved because I left the room to have a whiz.
Hey, can I bring up something a little lighter? So, do you remember I was doing some 3D printing last week?
Yes.
So I continued a bit more. So if you remember, I had one of the next gen shuttles. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have broken it by dropping it, so that's why it's got bits falling apart out of it. So I did like Star Trek Voyager does. I just made myself another one. So now I've got a brand new one that's all nice and good. So that was the next stage. And then I think I'd made this in 2 parts last time. And this is a ship from Elite Dangerous. It's the Imperial Courier. And unfortunately, it kind of bowed a bit, so I've kind of glued it together, but because it's in 2 halves. But it's left a big gap, and it doesn't line up properly. It's rubbish. So I'm going to make it as a complete one, on the bed as a complete object rather than 2 halves. And since then, I went to an Eagle. So there's an Imperial Eagle.
Oh, cool.
I do love this ship. I've been thinking about going on the Elite Dangerous forums and thinking about, hey, does anybody fancy joining me and doing a flight demonstration team? That would be kind of fun.
Have I ever showed you the Type 9 that my player group sent me?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It was an award for we have an annual award show in our player group. The Hutton Orbital Truckers.
Oh, yeah.
And I won this for being the miner of the year.
Nice.
The ironic thing is I didn't use a Type 9 to do all that mining. I used a Python. So
love the Python. Good ship.
Python's a great ship.
Yeah. Crate's better for combat, but the Python's good, and
it's just a multi-purpose ship.
It is.
Lots of things.
So I made myself an Orca, which is a beautiful looking ship.
Nice.
It is, isn't it?
And the thing is, the detail is really good on these. Bear in mind that they're just 3D printed, and but you can see like back of the engine there.
So
Angry, why do you look like you're falling drunkenly asleep at your keyboard right now, mate?
What? Okay, all I'm saying is that is only because I'm falling drunkenly asleep at my keyboard.
I've been clearly going to sleep more than Angry. I've been clearly on more of the drug than Angry, and I think you should cast your eyes up a little further to find out my I've lost the sentence.
Yeah, but that's okay.
I've got 2 more to show. Just 2 more.
Please.
Yeah, let Laura distract.
Here's a
from
little
you
tiny
and me.
viper, which I was expecting to be a bit bigger. What do you think, Abigail?
Oh, cool.
Little
So
tiny
that
viper.
is tiny.
It
But
is,
it's a
isn't
small
it?
ship, so
Yeah.
well.
And
it's-
then I
it's
did
small.
the opposite. I made a tiny
Is that a clipper or a
cutter.
cutter?
Yeah.
A tiny
However-
cutter, which is a big
However,
one of the
it's
in the game.
a little bit wonky. It kind of leans.
Oh, well,
to
you
the
know, most cutters are a bit bent in some way.
Well,
There's a lot of things.
what it is, when I printed it out, I did it sort of like, I did it on this angle on the plane.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I could do it like that and make it bigger, but then it's going to take like 9 hours to print out.
Yeah.
So these things take ages to do.
Laura, do
Yeah.
you
This
do
is the
your
detail.
powder?
Say again, sorry?
Do you do yours powder or do you do yours resin fill?
Mine's a resin one, so it's a resin bath with an LCD screen underneath. So it's a bath of resin, and the bottom is like transparent, like a transparent boat kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then you've got an LCD screen underneath that emits ultraviolet. Not ultraviolet, what do you call it?
Infrared.
UV, ultraviolet.
UV. Yeah, it is UV. Of course it is.
It's ultraviolet.
Yeah, so it's UV, and all that happens is the resin is UV sensitive, and so what it does does a layer, and then that hardens it, and then the printer goes up and goes down for the next layer, and and effectively it just goes one layer upon layer upon layer. So this for example, this was 6,300 layers.
That's insane.
But it was done on an angle. It was done on an angle like that.
Because this that I printed out for a board game is like 7 layers.
Yeah.
It's let me just measure it. It is 3.6 millimeters thick.
Angry.
But I am making a box with little magnets on my 3D printer for one of my I get to say that now, one of my lady friends who has this game, and I'm printing another box that goes underneath it.
Well, these are printed at 0.025 millimeters per layer.
These are 0.2 millimeters per layer.
Yeah. So these are like lots of very, 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 very thin layers.
Yeah.
Just had a quick funny story for you, Angry. Guy that I know by the name of Phil, who is currently watching. So, hi, Phil. I'm telling the story because it's fucking hilarious.
Hello,
Phil. Phil is in a relationship with an identical twin.
That's dangerous.
It's fine. He and his now fiance and her sister, they get along fine, but every now and again he gets into silly little arguments with his sister-in-law. They were apparently having a silly little argument earlier tonight, and apparently he turned around to her and said, "You need to shut up. I know what you look like naked."
She'd have no comeback for that.
There's no escaping that. That is a black hole of a burn. Like you cannot escape it.
All I'm gonna say to you, Phil, is if she stays with you after this, dude, like you're a lucky fucking man.
That's so good.
Oh, I've got another nice thing for you. So my hormones, everything. I'm nearly 2 months in now. I've got about six left, and that'll be 2 months because 2 boxes are 28. But I can definitely tell my skin is a lot softer everywhere. Everywhere.
Yep. You'll find your bruise easier.
Everywhere.
Has your appetite changed much?
No, not really.
Not yet. Okay, because I found I ate less eventually, like your metabolism will slow down a bit, so you need to like stop eating as much as you might have before.
Yeah, that's what I need
because
to
I
do.
put on a bunch of weight because I wasn't used to it, and now my appetite's so much less. But yeah, skin.
Like I say, my skin just and not only that. I mean, at first it felt softer, but now it's spongier. If that's the best example word I can. It's like memory foam. I'm made out of memory foam now. But it's smooth. It's like vinyl coated memory foam.
Yeah. Right. And how good is crying?
I don't know. I haven't tried it yet.
Oh, okay. At a movie. Try at a movie. It's the best.
I need to watch movies. Yeah.
So what was that, Angry?
It makes me feel.
I'm just saying, occasionally, just really full-on physical racking sobs is incredibly therapeutic. Yeah.
I know how to try it out. I've got a copy of Grave of the Fireflies somewhere.
Oh God.
I do not get that reference.
That'll do it.
A Grave of the Fireflies makes you cry. It does.
They're hospital with a truckie, a carpenter, a bouncer, and a big man. And every 2 nights we had movie night with Aidsy. And I said, oh, tonight, Grave of the Fireflies, it's a bit rough, lads. You might not like it. It's a bit sad, and they said, oh, it's a cartoon, it's not a anime, it won't be too bad. It's something to do. And I went, oh, I don't know, fellas, you might want to give this one a miss. And they go, no, come on. So we watched it. The fucking bawling. When she's eating I'm not going to spoil it, when she's eating the bawling.
Basically, there are 2 different Japanese studios made anime about Hiroshima. Studio Ghibli made Grave of the Fireflies, which is fucking emotionally traumatizing. But also, there's a different one that made Barefoot Gen and Barefoot Gen 2. And both of them are just fucking traumatizing. And my offspring, who were very into Studio Ghibli when they were little, they didn't watch Grave of the Fireflies, but they watched Barefoot Gen, which is about the experience of civilians in Hiroshima.
Jesus, I was there at the end of that movie.
I did kind of feel compelled to say to my young'uns, okay, there's nothing in this film that isn't true, but they have completely neglected to document what the Japanese Imperial Army was doing up to this point, which was horrifically reprehensible. But yeah, the fact that civilians bore the brunt of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki nuclear attacks is very eloquently captured in Barefoot Gen and Barefoot Gen 2, and also in Grave of the Fire. These films are depressing as...
I'll be back in a second.
So these guys watch this film and they're crying. They're just crying. These are tough guys, yeah? These are tough men. And they are crying. And I said, I'm sorry, guys. I tried to say, no, it's okay, man. I'm so sad. Oh, God.
Both,
and the nurse comes in and goes, what the fuck has happened here? And I say, oh, Grave of the Fireflies. And she says, say no more.
Yeah.
And so the guy went to bed. And next day, their families came to meet them. And they hugged their wives and children so hard. It's like, come here, never go away.
Yeah.
One of the things it showed, Grave of the Fireflies at least, is that sort of middle bit between end of World War II in Japan, so 1945, and around about 1950 when Japan became useful thanks to Korean War.
Yeah.
Because until then, it was like, yeah, we've blown up the place, and but there really wasn't a lot of rebuilding going on.
Yeah.
So you had people basically farming out of bomb craters.
Yeah.
And things.
Both
say.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say both Barefoot Gen and Grave of the Fireflies are very good at bringing the very big, incomprehensible picture of nuclear bombs down to very personal, emotional stories. Because nuclear bombs are too big to understand.
Yeah, they're too much.
The personal stories of people whose families are fucked up by nuclear bombs, that's relatable. And both Barefoot Gen and Grave of the Fireflies are very good at making these big, incomprehensible stories personal.
I used to know a Japanese friend, and he was an older guy. He was in his 50s, and so he would have been possibly
Laura,
around.
Sorry, just wanted to pop in just to mainly say hello to people, let you guys know that I am actually alive. But I've got to actually get going and get some work done.
Oh.
So, peace to you all. Can somebody please send my love to Abigail when she comes back in?
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks for dropping by, man.
My love to you all.
Yeah.
Aidsy, it's been fantastic to see you, bud. Good to see you doing all right.
Thank you, sir. I have a twin story, which I'm going to tell these people, and I hope to tell you as soon as I can.
I'll watch the live stream back later, and I'll listen to it then, mate.
Okay, great.
All
right. Love you guys.
Also,
I was just going to finish off. I just wanted to finish off what I was saying. So my Japanese friend, he said that the best thing that happened to Japan was having nuclear weapons dropped on them, and you think, gosh, that's quite a thing. And what he explained is it turned Japan from a kind of militaristic, aggressive country to a pacifist country very quick. And unlike all these other countries like Britain and America, who spent billions and billions on, different weapons, different aircraft, military expenditure, crazy amounts of it. Australia's been similar, not to the same extent, of course.
To the same extent.
But, yeah. And whereas Japan, basically put their money into building up the country and making it strong again.
Because there was nothing left.
Yeah, they had nothing left. There wasn't anything. There was effectively, you couldn't get any lower than that. It had to go up.
Yeah, it had to build up industry and infrastructure and food tech, and they relied heavily on the CSIRO. After the CSIRO walked in and said, we want to learn how to make Japanese rice because you won't eat Australian rice. And the farmers said, fuck, you're not going to be able to do it. And for 20 years, the CSIRO watched the Japanese farmers do rice in different regions. And then the Fukushima earthquakes happened. And the whole middle of the country was suspect with its water and was showing nuclear radiation in its water. And they went, our rice is unedible because it's fucking nuked. And the Australians went, we have your rice that we have built in our labs, and we're going to send fucking shiploads of it to you. And they did. And the Japanese was going, well, we'll use it for second rice. And they tasted it and went, actually, this is not bad. This is actually not bad at all. We'll use it, we'll market properly, but we'll use it as first rice. And so they were using it as first rice, and the Americans said, oh, we're sending rice to you as well. The other thing they wanted was water. And the Australians said, we will send you Mount Franklin till the cows come home. So they sent rice and water, and the Americans sent, the Australians sent 5 shiploads of rice and 3 shiploads of water. And the Americans sent 2 shiploads of rice and 1 shipload of water, and said, all right, well, we can give you this rice on very low prices, like $1 a bag, like 10 cents a bottle. And the Japanese were going, okay. And the Australians were basically going, fucking it's yours, man. Fucking take it. Whatever you need. It's fucked having an earthquake and not having anything to eat. And so the Japanese distributed the rice. They would distribute it on a Monday, and everyone knew it was coming on a Monday. And very quickly, they had to say 1 bag per customer, and don't try and get your family to come around twice. And you can have 20 litres per customer, and you can get another 20 litres in 2 days. And they turned around to Australia and said, fuck, we need so much more. And Australia said, yeah, we can give you another 4 ships worth of rice. And they did, and they gave them another 3 ships worth of water. The Americans said, yeah, we can give you another ship worth of rice, another ship worth of water, but the price has gone up slightly. And the Japanese are going,
yeah. Sorry, I just want to cut you across on 2 things in the chat. Brachial is talking about the difference between post-World War II stuff with FDR and MacArthur and Truman, etc. You're raising good points. Post-World War II is weird. Late World War II and post-World War II is weird, fucked up shit. You are right to raise that. And also, just want to raise nobody who's been feeling a bit of the stress this evening. It's nice to see you say you think the worst is past. You can walk now. You can't walk, but you feel like you can breathe, which is a fucking good step. Actually, just feeling like I can breathe now. So,
one last thing, Abigail, Grasshopper sends his love as a goodbye.
Does he?
As a goodbye, he had to go.
Oh, okay, yes. So, I started texting him because he'd left, and I got changed into something a bit more gothy, and he'd left. He's like King Goth, so oh well.
Yeah.
So just to finish off what I was basically saying, was the Japanese were going, all right, for the first time, we're going to use Australian rice as first rice, not just second, third rice, that can be used for packing or fermenting stuff. And so then basically they said, well, we'll start paying. And then Australia basically said, well, we'll give you a cheap price. And the Americans said, well, how much are you going to give us for our rice? The Japanese said, we don't think we need any of your rice anymore. And the Americans were shitty because they said, well, we gave you free rice. And it was like, not free, per se. And then they basically said, we don't need it. So this happened in Fukushima, but at the end of the Second World War, there was a lot of food shortages, and a lot of the rice they got was again from Australia, but that was secret because the Australian public would have shit itself if they found out that its rice was going to Japan. The Australian public was very anti-Japan in the 40s.
So
just because of the whole invasion thing. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
Abigail.
I have been looking into my family history recently with some help from my relatives. And I always knew, like, my grandfather and his brother served in World War II, but I actually confirmed, I found his brother's military record and confirmed everything that I'd heard about his treatment as a POW by the Japanese in World War II, all from the National Archives. And it's messed up what they did.
It's horrendous.
But it was all there.
And if they'd have found out that Australian rice was going to help the Japanese not starve, the Australian public would have fucking lost it.
For sure.
They would have gone to poison it.
My dad was in Z Special, and he, in the 70s, he was still bitter about Japanese.
Oh yeah, the number of particularly Australian service people from World War II who would not talk about what happened in the Pacific, because the Japanese did terrible things, and then the Australians did terrible things in retaliation, and they never wanted to really admit to anyone what they did. And there was stuff like, I saw a story on the Kokoda Trail when the reservists and eventually the Australian veterans from the African campaign who were called back by the Prime Minister, who turned back the Japanese Imperial Army, which was the first defeat that particular unit had suffered for 10 years. It was the first time they were turned back. And then the Americans, who had been overwhelmed by the Japanese in the Philippines and Port Moresby, sort of joined in yay, the Australians are turning them back, we'll join in. But one of the stories that fucked me up was like assessment, like when the Americans were joining in, going up through the Kokoda Trail in PNG to push the Japanese back into the sea, basically. The one that stuck in my head was the Americans came up and there was an Australian who was like on point duty, and there was a Japanese soldier who was hanging from a tree, and he was a sniper. And basically, he was hidden, and he had a rope tied around his waist that was also tied to a branch on the tree. So if he fell asleep at any point and fell out of the tree, the rope in his waist would stop him from falling. But the Australians had caught him and shot him, and this guy was like hanging from a branch on the tree with a rope around his waist. And the Americans saw this guy hanging from a tree and went, "Is that guy dead?" And the Australian went, "I don't know," and got his rifle and shot the guy through the leg, and the guy screamed, and he said to the American, "No, he's not dead yet." And the Americans are going, "What the fuck?" And it's like, but these Australians are going, no, these guys had killed a bunch of my friends. Literally anything I do to them is justified at this point. And that's why war is fucked. Absolutely reasonable humans get to the mental state where they go, anything I do to that guy is justified because he's the fucking enemy. Abigail.
There's similar kind of stuff with, like, more. There's a psychology thing, like debasing people and making them less than animals kind of makes it so much easier to kill them, which is why, we had like the Jews in Germany being gassed and shit like that, Well, and this is probably going to be somewhat unpopular view, and I'm only describing something, I'm not siding with anybody. I'm just describing. So one of the things I learned about the Japanese during World War II is they thought they were better and more evolved than everybody else.
Mm.
And with that in mind, with, like I say, if people are less than you, well, but you've also got the double element in there, which is which was like the fighting spirit kind of thing, the Bushido spirit thing. And the idea was that, you go down, if there's no chance of a victory, you go down fighting. You die fighting to the last man kind of thing. And the idea of a surrender was unforgivable for Japanese people. There are Japanese POWs, in other words, they were caught by Australians or British or Burma or whatever, that kind of part.
Just to interject for 1 second. Angry, can you post the link to the stream?
Yes, I can.
Continue.
Well, for the British, I'm sure Australians and everything, you've seen the Bridge of the River Kwai. You're defeated, you surrender, and you march to the prison camp kind of thing. It's an honourable defeat, and such a thing was possible for the West. The mentality for the West. Well, but for the Japanese, surrender was wasn't an option.
Absolutely.
So, in their mind, and bear in mind that it's a form of indoctrination. These are the enemy, and they didn't do what they should have done. They should have fought to the end, and they didn't do that. They aren't honourable, and because they're not honourable, we can just treat them like shit because they are shit. You know.
And
in South Pacific,
in South Pacific in World War II, that's why you get things like the Patan Death March in the Philippines and the torture that happened in Singapore and whatnot, because the Japanese could not conceive of surrender. Whereas British, American, Australian troops would go, oh, if we're caught in a thing where we literally don't have any ammunition and there's an invading army, we will surrender to them, and we expect to be treated honorably as prisoners. But the Japanese mindset was quite different. So you get what can only be described as crimes against humanity that was committed throughout Southeast Asia by the Japanese Imperial Army.
Just yesterday, I read the weirdest thing, and it was like, I was chatting with my friend, like George W. Bush, and and his dad, and there's some weird conspiracy theory about it. But anyway,
Hello, Brack.
Hi, Brack.
Saying hello to Brock. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Brack.
Yeah.
Hi, Brack. This is my gorgeous Swedish friend. He's very, very intelligent, and he would love this conversation with you guys.
That's what we like. A nice person who engages in conversation.
Let me just finish off what I was saying, and what was I saying? I've forgotten now.
You're talking to.
It's all right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was talking to my friend. That's right. And so basically, I looked up George Bush Sr., and he was in World War II. He joined up in 1943. He was in combat in 1944, and he was shot down along with a bunch of other planes because he was a pilot. And he was the only one out of 5 people who managed to escape. The other ones were murdered by the Japanese, and they went and ate their livers.
Oh God! Okay.
Right.
Yeah, cannibalism. That was the thing.
Dude.
And it's like, imagine what history would have been like. Imagine what the history would have been like if they'd have killed him, George Bush as well. We wouldn't have had George Bush Jr., which may have been an advantage, but I don't know.
Who knows?
Actually, I have a bigger irony of the Bush family. Do you know about their grandfather, Prescott Bush?
Yes.
He was the director for the Harriman's Bank, and the Harriman's Bank under Prescott Bush actually saved the Nazi Party from financial ruin. they pumped money into the Nazi party and made them really fucking rich. So he could have been also stopping World War II to begin.
Yeah. Oh no,
He
the
also,
But the Harriman Bank were all National Socialists. Like they were the ones to organize the National Socialist rally in Madison Square Garden in the United
God,
States.
yes, I've seen that. Yes.
they
Yeah,
also
they were the
organized,
ones.
um,
And they actually organized. They even organized a coup d'état against FDR. There was a general in the United States Army who was supposed to be the American dictator, a National Socialist.
I think that's called. Is that called like the business plot or something? It's
I
where
don't.
a bunch of capitalists thought they had the ability to overthrow the U.S. government.
Yeah, and they picked a general like within the United States Army. But the thing is, like, the general was actually a patriot, so he actually revealed it all on television.
Yeah.
Like, he revealed the entire plot.
Yeah, he took meetings with the various oligarchs and capitalists who thought they'd overthrow it, and basically got all the information to incriminate them, and then went public and said, "Oh, these motherfuckers think they can actually overthrow the U.S. government." Yeah,
Yeah, and I think the whole reason, the whole source of where you have to look at World War II as an extension of World War One.
yeah.
And I do think that the World War One and World War II, the biggest issues that was fighting was the concept of empire, because the concept of empire is the source of both of the wars.
Yep, absolutely. Particularly World War One. Yes.
Yeah, but I think World War II is a sort of an extension of that, because the National Socialists, they wanted to create an empire in the image of the British Empire, and Adolf Hitler was very clear about that. He wanted colonies and he wanted to emulate the British Empire.
That's right. Which is why he was so.
And Churchill was all for it. Like Churchill even encouraged Japan to become an imperial force again, because he told them that since you're an island and we're an island, you have the same superiority because you're an island just like us.
Yeah, it was always interesting to me that Churchill was very anti-Nazi, because Churchill was very right-wing, and but it was just he did actually see the truth behind the Nazi ideology and went, "Oh no, these guys think they're going to take over the whole world, and I am enough of an imperialist that I don't want them to take over the bits of the world that I see being parts of the British Empire."
Exactly.
Churchill was more afraid of Russia than he ever was of
the commies. No, but again, to his credit, Churchill was, despite being a right-wing fuckhead, Churchill was able to look at the Nazis and go, "Oh, they want to take over the whole world. They literally want to run everything. Oh no, I'm not going for that."
It's kind of funny because did you ever see Blackadder Goes Forth?
Yes.
There's the one about sort of why did the war start, which was a weird question, and it's like, and George says because of the Hun and their villainous empire building, and Blackadder goes something like currently the British Empire encompasses a quarter of the entire planet, whereas the the German Empire consists of a sausage factory in Taganiki.
Yeah, that's the irony.
Bloody, one of the other things that people don't look at in history is that one of the things that Churchill was freaked out about was that the United States.
Angry Nettie's backstage.
Well, wait a sec. All right, is Nettie? She's back.
Not clear.
Whoops.
About which side it was going to come in on.
Yeah.
They had very good reasons to come in on the German side, and they had pretty good reasons to come in on the English side. So Churchill was sitting there on his own in his little island going, if fucking America goes the way of Germany, we're fucked. We become literally airstrip one. And Germany didn't take Britain before they went off to take
Russia.
USSR. Now, that was a fuck up beyond fuck up. They should have waited a year and taken Britain properly, and then they could have cut USSR off from all of its supplies, had a really good landing spot to threaten America with, and then sue for peace. Because on the other side of America, you've got Japan fucking kicking shit out of little islands on the way. And all you have to do is ring up America and go, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to come in with us and make it easy? You'll be sovereign. You'll be your own place. America would have turned around and gone, yeah, sure. And then effectively you would have had Germania, and you would have had that empire that Hitler wanted. But he fucked up, left Britain alone, and then went north to Russia, which is stupid. And it was exposed. It wasn't as cut and dried as everyone said. America, the good guys, coming in on the side of right and goodness, could easily have been America, the good guys, coming in on the side of right and goodness, high old Roosevelt. It wasn't clear. Remember, Ford gave Germany tetraethyl lead to make their fuel in their planes and higher-end trucks go better. Remember that the Pennsylvania disabled and mentally infirm doctors raced to Germany to see their sterilisation and euthanasia program so they could implement it in Pennsylvania just before war broke out between their two countries. There was a lot of trade between America and Germany.
Look, okay. I'm just going to jump in. This is like sort of really bleak and fucked up, and I don't know why it is. I just want to have a conversation that's a bit lighter. And
yeah,
fully. I mean, it all turned out good. I mean, FDR turned around and said no more.
Well, I think. Sorry.
Sorry, I just want to, Brock. I wasn't clear. Where are you actually based? What country are you in, Brock?
I'm in Sweden.
Sweden. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. Okay, I just wanted to know that.
I was just saying.
What's it like in Sweden at the moment?
It's summer.
It's summer. I don't want to depress you, but today it was too warm for me to wear the jacket I've been wearing for the last couple of months, and I went out and it's too warm. It's the first hint that things are actually getting a little bit warmer here.
Yeah.
And what temperature was it?
It was only 16 Celsius, but
Okay.
But it was the
We've had a couple of days of 18, so
it was the first hint that we are leading towards spring in the southern hemisphere here, and it was weird because I was just wearing my jacket and I was outside and I was going, this jacket is actually too warm, and this is the first time since about April that this jacket has felt too warm. So
it's weird because like the other night, I was trying to print something and it was literally too cold, and my print kept failing. Even though it's got a heated bed and a heated nozzle, but the air around it was too cold. And today it was like pants and t-shirt weather. It was great. And Brack, a friend of mine, actually two friends of mine who started dating, and I didn't even know they knew each other. That was trippy. Recently moved to Sweden because one of them is doing her PhD there, which is amazing in computer science. So must be a good place to convince someone to move, two people to move all the way around the other side of the world.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. But
Also,
as I always tell Faith, Australians don't know what cold is. You have no idea what cold is.
Probably.
I know what cold is.
Yeah, but do you know what hot is?
I do not know what hot is on the other side.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
Also, there's something to be said about the construction of the houses we live in to account for like heat versus cold. So when you hear, like, it's common in Australia to laugh at Brits who complain about, the hot weather, it's 20 degrees, everyone go to the beach, and we're like, what? But their houses are made to hold that heat in no matter the cost, whereas our houses you can blow over with a trumpet.
But then again,
and they're like, it's the way houses are designed.
I was gonna make a joke, I always think like Australia is, when summer comes, that's also when all the new deadly animals wants to kill you. So going to the beach is not a good idea. It's not a good idea.
Drop bears, wowies, and all the jellyfish.
Yeah, all the new horrible things that want to kill you in a horrible way.
The trick is to make friends with them first.
Yes.
Well, that's what
I'm sure a jellyfish likes to be petted on the head.
No, don't.
No.
Especially don't give it a pat on the tail. No, don't do that.
There was a social media post from a year or two ago. An American tourist, it was 2 years ago because it was pre-COVID. An American tourist found a cute little octopus in a rock pool and picked it up and posted it on social media. And it was a blue ring octopus. And a blue ring octopus is
I remember that. I think I
of biting you with a toxin that will kill you inside of 10 minutes.
Like, look how pretty it looks.
And this American was posting this octopus on their hand that had all these blue rings, and every Australian is going, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
They're only this big, okay, bro?
Yeah, no, they're tiny. They sit on the palm of your hand. They're tiny.
And they're beautiful blue.
They are beautiful.
When they're angry, they have orange rings around their legs and around their head. And this orange goes really bright. And when that happens, they're about to bite you. And when they bite you, you've got about 10, 15 minutes to enjoy the trip before you die.
But it was absolutely hilarious. An American literally, and it wasn't just that they had the little octopus on their hand, but the blue rings were all showing, and they only show up when the octopus is angry. And every Australian is looking at this picture going, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is going on?
Don't do that.
It was,
But-
it was the
You know,
equivalent
I find
of
this stuff
someone
really
in
fun.
California.
I-
It was the equivalent of someone in a hiking trail in California going, "Oh look, this mountain lion showed up, and I pat it. And it's just a kitty. It's just a kitty." And
Look
it's
at
just
that
like,
kitty.
No,
Yeah.
but Faith, a few years ago, Faith had she had a spider on her window, which she thought was a funnel web. She thought it was a funnel web spider, and she was like, "I'm gonna have to kill it. I never killed a funnel web before." So I started googling for her, like how to kill it, and every post that is said, said that when you do go in for the kill, make sure it's dead, otherwise it's gonna attack you. It gets aggressive.
Yeah.
It does not give a shit.
Yeah.
Angry Lady video many years ago because it was a Wanga Fat Wednesday. And what happened was in the UK, a school was shut down because they found a nest of false widow spiders.
false widows, yes.
And at worst, they might give you a little bit of a rash. And then he went through going through a list of all the spiders, and one of them, I think it was the funnel web one or whatever, one that'll hide in the garden, hide in the shed, and if you disturb it, it'll come at you.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
Funnel webs also, they do this fucked up shit where they go, "I'm going to go to sleep in your shoe," or
nice and
in
moist.
in the leg of your jeans or whatever. And when you go to pull your jeans on or put your shoe on, they take that as an affront, and they don't bite you once. They'll bite you like 2, 3, 4 times. They'll just go, and they are aggressive as
Yeah,
fuck.
they rear up on their back leg.
Oh,
and they hook into you like that. And yeah.
So when my son brought home his pet tarantula, it was up like that for like about a full hour because it was just freaking out. Nettie's back, Angry.
Hi, Nettie.
And yeah, and like that thing, it's because you can only. Welcome back, Nettie.
I keep bleeding myself because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, like my son has pet tarantulas. They're Australian native tarantulas, and they basically dig a hole and stay there. So like the joke is, it's basically a pet hole, with a bit of web around the outside. But occasionally she comes out. He named his adult tarantula Starlight, which is adorable.
It is.
It's the best name for a pet ever. And like if it feels threatened, now it doesn't rear up anymore. It just goes you. And it is so fast. It is so fucking fast. And like you put if she's hungry and you put a cricket in there, it's gone in 2 seconds. And back in the hole.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things I've ever seen in the natural world, and I say natural world, it wasn't really natural world, it was the natural world objects at a zoo. So, but basically it was the chameleons at a zoo, and they'd been fed with they just had a box of flies that they sat in the corner, and the flies would get out and they'd sit on something. You just see this chameleon slowly creeping up. Just, and just like I say, just moving so slowly, you wouldn't believe it. And then suddenly the tongue and the mouth kind of goes like opens, and then suddenly goes and snaps it, and it's like, wow, that was amazing. I think bear in mind you're talking about maybe 4 or 5 minutes per bite. And I probably sat there watching it for the best part of half an hour. It was just
it wasn't a karma chameleon. It was an actual chameleon.
I surmised that if human beings, if we didn't have self-drive cars coming, I expected that human beings would end up having, eyes that worked in different directions, like a chameleon has, because
we're not predators. We're not predators anymore. Like,
But we still have to look in two places at the same time. So you can look at the car in front and look at the traffic coming on the roundabout without moving forward and bumping into the car in front because you thought they'd moved and they hadn't, because you didn't look forward before you started.
Yeah.
I've done that.
That's why I don't drive.
Some fucker stopped on the roundabout and I ran into him. It's my fault.
You don't stop on the roundabout ever.
Yeah. Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stopped on the roundabout one time because a guy pulled out and I skidded.
Well, that's the only reason.
Yeah. I ended up lying on my back because I was riding a bicycle. And this guy pulled out. He's going up the hill and he just kept going. And when he noticed, my head was basically, that guy was going a bit too quick to be stopping. He's still going to be too quick to be stopped. He ain't bloody stopping. And I shouted and hit the brakes and turned, like I say, skidded away. Fortunately, I didn't even break the eggs that were in my bag, on my back. And I jumped up like a jackrabbit and lifted up my bike, and I said, and I was kind of aggressive with him, but not in the, more in the, not angry, but more upset kind of angry, if that makes sense. And I basically said, you need to be more careful what you're doing, mate. He said, you should have. I said, should have what? I'm on the road, you're entering it. Those lines there, they mean give way. Not give way to only cars. And
You should have.
Yeah,
that's some people's first reaction, isn't it? You should have no. Like when this guy's dog bit my arm, right? Bloody Rottweiler.
Yeah.
Bites my arm as I'm walking down the street, and he's like, "Oh, well, you should have." I don't know.
Yeah.
And people came out of the shop and went, "Fuck off."
Yeah, you should have stopped your dog from biting people. If you know your dog is the kind of dog that bites people, that's what muzzles are for. Or you pull them on the lead closer to you so they can't go and bite other people.
The dog was bigger than him.
Yeah.
The dog was definitely bigger than him. He shouldn't have had such a big, powerful dog. It was a big Rottweiler.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he told me it didn't bite me. Oh, like, what do you think all that saliva is all over my sleeve?
I mean, I had a thing, not a dog, a calf. Recently, going like daily walks with Mrs. Angry, and we're walking across the road park, and it's a pedestrian crossing, and this fucking asshole came screaming up this street that's a 40 or 50k speed limit. And he was going 70 or 80, and just screamed up and did not stop at this pedestrian crossing, and sort of was shot across the intersection. And I jumped back because he almost ran over me. And I jumped back and went, "Fuck!" And this piece of shit had the audacity to stick his ugly head out the window and go, "What's your problem?" And something snapped in me, and I just lost it. And I screamed at his car, "You're my fucking problem. You were just speeding up a street that's got a 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit, and this is a motherfucking pedestrian crossing that you just shot across without giving way, almost ran over me, and you fucking dare to say what's wrong with me? Fuck you!" Everything, and he's going, "Oh," and he went. And what was the sweetest thing? It was in the park near where, and I just lost it, and I was just screaming. And this granny who was in the park next to me went, "Good on ya. Good on you. He needed to be." It was wicked. It was great.
Okay, so this story doesn't have a satisfying ending, but I'm still here. I'm alive.
You are alive.
Okay.
I am.
That's satisfactory, I think.
It is like.
I don't know though. You are got
and I'm all buffed up.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, so I better check.
Undead.
But I didn't get the satisfaction of actually calling this person out. I was driving to somewhere, I don't even remember where, in Ringwood, which is a suburb here in Melbourne, and going down the Ringwood bypass, and it was raining, and I was in the middle of it, and the raining is important. Chekhov's raining. Chekhov's Rain, thank you. I was stopped at the traffic lights, and they turned, like it was red light, and they turned green. And because normally I would, it was 1 a.m, Munchie Run or something, I don't even know. Me and a mate were in the car, I was driving, and normally I would just no cars on the road, let's do it. I drive a V6 for a reason, that's young me, 20s me. But because it was raining, I thought, I better be safe. And I took off slowly. And literally, as I was in the middle of the intersection, this fucking dickhead came screaming the other way through the red light. And he missed us by centimeters.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been raining and I'd have taken off at my normal speed, he'd have probably killed us, all 3 of us.
Yeah.
It was he was going through that intersection ridiculously fast.
Yeah.
Friends of mine got T-boned like that.
Fucked up.
Actually, when they were.
Yeah.
It was just before the HSC for them.
Yeah.
Because they're a couple of years older than me. Yeah. They ended up with pretty bad injuries.
Yeah. And my friend would have been the first. He would have been crushed because the car would have hit him first. And it was so fucked. Who the fuck does that?
Oh, people do that. I've had so many close calls over the years.
Yeah.
I remember, again, my favorite one is suicidal bike riders, whether it's bicycles or motorcycles or scooters. I remember one driving towards Sydney and been stuck in a single lane for a while, and the vehicle in front of me was quite slow, and we finally got to an overtaking lane. So I went, cool, I'm overtaking, put the indicator on and went around them, and some dickhead on a motorcycle behind me, because he could accelerate quicker than a car, he decided he was going to go around me, which was A, against the road rules, B, potentially fatal for him. And I was completely legal. I indicated I was going to overtake this car and then changed lanes, and then really at the last second realized this fuckwit on a motorcycle was right next to me, and he was like, oh, and I was like, dude, maybe you shouldn't have done that. Maybe you absolutely should not have done that. And it was just
when you drive in a car, you have a higher splat factor than someone on a motorcycle.
But the fact is, I was in the right. And look, and also I know, because I've never ridden a motorcycle, but I have a lot of friends who have, and I know the sort of shit motorcyclists go through with cars. And I was like, dude, first, you should have assumed a car would kill you. But second, you were absolutely 100% in the wrong. And I indicated I was about to change lanes, and you went around me anyway. So when I swung out, it was like, you were like, oh! It was like, no, dude, don't fucking do that.
I remember when I was on my P-planes.
May I just say, AZ, maybe it's bedtime? You know?
No. That image has been stuck there for the past 2 hours.
I'm listening very intently.
That's
AZ listening. That's AZ listening.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Something happened to his connection.
I don't like looking at people. I like looking down and listening.
Okay, fair enough.
I do that too. Yeah.
I'll watch a show that I'm directing, and I'll look down. And I've often been picked up by other comedians, and they go, "Don't you like your boys?" And it's like, no, I'm listening to everything they do, and picking up every last little iota of what they do.
I get you.
Yeah, where they are on stage, and I can hear their timing, and I can hear their. It's called disponibility. What that
means? Name. Cool.
What that means is you've got a line to say, right? And you've got a line to hear. Now, you're supposed to hear that line for the first time in your life, then react to it. You're not supposed to know that line's coming, right? So if I call Brad a massive porter, he's not supposed to know that that line's coming. He's supposed to go, oh my God, AZ, you're such a turd. And then basically you go from there. So I'm listening for their disponibility. And the other thing, disponibility, it means to let go of will to other persons. You're not supposed to be controlling what's going on. You're supposed to be reacting to what's going on. And it's way funnier if they're shocked at the line coming at them. And so you can hear that better if you're listening for it rather than...
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
So
yeah, I get it.
I should look, but I get more information when I listen. And I head down and I do that. But I should look.
Anyway.
And Brack, I don't
I'm
counterintuitive.
very tired. So I'm going to have to retire now. My coffee didn't work very well at all.
But you're so young.
Good night. Good night,
Good
Eddie.
night, guys.
Sweet dreams.
Love
You look so
all.
cozy there.
Yeah.
Wish I could.
I feel very cozy.
Wish I could pop over and snuggle with you, but you know.
I didn't even
Bye,
drink
guys.
an energy drink at the start of this stream.
Good night, Eddie.
Night, Eddie. But it is it's almost 2 a.m. It's 1:45. I'm gonna dip in the next 15 minutes. So
I thought you were just about to say, I'm going to make another cocktail.
again.
I just poured another drink, so.
Abigail, I tried the Snosberry Fizz.
Yeah.
What's the ratio of soda water you need to put in it?
As much as you want. Basically,
it's to top it up.
To taste.
Oh, because I put the whole rest of the glass, and also I used Bombay Sapphire. I'm like, it kind of tastes like TV static.
Yeah. So it's basically one.
But I could see where it was going if I used good ingredients and got the ratio right. I totally get it.
Yeah, because I'm using Starwood Nova.
Oh, Starwood Nova is good. Yes.
It's so good.
I love.
And I'm
Starwood.
using either blackberry or blood orange Whitley Neal, sorry, which is from the UK, I believe.
Yeah, it is,
and it's really good.
Yeah.
And if I could afford it, I would buy the slow gin from Patient Wolf.
Yeah, I've got.
I don't like
because that shit was nice.
I've actually got the Patient Wolf Blackthorn at the moment. Previously, I had the Anther Cherry as my thing, but it's basically a fruity gin. So I've got the Patient Wolf Blackthorn Slow Gin at the moment. So basically 1.5 ounces, 45 mils slow gin, 45 mils whiskey, and then however big your glass is, just top it with soda. And so if it's a big glass, you put a bunch of ice in, so you're not putting so much.
Oh, I didn't put ice in. It didn't taste alcoholic though. It was very deceptive.
Oh yeah, no, Jesus.
Yeah.
A Snosberry Fizz is a dangerous drink. It's
for sure.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny with all this talk of cocktails and stuff like that. I have thought to myself, you know what, rather than go to a bar and get a pina colada made. I'll just buy all the ingredients and do it myself.
And then you can have 10 pina coladas.
This is the problem, though. I can imagine me having one every day.
Yeah.
And ended up with as an almost alcoholic.
That happens at first.
Hey,
like that happened to me when I started like buying really good spirits and mixing drinks. I thought, I'm becoming a drinker now. But now it's like weaned off a bit, and like I'll only have a drink on these Friday nights.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't even.
God. The early days of COVID, I was really knocking it back on the streams, and after a month or two, I went, I'm actually drinking too much. I need to stop doing that. And so I definitely have multiple nights a week where I don't drink any alcohol. But Friday night is just like the handbrake's off, and it's just like But I'm also conscious because this is the thing I've made today. This is a pre-mixed old fashioned,
as opposed to being semi-conscious because you've had too much.
No, that's usually a Friday night. Most Friday nights I'm okay. I think it was about 2 weeks ago I cut the stream off comparatively early, sometime between midnight and 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, I drank too much. I'm actually kind of fucked. I have to.
Yeah, I remember that.
Actually, it just occurred to me. You know when you made the Mai Tai Fighter?
Yes.
Did you do that during the stream?
I probably did it on a Friday night on the stream. Yes.
Right, because what makes it funny? Because of course, you remember you credited Abigail for it, but qualified.
I know,
it in the comment.
But that was also
description.
I think it was possibly the second or third cocktail I made during the Friday night stream. And
it just made it even more funny because effectively, even though we'd only been talking to you 2 minutes before you started making that cocktail video, you'd forgotten.
Oh no, because I think
that little detail.
I think it was the second or third I'd made that night, and I'm going, who told me to make this? I think it was Abigail. That's okay. And it was actually
I remember that. I was there. I was there, and you were like, what drink should I make? And the Mai Tais were great. And so you made that.
Yeah, no, and I was that. I think it was not the first night. You can kind of tell. I tend to make the 3 cocktails for the following week all on the Friday night, so you can tell. And I tend to make them in order: Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So the Monday one, I'm really sober, and I'm going, here's a great drink. The Wednesday one, I'm kind of sort of sober. And by the Friday one, I've had minimum 2, if not 3 or 4 cocktails.
A splishy of this
and I'm like, this one. Oh, you should see the one that went live today, which I made last Friday, and it was a dessert one. And the initial one I made, I thought this is pretty good. I probably should have put citrus in, and then I just started ranting and went, "I know you're all telling me. I know you're telling me I should have, but I'm not gonna change it." And then I went, "Okay. I'm gonna do it. And then there's a cut in the editing. And I've added citrus to it, and I tasted it and go, okay, it's way better with the citrus. Okay, fine. You were all bullies. You cyber-bullied me. You cyber-bullied. And I'm talking to myself.
Brack doesn't know that you have a cocktail channel, I don't think, and that you make them on the Friday night stream.
Yeah. No, I make them on the Friday night stream and then edit them, but particularly the one that went live today, which was from Friday night stream, which was probably the 4th or 5th drink I'd made on Friday night stream. And when I tasted it, it was a dessert one, so it was very creamy. And I'm going, this is yummy. I probably should have put citrus in it. I should have put citrus. I could make the whole video again. I'm not gonna. Forget it. And then there's a cut. There's an edit when, all right, I remade it and I put citrus in, and it's better. Okay, you were right. Okay, you bullied me, you cyberbullied me, and I hope you're proud. I hope you're proud that you bullied me, and I got some really funny
we're
comments.
the worst.
I had some really funny comments from people going, "Yeah, you should listen when I tell you stuff."
I haven't watched it yet. I haven't watched it.
It's really stupid because I just went on this whole tear because I'm really cut and I'm just going like, yeah, okay, you saw, and nobody said anything to me. This all happened in my head, and I'm just going, all right, you cyberbullied me, you're all mean, and you just fucking cyberbullied me, but it's like
I was gonna ask, did anyone say a bloody word?
No. No one said anything. No one said anything. This all happened in my head. This all happened in my head.
But I know something. It's kind of depressing, but
so you essentially cyberbullied yourself.
I did. Yes. I cyberbullied myself.
There's in the old days of the great debate community stuff, talking about God and religion. There was this guy called Jason Burns, who liked to think of himself as a theologian, but in fact, because he went to seminary and did pastoral studies, which is vicar training, basically. But it was pastoral studies and theology was what his qualification was in, and because it was attached to University of Manchester, I've got a degree in theology. No, you fucking haven't, you lying sack of shit. But he started out by saying, about why God's true and all that kind of stuff, because he tried tackling atheists and science and stuff, and of course atheists said, sorry mate, you're wrong because philosophy this, or you're wrong because science says that, or you're wrong because the Bible actually says this and something else elsewhere, and stuff like that. And then he took it really, really personally and then started to attack people. Yeah. And when they fought back and said, you're a piece of shit, he then called them cyberbullies.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
and
a
ultimately
common trick from the right wing.
Yeah. After 2 years, he ended up putting ketchup on his face and his arm, saying that an atheist had thrown a brick through his window, and then actually wiped it on it off, admitted that it was ketchup, and that this is what he felt like inside because the cyberbullied him.
I remember
and then a week later, he said he posted a video that was up for a relatively short amount of time, saying that Jason Burns has committed suicide.
Oh, Jesus.
And so someone, in the community basically saw this, and they phoned up the police to say, look, I've got a bit of worried about a guy, and so effectively a day later or whatever it was, a PCSO, which are like they're community support officers, but they're not really police. They're like the equivalent of meter maids, if you know what I mean, for parking. But,
like our PSOs, we have something similar.
Yes, the
Detective services.
They haven't got powers of arrest, but they can report stuff and take, statements if you've got a problem, whatever. They just take a lot of the basic stuff away from the police having to, Anyway, so PCSO goes over, and this guy starts ranting about the atheist and how he's been cyberbullied, and look at this, and he takes him up to his room and shows him videos and stuff like that. And there's all these books about religion, and he's ranting about the atheists. Oh, no. And so officer goes away and says, right, he's not a harm to himself or anybody else. So he writes out his report, and if it goes and the police decide, I think we'll, contact the NHS to have his doctor have a little checkup, make sure he's all right, because he's got these problems, mental problems here. And so a couple of weeks later, he gets a letter. His doctor invites him to come in for a checkup. And when he goes there, it's a bit like, there's that whole thing where someone goes in and said, I'm sorry, you've got cancer. And then everything from then on sounds like adults out of a Peanuts cartoon, kind of thing. Yeah. So he basically, in his head, he thought the bloody atheists have called the the NHS to get him sectioned and locked up in a mental, ward or something like that, which you can't do. That's not how things work. And then starts making claims about the atheist tried to get me sectioned, and and it's like, oh my God. So it ultimately, fortunately, he ended up leaving, and now he's okay. But of course, this is a guy that decided to go after the Muslims instead. And and he deleted all his videos and then complained that the atheist made him delete the videos, which wasn't true at all. He had a problem, and he decided, I'm going to get over this, I'm going to throw it all away, deleted everything, and then blamed the atheist that he'd lost thousands of scholarly videos. In fact, there were 3 types of videos. There were the thousands of videos of him ripping off other people's stuff and sticking it on his channel with no accreditation, so stealing. Ones where he was reading something out of a book or a website, and you could literally follow it, and that was reading someone else's stuff is scholarly academic stuff. And then there's the stuff where he rants about atheists. So,
oh wow!
And of course, the best one, and I think I may have told you about it before. So, do you remember when Google, before Google got a hold of YouTube, you had a very small amount of characters that you could leave messages on.
Yeah.
So maybe 500 characters. You couldn't put a web link or anything like that in. The best you could do is like watch that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, then Google decided, you know what, we're going to let people put on as much as they want, kind of thing. 15 seconds later, that's when people started posting pictures of ASCII penises all over the place.
Yes, really.
And, well, people hate cyclists in the UK. I was seeing them all over cycling and cyclist videos. But Jason Burns got 3 of them, and he's like, why? And the thing is, this is the thing what I found amusing about Jason Burns, because he would come out some real corkers of statements. So he's like, why would they do this? I've had loads of these penises all over my channel, all over the place, And then he goes like, basically, I've had a tsunami of penises. Well, you can't say something like that on the internet. Oh my God, I laughed so hard I had to get out of the chair and check for a puddle. Honestly. Oh my gosh. I was creasing up, and I went into town because he was a street preacher in Manchester, and that's how I found his channel, and I found his community. Because what happens is you got this nice, mild-mannered guy out on the street and things like that, and then when he got on the internet, he'd be just awful, And the reason he was awful was because people said, "Sorry, you're wrong," because one of his videos was like, the atheists I meet on the streets, they're really nice, but the ones on the internet are horrible. And it's like, the people on the street don't give a shit about God and stuff. They just walk by, and and if you talk to them, they don't know as much about the issue than you do, because obviously it's your thing. But when you're on the internet, you can look for whatever you're interested in. And that's when you get the people who know their shit, including know his Bible and where it's bollocks.
Yeah.
So, and he, like I say, he just took it personally. This is someone who is not armed to take part on the internet. This is someone who should not be on the internet.
Should just switch the computer off and walk away.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, it's 2:00 in the fucking morning, and
no, it ain't.
I'm gonna.
Can we get a call out for anyone who wants to join us for the after party?
All right. I'll put the link there.
There's an after party.
Well, I mean, if people are interested, I guess.
I'll give it a couple minutes. Okay, I love the way you say that, Miguel. Just in case anyone, Stella,
I feel like Stella's getting ready for bed herself, so
she might be.
And
so I'm going to give it a couple minutes. AZ has literally lost consciousness there. And,
well, that's still his picture from a few hours ago.
It's not the best one. The best one happened a couple months ago.
I'm a little bit worried about that vein
he
in his head
back
there.
in his chair and did this.
Yeah.
And that was that, and we left him up for an hour for a full hour. He was just slumped back in his chair, unconscious, gone.
This is not a live image of AIDS.
No,
His
that's
internet.
something we record. We recorded that hours ago. Yes.
Yeah.
Say,
His internet fucked up and just stuck on that for some reason.
Is it really?
I'm a little.
No, it's really him.
A joke. I'm a little bit worried about that vein, sort of like where the E's are.
Oh yeah.
That's a little bit worrying.
That's just him. You should see the ones on his legs. Is all I'm saying.
By the way, can I just make a quick thing?
Yes.
So I often don't have the camera on because the dysphoria of seeing myself without makeup and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
But while I've had it on today, I've noticed something that I didn't notice before because I don't look in the mirror that often because, you know, the dysphoria thing. And I'm looking in the screen now and I keep looking, and so, you know, when I'm looking at someone else, I look and see myself in the peripheral vision. And I'm thinking, oh, actually, I'm starting to look a bit nicer. You know, I can see the roots of I can see the girly face popping through now. You know, it's starting to show.
Yeah.
Welcome to you.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the results. And one of the ones that I can see, the biggest one, is in my forehead. Because before the HRT, if I kind of went like that, I'd have like 3 big horizontal lines in my forehead. And now I don't. Look, it's like just get a couple of little ripples.
You know, I don't really have that.
Exactly like that. I had exactly like that. So if you want to get rid of those, HR2, yes, it makes your willy smaller, but it's great at stopping
and you may grow bigger boobs.
Yeah.
Look,
I don't need
probably
boobs.
will.
Win-win. I'm saying. But,
and I don't want to lose weight because I don't want to lose these.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm doing quite well.
COVID
Can you
weight.
see on the boob rate here? I've got a bit of boob there. So
look at my boobs. Look at my boobs.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Go to bed, and I'm going to cut off the stream. But of course, anyone who's here can stay for as long as you want. After party.
Sure.
And
live long and prosper.
Laugh and wonder how long it is till AZ realizes he should be in bed. But yes, tomorrow night's, although it's 2 a.m., so it's tonight, is not date night. So I am going to do another live stream on Saturday night, all things being equal. So you'll take care. I will see you all later. But this stream is going to finish now. Bye.